Poor old Pee Wee Herman died. They said so. I had a couple people tell me that Sinead O'Connor shot herself, but the more I looked, I could only find cancer. Died of cancer. Yeah, I don't know which what. I mean, she's the type she wouldn't want people telling them she had cancer if she didn't. You know, when I was in Chicago, we had those Starbucks on every corner of a block, and there were quite a few of them that were 24 hours. And now down here, they close at 5 and 7. I wonder if that coffee thing's dying out. These are the best chips, aren't they? When they're fresh. There's a better one, though, up in Detroit, Better Made.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, bring some of those back next time. People get them shipped to them.
Oh, you got me some when I was up there. I remember that.
Yeah.
They were good.
Hey, wasn't that a lobster roll you sent me that picture of?
Yeah.
God, it'd probably be $500 now. You know, those crabs, man, they don't know what to do. There's none left.
The what?
You'll probably never eat queen crab again till the day you die. Those fisheries are shut down. Closed.
Really?
Their whole, hey, Juan, their whole economy is based on that. How you doing, Juan? You know, I took that ZzzQuil last night, went to bed early, slept, and then I got up with you. Man, by 11 o'clock, I was so dead tired, I couldn't even read.
Really?
Came home at 11, fell right asleep, like in 2 seconds, slept till 1:30. That's weird. Now I feel great. Hey, Hank, how you doing? Like, would you ever like do mini split in a house that size? Too big? Hey, Adi, how you doing?
The split is for, 800, 1100 square feet.
Oh, okay.
Or smaller.
What is that? Like one unit?
Yeah, it's like what you find in these hotels that are stuck under the windows.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought they had like different size ones. Well, when I was going out to Greensboro, I went the roadway to like the Union Point. I had 2 dogs run out in front of me on the way there.
I see them all the time.
Not even looking.
Yeah, they're always out in the middle of the road.
Huh. Good. How you guys doing? I said I wasn't going to come on till 10, but I hooked my GoPros up. Hey, Christine, how you doing? Did you have a good day today? Wonder where Hey Pug's been lately. Oh, just cleaning. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think your temperatures calmed down a lot there, didn't they? It's a little cooler here today. Hot. 90 and high humidity today. Now, Thursday, it's supposed to get a little cooler and rain. I hope it does. I got to put together this. There's a flow beehive, like this big beehive, and the honey just drips, and you can take some of it if you want. I'm not going to, but kind of be cool. It's got a million parts. I was going to do it yesterday and then today, but it's too hot outside. I could bring it inside, I guess. I might end up doing that. You going to Cherokee tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so.
I would. Hey, how do you make out in the Bahamas on that second trip?
Oh, good. They, you think the little girl was fine. So.
Oh, okay. Did he win?
No.
Okay. Oh, 60? That's pretty good. That's still crazy for like July. Yeah, it has been hot. Hey, I emailed Mark, and was I email him or I was on a chat? His neck's been bothering him from his car wreck. That's why he hasn't been doing lives. His neck hurts. Yeah, I'm the same way, Christine. Yep. Yeah. Hey, remember that one guy? Hey, Hank, wasn't that you that came on that night that was at the Hard Rock Cafe? Don't you live down in Fort Lauderdale? Yeah, I do too. Yep. He does. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Juan, have you lived out there in California for a while? Yeah, rib injuries last forever. No, I'll be sore for months. I try and get a doctor. You know, I tried getting a hold of you, waiting to you to like send me your PayPal. I would have sent you some money. Did you? How did you end up getting out of there? I mean, I didn't. I mean, I was trying to come through for you. And how was the Peter Frampton concert? We didn't blow you off, is my point. Yeah, well, look at Dave, over in Michigan City. He tried to do something on his tricks with his bike and shattered his ankle and foot. Yeah, I think if I fell on one of those things, I'd shatter like a piece of crystal. Oh, okay, Hank. Oh, that's okay. Well, I tried to bail you out. Yeah, I was telling about your ankle. Wasn't that a bike you did that? Tried to do that trick, Dave? On a bike? Christine's husband did it on a four-wheeler. Oh, okay. Keyboards are cheap. You can get one at Walmart cheap. Oh, BMX playing. How's your ankle and foot doing, Dave? And how'd you ever make out in that insurance claim they denied because they didn't believe you hit a bear? Oh, wow. Oh, no kidding, huh? Yeah. Now, are you watching this on StreamYard or Facebook? Oh, yeah. I've heard of people that have. I tried to do that to me about 10 years ago. I took a preacher I knew in Orlando for license plates, and he was taking a while. And I went in to see what the holdup was. And when I came out, they had that on mine. I got him to take it off, though. Yep. Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, Hadley, how you doing? Well, I'm glad you got out of there. Did it cost you an arm and a leg? You didn't happen to watch that video I did of the moon rising, did you? Oh, 100, that's not too bad. Oh, where are you at? Where are you, Dave? Oh, glad you got it fixed. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm doing another one now at a different angle. Oh, Corden, Kentucky. Oh, that's cool. So it's like nighttime, and like, does it really matter in a cave if it's day or night? Because it's dark in there all the time. Like, what's the thrill of going down at night? Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Now, on a deal like tonight, like, what's the game plan on that? Like, spend a couple hours in there, 5 hours, what? And do you do any videoing when you're down there? Oh yeah, my phone, my signal just 42 miles long. Wow. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know about that. Yep. But when I was on my cell, it didn't come back on.
What are you doing? Yeah, well, I called her and I was like, "Dang, it's late." So, no, well, listen, Amy called me about an hour ago, and they have the World Series of Poker going on that starts Thursday morning in Cherokee, and he has 2 free passes to play for free. And first place is like $75,000. So he invited me to play. I thought, well, I ain't coming, but I said, I understand. Well, I told him I'd call him back because I wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be upset if I did. So, no, I actually told them I actually had my guys get cleaned up. They were working on it today, so it will be cleaned up inside, and that way the guys can come and work or whatever. But
Anybody want to come up and talk? Dave, you want to come up and party?
it needs some tires, some other stuff. But this guy's a friend of yours, right? Yeah. Well, look, just do whatever. But I'm just
Christine, come on up and party. Dave, you can come up and party. You don't have to show your face if you don't want. You can just like not activate the camera. Hank, you want to come up and party? Edley? You don't need to show your face. Juan? Oddly? Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I have that happen sometimes. Yeah, no, I wouldn't try it then. I forgot about that.
23. What a cheat. I'm not worried. Well, listen, I know that, but at the end of the day, um, I wouldn't
Yeah, right. I know what you mean. Yeah. People are weird about that, though.
think it's worth more.
I don't know whether it's not on their terms or what.
If he thinks it's worth 12, it's still 23. If he thinks it's 30, it's still 23. So, yeah, but anyway, yeah, you
How's your daughter's back holding up without the brace?
Everything's there. Just ask for Scotty or Scott or any of those guys there. And, but I'll let them all know that you're coming and you just make yourself at home.
I see they got a new tab on the top of here, or it's the first time I've ever noticed it. It says hide current comment. So I guess you can click that right away rather than doing something else.
Right. And he may help you think of your, like I said, but, and obviously I would sell it cheaper to you, something you want, but, the hubcaps are in my truck. Yeah, but the hubcaps are in my truck, and like I told you, that thing won national. Linda said it won a national show 15 years ago, but, it just hasn't been taken care of.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're getting a lot done. That's because the Mexicans were working on it.
Well, this one, you didn't ever see it, I don't think, when you were there.
Yeah, she's snoring down at my feet.
So anyway, but it just needs a lot of TLC. But the fact that it's a convertible, some of these folks are doing, they're not doing what they were doing, that's for sure. Yeah, it's just, I know I had a buddy of mine that went up to the GAA show this last week, and he told me.
I think tomorrow's going to be it.
Really nice cars, the high-end cars, do really well.
See what temperature it is. It's only getting down to 72 tonight. That's usually never gets that cold. And then sunrise, and then it starts to warm up. I think it's 84 here now. Tomorrow's going to be 87, so that's better. Thursday's 82, and it's supposed to rain. I hope so. So that's pretty good. Yeah, she is a lucky dog. She's got so spoiled. It's ridiculous. So are the bees. These bees go through like 5 pounds of sugar a day just to keep them from flying their ass off in the hot. It's crazy. I'm going to be setting up a lot more beehives this fall. Bees everywhere.
Still 20%,
Yeah, give them sugar, yeah. Yeah, 5 pounds a day. They go through 5 pounds of sugar a day, no problem. We'll put it in like bowls and stuff like that, and then no, I don't. No, I don't really like honey that much. We just got a flow hive. It's this thing with about 1 million parts. I'm going to put it together this week. And I'm not really sure how it works. There's some way that honey drips down to the slow rate, and then you can like sample it. It's called a flow hive. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ellie. Yeah. No, just white sugar. Yeah, regular white sugar from the store. Yeah. Then we'll wet it down. They like it when it's kind of like syrupy. Now, they don't get stuck in honey, but they will get stuck in sugar. So, after doing it enough, you kind of get the idea. What I try to do is put it on a flat plate where the water can't get deep. It just spreads out, and it kind of takes care of itself that way. And a lot of other things eat there too. Sweat bees, hornets, that big giant 2.5-inch horsefly with the blue eyes. All sorts of bugs. Ants come up there. I mean, they're going at it all the time. It's like $350 for a 5-pound thing. Something like that. Yeah. Somebody sent me an email about that little short 2-minute and 40-second video on the moon rising. That was just kind of like a test. 2 of the cameras don't have star tracking. One of them did. If you look at that last end part of the video, I mean, it takes about 4 hours of star tracking to come up with like 15 seconds of video. It takes 1 million pictures. And if you look on that video, all those cameras, it was pitch dark outside. It looks like daylight, but it wasn't. It was pitch dark, black. You couldn't see anything. Even the one that's very light. And the reason for that is because the moon was quite bright and it made it look like daylight. But you got an idea what the clouds do on the ground, even though it's the moon rising and not the sun. It's pretty interesting. I really like that video. You know, to think that that's going on in the dark and you never say, "Hey, Rob, how you doing?" Yeah, Papa guy. I don't know what the deal is with that guy. Now, somebody told me, and I don't know if you were on through the whole thing, but you're talking to different people. Like, I miss a lot of comments when I'm talking. And somebody said at the end, first he said that he just wanted to listen. Well, why do you want to come up to the chat? Because I have to approve you, right? And then he did that for a while. And somebody he said, "Fuck you" at the end when he signed off. I didn't catch that. Did you guys see that? Hey, Rita, how you doing? Oh, he did say that, huh? Yeah. What do you know what made him mad? The first time he came on, I just got rid of him. Oh, he did, huh? I don't think he realized that you could see his face when he was putting the puppet thing up, like 2 or 3 times. No, you could see his face if you look on there. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fuck him. I'll get rid of him the next time. Fucking douchebag. I didn't recognize him, but that doesn't mean anything. Hey, Jackie, how you doing? Yeah, just some troubled soul. Who knows? Yeah. That happens a lot with people when they're like trying not to be on camera. And you just don't think it. Yeah, he did. Showed his face a few times. Clearly he did. Yep. But I didn't recognize him. But like I said, that doesn't mean anything. Takes all kinds. And there's a lot of like weird stuff that, I don't get quite harassed as much as I used to. Hey, Stephanie, how you doing? You locked and loaded? Yeah, it was strange, weird. But I kind of get how somebody, everybody's got their quirks. And I can kind of understand how someone would want to exhibit like an alter ego through a puppet. Yeah, I don't doubt that. No notification yet. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm not sure what the deal is with that, to tell you the truth. I went and got a sub tonight. Jersey Mike's. It's all right. It's a sub. It cracks me up how all the people talk about their food being so fresh and they're slicing off processed meat that just got unwrapped from plastic. Which part's that, Hadley? Which part are you wondering about? What would you like me to explain? You mean the freaks out there? Hey, Chris. I got this cool little bug on my screen. I don't know what kind of bug it is. running around. Now you go out there with a bright light in front of that beehive. Yeah, my sleep schedule is kind of off. And those bees will attack a puppet guy. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the guy. It's just I think there's people that just want to project it or like another personality, and they don't have the balls to do it without a mask or on a phone where you don't see him. I think he's one of those. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I didn't really post a live coming up though. Maybe that's why, but I know for sure. Yeah, he did show himself. Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah, just strange. Yeah, I mean, you find out on YouTube. I think there's people that just go and they search for. Oh, you don't get it? I'm not saying the guy had dual personalities, but like, let's take for an example, like drag queens. They act different in that outfit. Clowns, people at Halloween, that kind of thing. It's a different persona. That's what I think. Yeah, just kind of a different persona. Yeah, right. Now I would agree with that. Yeah. Maybe he's hoping to have people depict him differently than what he's like without a puppet or a mask. It's hard to say. I don't know. Oh, he dresses up like a puppet? Oh, okay. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he's really into it. And you look at John, I'm not saying he's one of those, but look at John Wayne Gacy, the clown. Same shit. He said he gave the children that he murdered the love they never had from their families. And the only thing that he was guilty of was running an unlicensed funeral parlor under his house. So, I mean, that's my take on it. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that's possible too, Melissa. Yeah. Yeah, I try to. Yeah. Yeah, it's a full-time job on here. Whose sister's interview? The puppet guy? I don't mind him wearing a puppet outfit, but telling us to fuck off and give us the finger as he leaves, I got a little bit of a problem with. Yeah, it's just weird. It's like a child. I mean, believe me, I get told to fuck off a lot. So it's not that bothers me. It's just we were, putting up with this bullshit, and there was nothing you were going to do to make him happy. So fuck him and the puppet. Oh, really? Oh, the clown. Yeah, Gacy. Oh, okay. It's weird. The siblings always seem like they're like the most normalest people in the world. Look at this kook that was killing people in Long Island. Yeah, that's true, Headley. Yeah, you're right. Yep. That's true. Yep. It doesn't really bother me that much, but the rudeness kind of bothers me. Hey, Lampshade. The store that I stopped at, the last one or one earlier, because I went to a few of them. The very last one, where you could just see like the corner of the building. Yeah, it's true. Yep. Right. That was a Dollar General. Dollar General. I go in there a lot, actually. It's an easy place to like pick up some lemonade or something. Did you see someone screwing around my truck or something? Yeah, those are busy businesses around here. It's really not a close place to shop. I've either got to go, the closest place is 13 miles west. And the better place with a Walmart is 23 miles east. And the best is 36 miles west. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I drive the hell out of that truck. Only thing I wish it got a little better gas mileage, but it's still worth the trade-off. Huge inside, smooth ride, bed, put stuff in, that kind of thing. No, I got my sleep schedule out of whack a little bit. Last night I took some of that ZzzQuil. I went to bed like at 9:30, which I never do. And I slept all the way to like 8 o'clock, which I never do. Then I got up, went out and did some shit, went and got a lunch, went and got a Starbucks coffee, and I was planning on reading, but I was so damn tired that I just couldn't. And I came home and I was just exhausted. So I laid down, slept for a couple of hours, got up, felt good. And tonight I thought I'm going to just get back into my late night routine and slowly move into an earlier way. No, yeah, it's a drag race too, lampshade 20. Yeah, that will definitely get widened one of these days. It's a racetrack 24/7, busy all the time. That's the county I live in. That's their bread and butter for traffic stops and dope forfeitures and impounding vehicles that they don't get back and cash and guns and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a comfortable truck. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does. Sleep good. I'm not going to do it tonight. Good night, Jackie. Good seeing you. Hey, Melissa. Yeah, it does. It's all Benadryl, really. Oh, yeah, it did make me extra. But when I was tired, it was all already near the end of the half-life on it. So I shouldn't have been that tired. Maybe I drank too much of it. And Daisy's zonked out. She was out walking around the house with Marty and I looking around at things. Hey, I mentioned, hey, Melissa, I mentioned, somebody said like if women visit, they need a place to sit on in the shower. And I talked to somebody about that. They said they have real nice, like fold up or permanent, like porcelain chairs you sit on. Yeah, I have heard that. Yeah, long-term use. Yeah, I have. Yep. I don't use it that much. Yeah, long-term use of Benadryl. It's true. Yep. Yeah. It's that short nose, allergies affect her too. Oh, that's good. You don't need any. Actually, I thought I'd be like wide awake and I'm a little tired, really. Probably will end up going to bed earlier. I thought I'd be like wide awake after that nap. Yeah, the house is going along well. I noticed on one of those new windows the screen's pushed out. Oh, did you, my enemy? Why'd you give it up? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can put your name on it. I don't need any damn seat in the shower in the future. Put a handrail up there. A towel rack on the inside. Right. I never thought about that before. Well, what I'm really, believe it or not, looking forward to is the outside shower. Probably never use the inside in the summer. I was just looking at different tiles that you can get so where it doesn't, can't see soap film on it and stuff. You know, I definitely don't want those clear glass doors. I don't understand those clear glass doors. Oh, really? Infowars. I never heard of that. What is that, like powder? I never saw that. Oh, thank you, Chris. You know, this state's illegal for recreational marijuana. And everywhere you go, like, people are smoking marijuana. No, and nobody, you don't, there's not 3 cars that go down that road a month. Yeah, what is a rainforest shower? What is that? What is that? Yeah, I got the windows, yeah. Yep. All the windows in, yeah. Except the ones on the side, you know, that you open where you can just see trees. Oh, really, my enemy? No kidding. Yeah, I hate those things. You know, you need a chisel to get the damn soap off it after a couple times. You know, I'm not like some clean nut, that's for sure. Oh, here we go again. Yeah, how we could. Hey, why were you so rude at the end? This probably isn't even the real guy. I bet this isn't even the real guy. It's just somebody fucking around. Never ends. It's right on top of you. Yeah, that's what kind of I was getting, like right above. I don't like it. It's like squirting out from the like side. You know, he's like hits the thing. See, mine is tall enough and deep enough to where that's not going to happen. There'd be no reason to have it, you know, cocked to go far enough to where it would be outside the shower, you know. Hey Faye, how you doing? Oh, he joined today? Yeah, get rid of him then. Get rid of him. Yeah, can this weird childish moron. Block his stupid ass. No. No, you're going bye-bye. Yeah, you're going bye-bye. You can come up with the live with your puppet outfit on, but you're not coming on here and commenting with an account that was just made today. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Oh, it is him. Well, you're going to need to apologize for using dirty language when we were nice to you. Yeah. Amp love. No, I'm talking about the puppet. Oh, you were wrong? I don't care. You guys can make the call on it. Oh, it was made today. It's up to you guys. We saw your face puppet twice. Evidently, you haven't been doing that long enough to realize the camera angle showed you. We're going to have a good time with your real photo. I think that's the whole idea. Okay. Stephanie, you locked and loaded? Come on up then, puppet. Why don't you come on up? Michelle wanted to talk about Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman died. Oh, yeah, I do stuff like that, my enemy. They say that's a good fix for depression, too, an all-nighter. Lack of sleep, believe it or not. Come on up, puppet, you pussy. You freak. Yeah. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, there's some studies on that. Yeah. Yeah, lack of sleep. Yeah. I've noticed it works. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Implove. I agree with that. Yeah. My problem, I don't have any discipline anymore. You know, if I get up early and I'm tired, it's like, fuck it. Yeah, well, you know, this doctor I have, he's a young guy, was a Navy SEAL, got Hodgkin's lymphoma, was discharged, decided to go to medical school. Really cool guy. And he's a brainiac that reads all the time. He's kind of like Anthony's dad up in West Branch. And he told me, particularly when you get older, hey, Red Raider, that the issue with your sleep schedule is what it does to your hormone levels. And they're just all over the place with regard to sleep. If you're, you know, when you're young, you can, you know, go out, go to the bar till it closes, go to Denny's and eat an omelet afterwards, get an hour and a half of sleep and go work an 8 hour a day. You're tired, but I think that would kill me now. Doris Duke's daughter? No way. Are you sure about that? You talking about Pee Wee? Paul Rubens? You know, I know he had a nice house in Palm Beach, Florida. Yeah, that jacking off in the dirty movie theater kind of curtailed his career. So stupid. I think that happened in Tampa. Doris Duke's daughter. Huh. He could have printed money for another 30 years. Yeah, that's what I say. Big deal. Hey, Frederick. Yeah, big deal. I mean, you got law enforcement, and that's what they're out there doing. Oh, Sarasota. Okay, yeah, so stupid. They should have stayed longer. They'd have let him go. Oh, his first marriage. Seriously, is this actually true? Huh. I guess he'd been battling cancer for 6 years. Yeah, Tobacco Duke, yeah. Huh. Now, not that it matters, but, Pee Wee Herman was Jewish. And the Duke, that's a big Christian outfit. Not that, it's impossible for an interfaith marriage, but I'd bet against it if I didn't know this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to football, yeah. You know who I'm really interested in? I'm not a big football fan, but I do passively watch it. I'm really rooting for this Stetson Bennett, this misfit that led Georgia to 2 national championships. Huh. Tobacco Duke, huh? That's interesting. I think this link thing's working. Can you guys see the link? Well, his real name was Paul Rubens. Oh, the link isn't working? Yeah, it is. Here, I'll do it again. I mean, how can it be wrong? How can it be wrong, the link? I mean, it's the one I always use. Hey, Drifter, how you doing? There. Oh, a mock wedding. Now we're talking. No, that I would believe. Yeah, but he went by the name Rubens, Paul Rubens. That's right, Lampshade. Oh, Rubenfeld. Huh. Try it again. Click on it again. I mean, it could be something messed up with, oh, there it's working. What are you talking about? Same one I put up last time.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Did you know anything about Pee Wee being married?
No.
Yeah.
Herman was married?
He was married to Doris Duke, the tobacco heir.
Really?
His daughter, yeah. But then somebody said it was a mock wedding. Oh, he was never legally married. Now I believe that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I never remembered Pee Wee Herman. He was always like the single, well, he was well known, obviously, for indecent exposure at a theater, but
He should have never been charged.
why do you think that?
He was in an adult movie theater.
No,
You ever been in one?
no, I've never been in one.
Well, that's why you'd be surprised if you were. That's all they do in there.
What goes on in there?
Blow jobs, hand jobs, jacking off.
Really? Where are these places? I've never even
Well, you're a little late because of the internet and DVD and VHS. But if
also
you were,
before all that, there were places where you would
yeah,
go and,
yeah.
well, like
They were usually in a place that, did well up into the 50s or 60s. And then, sales went down. People started renting them and then they turned into porn places.
oh, okay.
The whole thing, yeah.
Well, that's definitely different. I've never. I don't
Now
know.
it's rest stops and parks.
Now it's rest stops and parks.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Pee Wee was definitely. He was always I always viewed him, as a little,
I'll tell you what Pee Wee was. Your sound's off, Michelle.
Hi, I'm back. I'm sorry, I lost signal for a second.
Pee Wee was a smart Jew.
Really?
Yeah, they had a big, giant, nice house in Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
What did he pass away from, cancer or?
cancer. Yeah. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of cancer. You know, there's a link to anal sex and cancer.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That made me think of that, you know. Maybe not. He could have had some other kind, but I know that there's a lot of things are like that. You know, these people that test negative for HIV, you know, they can
Yeah.
take these protein inhibitors and get it down to where it's not detectable. That is true. I mean, they've come a long way. But what they don't tell you is when you're HIV positive, even if you can't test positive for it and you've had it, you're susceptible 20-fold to every kind of cancer there is because of it.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, Tom. I mean, if your immune system's compromised,
But it's not, they're testing negative for HIV. Doesn't show. It's not supposed to be compromised.
okay. Well, even if it doesn't show, the virus is still, your body is still consistently, if you have a virus in your system, and it could be any virus too, your body is constantly working to keep it at bay. You know
No,
what I
it's the
mean?
medication with HIV. Your body doesn't do it at all. It's all medication.
Oh, the medications that they give
Yeah.
people with
Yeah.
HIV positive? Oh,
That's about
okay.
$7,000 a month.
Really?
You know, there's
Wow.
a huge, giant group of homeless people that are HIV positive that cost the taxpayers just a ton of money to keep them in check. Now, I don't want to say it's good news, but the truth of it is, like even some of the prostitutes that I interviewed, they were eligible. They could have got it, but they didn't want to mess with it. They were, you know, they had a lot going on and didn't take it like they should.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up getting them. But if you take the medicine that's prescribed, there's YouTube's filled with them. There's a girl, Jennifer, a blonde. You just type in Jennifer HIV, you'll see her videos, and she's a perfect example. Hershey Highway.
Well,
Yeah.
I heard that a lot of the HIV medications like ruin other things in your body though. Like
never
it
heard that.
keeps Yeah, I heard some bad story. But there's a lot of different kind of medications for that, just like
Mhm.
everything else. Like you might take something for whatever and it could do wonders for you.
Yeah.
And then somebody else could take the same medication and have horrific, side effects or whatever. So, I mean, I guess everybody's different.
Right. But I haven't read anything where people that were HIV positive that took HIV medications had any side effects if they took it as prescribed.
I mean, I personally don't know anybody that takes, or they don't tell me that they take HIV medication, but from
Medicaid pays for it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's strange because it'll pay for that, but
I
there's a
know.
lot of like medications that they won't pay for.
Actually, you can get dual certified on Medicaid, which will open the door for new and super expensive biologics like Humira.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also any kind of new medication out there, no matter what it costs. On Medicaid, you're dual certified. You'll get it when somebody with insurance won't. It was my
friend actually works in the medical field with the biologics.
Yeah.
And she just complains about, like insurance. A lot of insurance companies aren't accepting these new medications that they're coming out with.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's why when I did some
You're,
plus in the American Red for that, I found out that a lot of these medications that they're coming up with, these biologics,
yeah,
are partially from human plasma, like the plasma from humans.
yeah,
That's how they're coming up with some of these medications, these new biologic medications.
right.
So,
Huh.
but she even said that, with the biologics and everything, she's like, it is such a pain dealing with insurance companies, and a lot of times, the patients will get denied, from
Oh,
their
yeah.
insurance companies for it.
Well, I mean, if you have to take like Enbrel or Humira, one of those, they'll ask you, and you fill out this affidavit, and blah blah blah. But it's like coupons. The rich people don't care, and the poor people are getting them. They got a way of getting as much as they can get out of you. And after you face a series of questionnaires and some verification through these insurance companies, in a lot of cases, they'll end up just giving it to you when you can demonstrate that you're really broke. And the magic word is functionally uninsured.
Hmm.
They'll give it to you.
Yeah. Well,
Weird. But if you can afford it, man, you might not be able to afford anything else. But they'll get you the $7,000 a month.
yeah, that's great. That's
Isn't that crazy?
It is. Well, that and there's ways that like doctors' offices get around certain things too. Like if
Yeah.
they real if there's a will, there's a way. Just like you said, like saying you're functionally uninsured, or there's
Yeah, I
always
got
a
one
way.
for you. So one time they thought I might have had some rheumatological issue. They couldn't figure it out. They tried different things. So they decided to put me on Enbrel, which is a biologic. It's like $7,000 a month. I had good insurance. Well, I was feeling like shit. First shot of it, I had shingles from hell the next day. And I took it for about 6 weeks, but I was feeling so shitty that I was on one of those mail order prescription things, where it's cheaper than if you drive down to Walgreens.
Yeah.
Well, I had like 8 vials of Humira or Enbrel. I forget which one it was. I tried them both. And you had to keep them refrigerated and stuff like that. Well, then they figured out that that's not what I had, and they told me to quit taking it. So I quit taking it, but I had like, I don't know, 12 or 14 grand worth of medication because I never called the place, excuse me, and told them to quit sending it. I eventually did, but I didn't give a shit, man. I didn't know that I was going to be off it. I kept it in the refrigerator. So when I was down at the University of Michigan, I was talking to them. It's like, hey, do you know, I knew that people were having a hard time getting it. I said, I've always kept these refrigerated. Do you think that I could like bring these down in a cooler next time and, give them to you to give to somebody that, couldn't afford it or until they were going through the paperwork to get it? It's like, yeah, well, sure, no problem. So I did. I took it in the cooler and I gave them 12 or 14 I had. It was like 14 or 16 grand, something like that. About a month later, a nurse that I knew that worked in the arthritis clinic told me, he said, I'm going to tell you something, man. It'll get me in trouble, but don't say anything. I said, yeah, what's that? She said, that medication you brought that you gave them? They sold it in the pharmacy. They didn't give it to anybody.
I'm not surprised.
Yep.
It's like you're looking at the medical world and stuff as like a humanitarian effort when really a lot of it's just for profit,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
I would have had to throw it away eventually.
yeah.
I guess it's
Well,
not the end of the world, but they didn't do with it what they said they were going to.
Well, with a lot of those biologics, especially what you're talking about, is their immune suppressants too,
They are.
which kind of
Yeah.
like helps. It goes to help like inflammation
They
and
do.
whatever, but
Right.
at the same time, you're more susceptible to like you said, you said you got shingles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're more susceptible to obviously, if you had the chicken pox when you were a kid and then you take an immune suppressant like that,
Yeah.
that could pop up
Yeah.
for you. So I mean, like with these new medications that they're coming out with in every which way to try to, combat and help people or whatever. There's just not, and there's not, the thing is with some of these new medications, there's just not enough with long-term studies on them that they're kind of iffy about.
But Humira and Enbrel has been around for a while, and there's tons of people walking around that wouldn't be without it.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm for sure that they probably, but like when I know with like chiropractors for a long time, I had a
Yeah.
friend who like sued a chiropractor because, before they never used to take like imaging
Yeah.
of, you just go see a chiropractor. Well, now they have to take imaging so that like insurance companies will hopefully cover them and stuff. Like that whole era of healing and medicine, if you want to say that, is like if something's new, like insurance companies, until they figure out a way and like make sure everything's going okay, they don't like to pay for it, especially if it's expensive.
Well, you got that right. Yeah.
We lost power for 11 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, it went out Sunday night. It didn't come back on until Monday morning, like 10:30. High winds came rolling through here, 70, 60, 70 miles an hour winds.
Wow. Did you get hot?
Yeah, it got hot, yeah. How you got any bad storms down there by you so far?
We get these like that night. I got that pay-per-view. It went out right after the preliminaries, between the main event. And I was worried, but I looked on radar and it looked like that should have been about it. And sure enough, it came on right before the main event. But we had the power go out for 4 hours about a month ago, and that's the first time that's happened since I've been here. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Puppet, come on up here and apologize. You remember the Puppet, Chris?
No.
Oh, you must have missed that night.
Yeah, I did see it the other night. I saw it on there. Yeah, I did see it.
Oh, okay. How's Debbie doing?
Good.
Good.
How are you doing otherwise? Good?
Good, yeah, pretty good, yeah.
Can't believe it's August already, huh? Can you believe it?
Yeah, hard to believe.
God, it's going fast.
Yeah. Yep. Who's Skyball? Anybody know?
No clue.
Hey, Skyball. Skyball.
I joined the other night.
Oh, that's you. Oh, yeah. How you doing?
I joined the other night.
Yeah, I got it. I recognize your voice. Yeah.
It's not working.
It's working.
There.
I just don't see your face.
Joined the other night.
And I think you have a browser open because there's a little echo.
Let me join back with a different mic.
Okay. All right.
And I think you have a browser open because there's a little echo.
Let me join back with a different mic.
Yeah, I got it. River. Hey, Puppet, you coming up or are you just going to bullshit around again? Yeah, she had a browser open, I guess.
What have you been
Skyball?
What have you
What's
been doing
that?
for yourself lately?
Fucking around, not much.
So what is a typical day? What's a typical day like for you?
Usually, I stay up till 1, 2 in the morning.
You have a hard time sleeping at night, or you have
No, not usually, no. And then I get up.
Yeah.
And then I haven't been going to Starbucks like I used to because I'm just drinking regular coffees. I'll go down, get a piece of chicken at the gas station.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll come back here.
Yeah.
And then I'll read. Then I'll
I would
water
imagine,
the plants. Water the plants.
yeah. I would imagine there's always something to do around there, right? Keeps you busy.
Now I got it down. As long as I can like do everything and have it set up like I want,
Right.
it's like a breeze. I don't like other people like messing with it. I got it all down just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daisy's doing good though.
And she's doing good. She hates the hot weather. She stays in most of the time.
Can't blame her.
No dog.
Long-term patterns is true. Then I goof around. I make my YouTube videos, that kind of thing, and
Right.
that kind of thing. I don't do much though.
Yeah.
I was going to to Augusta a lot, but it's just too hot out.
Yeah, no dog.
I went to Barnes and Noble the other day, and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it may get too cloudy tonight. It was perfect when I turned the cameras on at 9:00.
Yeah.
But you never know. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the beast, man. I mean, I never know. I know when I go out to change the battery. See, I get about 4 hours of battery on time lapses, which is what those night Star Trail deals are, and the moon rising.
Yeah, your phone can get messed up too in that heat too. If you're staying out there long enough, your phone.
Yeah, it's true. So, like tonight, if I'm up at 1, I'll go change the batteries. But if I go out and it's cloudy, I'll just bring them inside and mess with them in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty lazy day, so I'll tell you that.
Your old van. I see. Your old van you used to drive. You actually, they're still around. You see them. I've even seen them down here already.
Yeah, no, they're around. Yeah, not less and less though, because the last year they made them was 2005.
I mean, I've seen them down here before. I mean, I've seen them. So they're out there.
Yeah, I like them. I'd have got another one if I could have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
You don't like the cab now?
I do like what I have now, but I love the Astro van.
Is that what you have an Astra? That's a 4-door, right?
Oh, now I got a Ford F-150. Yeah.
Is that a 4-door?
Yeah. Yep.
That's good. Good gas mileage?
No. Right around 20.
Oh, it has all the trinkets and everything?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
has all the gadgets and everything?
If you really baby it, you can get like 21.3. And if you drive it like a lunatic, you can get 17.5.
What year is it?
2012.
2012.
Yep.
So you use Bluetooth? I take it has Bluetooth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you use that a lot?
I never.
Oh, okay. A lot of
Nope.
people use it for when people call when you're on the phone.
Yeah. I usually put it on speakerphone, set it in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep. Where'd Skyball go? She said she was going to use another microphone. You still working a little bit, Chris? Or
Yeah,
is she-
yeah, a little bit around here, yeah.
Hey, Skyball.
I'm right on time.
Hi, Scott.
There you go.
You still working a little bit, Chris? Anyway, I'll talk to you later, Tom.
All right, good talking to you. Hi, Deb. Hey, Skyball, you there?
Oh, baby.
Skyball. Skyball, you there?
I'm here. Hopefully it's not echoing.
No, it's
It
not.
seems to be delayed on my end for some reason.
I think that's all the time.
Sometimes if you come back into the room,
it's not echoing.
if you leave and come back in, sometimes that works. Or if you make sure that YouTube is not running running at the same time too.
Yeah. You sound like you're far away from your microphone, Michelle.
I'm sorry. Right now you're on my dashboard of my car.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll restart my phone. I'll come back.
Okay. You're driving, Michelle?
Yeah, I just had to run an errand really quick.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll restart my phone. I'll come back.
Oh, okay. What, are you picking up some weed?
Picking up the weed. You could do that here. I mean, it's everywhere, really. Well, they shut down a lot of the dispensaries for not having proper licenses, but
Yeah.
oh yeah, they legalized it here.
I knew a security guard in Detroit that worked at one of those places,
Yeah.
and the state comes in and does inspections, but they give them a notice, like a 3-day notice. They'd come in before the state got there. They'd go and rent a bunch of Ryder trucks, take out all the illegal marijuana, wait for the state inspection, then they'd move it all back in. He said that 90% of their sales are illegal, not legal marijuana.
I believe that. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of that going on because even, you know, working in the food industry too for a long time, like you know how they get like inspected, like, you know, you get inspected by the state.
Yeah.
Well, we always knew when they were coming. So like I never really understood the whole like food safety inspections, like because they basically tell you, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I believe that. I mean, it's something that's hard to monitor, you know,
Yeah.
and it's kind of like, so when you're talking about like pharmaceuticals, like medicine that you get from a doctor, like you have to go to college, you have to like go through all these, you know, checks, background checks and whatnot. And I think it's so new with, I just think it's such a new thing in general that they really don't know how to regulate, you know,
Yeah. Yep.
properly. So it's
Yeah.
one of those things.
It's illegal here, except for you. There's a way you can get it medicinally, but it's not easy.
Well, and I know someone who's in Florida and she got her, you know, marijuana card. And basically it wasn't that hard and like, but you have to see a special doctor because it's not like you could go to your primary care doctor
Right.
and be like, you know, talk to him or her about it because they're just going to send you to these special doctors that they have, which means that you're probably getting monitored. If you have to get like licensed for it and everything has to be documented by like special doctors. Like,
Yeah. You know what the special doctors are in Michigan, guys that couldn't make it in the real world that are still licensed.
I'm guessing those were you know, because I spoke with a couple doctors and they all told me they're just like, yeah, you know, the federal government still doesn't like the whole thing. You know, they're still the feds still, America still isn't 100% behind legalization of marijuana. What it boils down to. So you're gonna have to find, you know, this doctor, or, you know, whatever doctor's list that they give you, and then you have to get licensed for, you know, get your medical marijuana card.
Yeah.
And so I'm just thinking that they're just monitoring everyone who's using pot, you know, just in
I
general.
don't think they give a shit.
Really?
Nah, I don't. I don't really understand the federal deal on it either. But I mean, I don't. I mean, it'd be a waste of time. You'd be blowing all this monitoring for what? People smoking weed? It'd be like following people that are smoking Bud Light.
Well,
Smoking Bud Light.
they follow people for less than just like we. I mean, like you would be surprised how much of the average person that they just, you know, you figure how many stores nowadays, like with technology and everything. So first of all, you have, you know, your cell phones, you have your computers, and they could tap into it for whatever reason, you know, if they wanted to, and just like monitor your, you know, even if you're not doing anything illegal. And you know, the government has so much money to just, you know, put in all of these, you know, requests, and who knows, it could be used for medical studies, it could be used for whatever. But the thing is there's always somebody watching you. Big Brother is always watching you, you know. And
You can watch me. I don't care.
now you go into these stores now, there's cameras everywhere. Any store you go to now, you're like on like
Right.
7 or 8 cameras.
You know, I experienced that already, Chris. Yep, I had that happen.
Well, you got swatted, right, by the FBI or whatever. So I
No,
mean,
Detroit police.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you'd be surprised on like
It would be.
whatever, go about their daily lives.
Yeah. No, it's they can watch me. They'll be bored to death. I hope they like pornography.
Now they will. Hey, have you watched the new Barbie movie? Has anyone seen the new Barbie movie?
No.
I haven't seen it either, but I know a bunch of people who went to go see it because it was like, I don't know. I find it funny that they came out with a Barbie movie. Like, Mattel, like, I think Barbies have kind of like gone to the wayside because of all the technology and
Yeah.
whatnot and other things. I don't think girls really, I think their stock is down, and like it's kind of a way to get it like boosted back up because I think they're part of the whole production of the movie.
Yeah, the state of Michigan put Barbie on like some state things, like trying to recruit for the state police.
Really?
Yeah, and people had a fit. Yep. Yeah, they sure did.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of like, I guarantee you, I don't know how many women are on the chat right now, but I guarantee you, we all had like at least one Barbie as a girl, whether we played with it or not, or we're into Barbies. But I think it did stigmatize a lot of like what girls should be because like back in the day, a long time ago, you were always told like you were supposed to be a certain way and get a husband and act a certain way around your husband and everything. And I think nowadays it's just kind of like everyone just does whatever.
Yeah, I'm reading this book about females, in every aspect, insects, animals, fish, whatever. And sex is biological. It's anatomy,
Right.
where gender is cultural.
Oh, okay.
Kind of interesting. And it's interesting too, like hyenas and bees and animals where the ground moles, where the women were always dominant.
Well, I think like, and so I'm part of like a spiritual group. We're not like necessarily, it's kind of like religious spiritual, but like we don't focus on any one religion in particular.
Oh, the Bible talks about that, by the way.
I know. But the thing is what we talk about sometimes is everyone has like a masculine and a feminine side. So like you
Right.
might run into
Yep.
and even with men. Like
Yeah, and like testosterone and estrogen is a hormone not really linked to male and female.
right.
You have
No,
different levels of it than I do.
you're right.
Yeah, it's chauvinism that's done this over the years, making the women passive and second fiddle and weak.
Right. Well, that's how it was always like. It was always like, oh, that's how, way back, they were like, man's the head of the household, like this and that, you listen to them,
Yeah,
whatever.
right.
But the thing is like you meet people daily and you're like, you'll meet a woman and she'll look like a woman. It's not like she's obviously a woman, but she'll be more like aggressive or assertive.
Androgenic male features sometimes,
Right.
like a butch.
No, and I'm not even saying like a butch, but I'm just saying like just her attitude. So like you'll just find people and it's just their personality. Some women are more just naturally more submissive than others,
Right.
like just like men. Like
Yeah, it's not because they're female.
right.
Right.
I'm sure we've all dated people
Yep,
where we're
yep.
like, you have the personality type where a man is just more dominant, just in
Right.
general,
Yeah.
and then you have men who aren't. And not saying neither one's not okay. That's just who you are as a person.
Right.
Like
Mhm.
I've had men tell me that I was a man because of how I acted sometimes. Like I would just be more assertive and in certain situations. But like I think people are just too quick to, say certain things, especially like in the workplace, you know.
Yeah.
That's where that usually happens. And it's like, well, you know me outside of work, it's not
Right.
the same.
Right.
So, and I think that's just how it goes for, a lot of people. That's why when you're no man. No, I definitely don't look like a man, but
Right. Not yet.
to not yet. Oh, thanks, Bob.
That's all right.
When will I
You-
look like a man?
About in 25 more years.
25 more years. Hey, I've seen a lot of older women who still look good for, 60s, 70s, they still got it. Maybe not like when they were 20, but
Oh, they sure don't have it like they were 20. That's a fact.
I've met a lot of women who, were older or whatever, and they still look good,
Yeah.
for obviously for their age, but they still, I mean, you can't take away if you were beautiful before, you can't take away that even if you gained a couple pounds or, whatever, like you still look how you look.
Sort of. How come there are no 65-year-old topless dancers?
Tom, well, that's because and there are a lot of like older performers, but I'm just saying, like, obviously your body is gonna change, and like, unless if you get plastic surgery, I mean, that's always an option to go under the knife.
Hmm. But would you think that more 65-year-old women would go under the knife than 65-year-old men if money wasn't the object?
So the thing is I've met a lot of men who, um, most men usually don't care so much on how they look, but like you'd be surprised. I've met a lot of men who do, especially when it comes to their hair. And like to like get injections for more hair. For some reason, that was always a hot spot with men. Where women, it's more like, oh, my boobs or my stomach or whatever. Where men, it was like, I wish I had a full head of hair,
Yeah.
which is surprising to me because actually, that's more like masculine to not have as much hair. At least in my opinion. Like I find, you know, it never bothered me. Like I was never like, oh, I really want a man with like a full thick head of hair. Like that wasn't really
No,
like a.
but there are women that do.
I'm sure there are, but like not for me. Like I was like, actually, I think that's more masculine, and I'm more attracted to like that than like if you had like a full thing. I mean, okay, that's nice that you have, I guess, a lot of hair, but that's not
Mhm.
really. I don't think a lot of women, would really harp on that feature.
Yeah.
Usually with women, a lot what I hear with women is height is a big thing for women.
Yeah.
A lot of women do not want a short man for whatever reason.
Yeah. What would you think that would be?
I honestly don't know. I think it's like because they feel more protected. Like it's almost like that's what I'm guessing. But like, I don't know. Like my husband and like my previous relationships, the men were either my height or shorter. So like I never was like one of those who were like, oh, I need like, 6 foot or taller. A lot of women are
Yeah.
like, I won't date anyone who's under 6 feet tall. And I'm like, okay. But I don't know if that's because it just makes them feel more feminine in a sense, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know why I don't know why height is, you know. But then
Yeah.
again, but then again, I don't think these women would date a man that's 7 foot or taller either.
Well, that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
But a lot of men, and walking, because I'm a tall woman, a
Hmm.
lot of men don't like being shorter than the woman. So I think it's sometimes it's even the men go for like shorter women. in general.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't care.
So you wouldn't care if you did so you would date a 6'3" woman who towers over you in heels?
Yeah, I'd do it.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're I mean, I've dated shorter guys and it was never they didn't really I don't know. I think it depends on how secure you are and your, you know, I think
Yeah.
that makes a difference. I really do. I think your personality type and your how you present yourself and everything is more than like, how tall you are.
Yeah.
That's what women do. They like that whole tall, dark, handsome, you know, oh, they have to
Yeah.
be tall. I'm like, okay. But then I've seen it on on a men's perspective. A lot of men like petite women too. So I mean,
Yeah, I get it. How about fat? Could you live with that?
like,
Like 400,
I
same height.
don't know. Like if I don't know, looks I'm not in that situation. I've never dated anybody that big before.
Yeah, but you said you didn't date anybody 7 foot either, and you wouldn't want to.
Actually, I did, and it was weird being that much shorter than someone else. Like I felt like people were staring at us in public all the time because he was so tall. I don't even think it
He
was
was
me.
7 feet tall.
Yeah. Yep. And I was like, "Oh, I got this because I'm so tall too." But then it was just like this, even for me, even in heels, I'm like, "Oh, I can wear my heels and you won't have a problem and stuff." But even then, it was still awkward, and a lot of people, and I'm pretty sure they were staring at him, but you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
he was a nice guy, but it just didn't, work out. So
Yeah. Michelle's 5'10". Aren't you?
yeah, yep, I'm tall. Well, though my whole family's pretty tall on one side, so.
Right. Stephanie's the same height as you, 5'10".
Well, the thing is like my father is a really tall guy, and like he's been married. He's been married quite a few times, and like women were always attracted to him, and I believe it was because he was tall. I think that just what like even some of my girlfriends were like, "Oh, is your dad saying?" I'm like, "Oh my God, like, oh, like get away!" Like, that's gross. But like, um, I think that is if you're a tall male, like you got an advantage just automatically
Yeah.
over somebody who's probably shorter. I mean, I'm not saying all women think like that, but a lot
How
of
about
them
a,
do.
how about a big dick?
Well, I mean, Tom, like, I'm
Oh,
sure.
is this a deal breaker or not?
What's the deal? Well, I'm sure women, you know, I don't know. I can't quite go there, but it, you know, it is what I'm
So
sure
it
it is what
matters or it doesn't?
I'm sure it matters. I mean, like, why wouldn't it? Like, that's, I'm sure it matters in some aspects. So, like, some women and whatever, but it depends on what you're looking for. Like, when I was in, when I was younger and, didn't have, it was just me and everything, like, and you're out dating and stuff. Like, I don't know. It depends on what you know.
Well, I'm asking you, would you have ever, if there were two guys and they were twin brothers, one had a big schlong and one didn't, who would you rather date? Tell the truth.
Yeah, but that's like, but like,
No, it's a perfect example.
So
Everything's the same, but that.
everything's the same. Their personalities,
Yeah,
like
except one's
where
got
they
a big old
are.
giant Ron Jeremy schlong and one doesn't.
Oh yeah, but I don't want like I wouldn't want. See, this is the thing too. See, you're sitting there thinking that women want this like big penis, but that's not even the case. Like most women probably don't want a big penis because like that's not really that awesome either. You know, if you think about it.
So you
Yeah.
go with the guy that didn't have this big schlong. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that wouldn't it wouldn't be like this.
No, but if you had to
I
pick
would
one of them.
rush. I would be like, oh well, his penis is bigger, so yeah, I would go for
No, but
it.
everything's the same. Everything exactly the same, and you're totally in love with both of them. Except one's got a big schlong and one doesn't.
Well, what do you think? That's like saying like
Well, I know what I think.
two people are
I'm wondering
exactly.
what you think.
But then, God, you're so bad, Tom. You're just
Yeah, I
like,
think I know which one you pick. I think you do too. And
oh.
I want to know why. You just buried yourself that size didn't merit. But then when it comes down to identical guys, totally in love with two twin brothers with the exact same identical twins, why?
Because I mean, like, I'm sure, like, when you're making love and everything, it just probably just feels better.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're getting somewhere. Skyball,
Yes, hopefully it works now.
I hope. Where have you been listening?
I haven't really been listening. I switched from my phone to my computer.
Okay.
My phone worked better last time, but I guess
Yeah.
I try to use different headphones. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sound good now. I was just quizzing. We were talking about, things that you'd accept in dating, tall versus short, and fat versus skinny, and bald versus a full head of hair, those kind of things.
yeah,
And I asked Michelle just candidly if you had two identical twin brothers and they were both super attracted to both of them, regardless of the details. And one had a big schlong and one didn't. I asked her which one she'd pick, and she got wishy-washy on it.
see, I get wishy-washy too. I'd rather go for the personality. That matters more.
No, but everything's the same. Identical twins, the same personality, same exact look. You're in love with them both, but you find out ahead of time before the first date. One's got a big schlong and one doesn't.
How big is their dick? Because some
Yeah,
are
well,
a
that's
little
what I
too
was
big.
thinking too.
Bigger than the other one.
Look, Tom, we're getting
Would you
somewhere.
go for bigger or smaller?
I guess it depends on the size, but I don't want
Yeah.
anything too big. That's painful.
See, that's what
I
I.
don't know.
That's exactly what I told him.
Okay,
too.
all right. Well, let me define it then. 7 inches compared to 9.
I'd probably go with 7 over 9.
Yeah, I mean,
Michelle, why'd you get Michelle kind of drifted off like the mic wasn't working? Well, that's so good.
It depends on how much you can take, I guess.
Oh, if you're in the right frame of mind, that doesn't matter either. You can take it all. That's a myth. If you read articles about that, they say the vaginal cavity is like 6.5 inches long.
Yeah.
Well, look, I've watched enough porn that someone's not telling the truth.
Well, a lot of those
Tom
people
learned.
in porn take pain meds and stuff like that too to get through a lot.
Yeah,
of
but
that
it doesn't ruin it, does it?
I mean,
John Cougar Mellencamp hurt so good. I mean, I'm making an example,
Sometimes love doesn't feel like it should. Oh my God. I never thought of that. No, Tom, knock it off. I
No,
never
Frisky,
thought of that thought.
Frisky said she'd take 7 for sure. I'm just curious about these things. Another thing, while we're on this subject, I'd like to ask both of you this. Women, you can get somebody you're really attracted to. They like you, not as an older guy. I don't give a shit anymore. Hell, if I asked that question at this age, we'd probably run out of time. But when you're young, you want to know during the right conversation, was your boyfriend, your husband, or you hit around with bigger or smaller, and they just get the blankest look on their face, which always means, of course, that he was much bigger, because smaller is easy to recall. And it's funny to me how women just have this natural gift of just running a deflection on that just to save the guy's self-esteem or insecurities. I applaud you for it.
No, don't worry. I tell people like how it is. Like, but the thing is like the whole having sex and making love and everything, like it's not just about like penis
Yeah, I
size,
know. I
though.
know.
Do you know
I
what
know.
I mean? Like,
Okay, how about this?
you can
Okay,
have a
you're
big
right. No,
penis and
yeah,
still suck.
I agree. No, I agree. But how about a quickie with a stranger at a in the back of a parking lot of a bar when you're 19? How about then?
That's true. Okay, fine, fine. Before you're right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're
You're
getting somewhere. Thank you, Sky and Michelle. Now we can move on, but these things, it's hard to get a straight answer out of people.
Well, like I've known a lot of men, right? I worked
Mhm.
with mostly men for years who told me some of their insecurities and, whatever, what they liked in females. And we've had these conversations. And it was just so surprising, like, because, like I told you, a lot of men were subconscious about their hair.
Yeah.
And a lot of men that I met wanted, like, a smaller woman, just in general. And
Because
a
of
lot
that?
of No, no, I mean just
Mhm.
in general, they wanted like a smaller woman. A lot of women want a big man, like or not a big man necessarily, but like, like 6 foot or taller,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think
Feels
it boils down to like when we like years and years and years and years ago, men had to be the stronger ones to like hunt and gather and it might go down to something primal
Yeah.
like protector, they
Right.
went out and did most of the fight,
Right. I mean, I doubt you'd watch the Super Bowl if it was a bunch of midgets.
I'm not gonna watch it anyway. So
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's something primal to that. Like, I think that's why
Well,
people are
there's not according to Sky.
well, I think that's why people are getting taller. The average height of people is constantly getting taller and tall, and I think that's just what it is. I think there's some kind of primal thing to all of
Yeah, you
that.
might be right about that.
I hate being tall. I've always hated it when they told me when I was a little kid I was going to be really tall. I'm not super tall by any means. I'm 5'9", but I wish I was a little bit shorter for some reason because I feel like I'm always on at the same height as a bunch of men.
Oh,
And
I love towering over men. I'm weird like that. I
well,
usually
I
have
hate
the
it
other.
because I hate towering over like heels and stuff like that. So I always feel weird when I'm like sitting there being 6'1" and then towering over everybody above me.
Yeah.
I don't. I loved it because I thought people were always looking at me, and they probably were.
Yeah,
For whatever
you're not.
reason.
I mean, I've worn heels before. You're not wrong.
So, Skyball, do you think it makes you look less feminine?
Kind of. I mean, I'm not like a very big woman, but
Okay.
other
Michelle, do
than
you think you
small.
have penis envy?
What do you mean
Well,
penis?
you're getting off, looking down at these guys. I mean, it's got to be something to it.
Well, I I don't know. I think okay. So I think if you're shorter than me and you're still pursuing me, like I think that you have this confidence. Like I think that's like
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you really like are secure in your manhood. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
actually think it's kind of cool. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, would you feel any differently if you're with this guy, you go out, you're about the same height, you're looking into each other's eyes and you get comfortable and you go over to his house to watch movies and you see him kick off a pair of elevator shoes?
I would think that's so weird. I'd be like, why
Okay.
are you doing that? Are you not secure in like who like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be like Tom Cruise.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
Or Sylvester Stallone.
But I think that like I think men who can still feel comfortable dating a woman who's taller and still feel okay with themselves. I think that says a lot about the person. Like in general, that they're like, you know.
Yeah.
Height and long run shouldn't really matter that much, but obviously there's the status quo sometimes. But I feel like a lot of people are willing to look differently, but obviously some aren't.
I mean, what are all these women getting plastic surgery for then?
Well,
yeah.
sometimes for themselves, but other times.
No,
Depends.
it's usually to attract more men
Yeah.
because everyone wants to be that person that and
Mhm.
that stems from from a prime state of wanting to reproduce your own genetics. And so you want to
Mhm.
be attractive to the opposite sex so that you can have more kids. Now, when you get older, you don't have that same primal urge to reproduce. So you don't care as much. That's why you don't see, you still see some women, that's a fact,
Yeah.
that get plastic surgery when
Yeah.
they're older. But like the thing is I think that all just stems from, you know, what you're here to do is basically to reproduce your own genes. And that's why a lot of people you find that's why a lot of people, not everybody obviously, but a lot of people go for people who look like their family members. You know
I
what I
never did
mean?
that.
I always joke about that with my boyfriend. Every single time we see some couples, I always say, "Man, they look related."
No, and that's like
It is a thing.
my father dated, or my father's first marriage and then his second wife, which is my mom, they both looked alike, and my mother looks almost like my grandmother, like, so his mom. So there is some kind of yeah, it's a little weird, but I mean, like when I saw a picture of my mom younger and then my grandmother, and I'm like, wow, like okay, I guess you kind of had a type for like blondes and blue eye, like because they look the same. But I
Hey,
think
yeah. How about this one? Do you think you had relationships in your life where sex was a bigger issue with some than others?
so I think in previous relationships, I mean, I think when you're younger, it's a little bit different.
Oh, is it
Um,
ever?
then when you get older, I mean, those are things that you have to like openly talk about with whoever you're with. Like that's definitely
Like what? Like, honey, we haven't fucked in a decade.
no, like honestly, and this scares some people off, but like I don't feel like ashamed like to say that everyone, if you're with somebody, you should be having sex like at least once a week, okay? Like if you're with a partner or whatever, like I mean,
Mhm.
it's not like I'm saying you have to have sex like, but I hear a lot of that, like with my older friends, they're like, oh yeah, we haven't had sex in like a month or whatever, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Like that doesn't even make sense to me. If you're with somebody, like you want to like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, like, the need isn't there as much when you get older, 'cause,
You're I think what, 39?
yeah.
And you're what, 29, Skyball?
34.
Well, 34? Yeah, Skyball's a little behind you. I was going to say, if Skyball was 29, you were 39, she'd probably be wondering what in the hell we're talking about.
Nope.
Okay. All right. You just wonder, I see these commercials on TV and they show these two, a Viagra commercial and like look like they're going to drop dead and they're holding hands on the beach, French kiss, and I don't buy it.
I
I think it's
mean,
false advertising.
I think, um, like, I definitely think, like, no matter what age you are,
Hmm.
with your partner, married, not married, whatever,
Hmm.
whatever your situation is, like, unless if you have, like, horrendous medical conditions where you just
Yeah.
can't, if you're in your 70s, 80s, I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
about all that, but I mean, like if you're middle age and whatever, you should be having relations with your significant other fairly regularly.
What if you looked in a crystal ball tomorrow and for whatever reason you found out that hubby was never going to get a hard on again? Would you leave him?
I guess that's why they make Viagra.
Nope, never get a hard on, even with Viagra. It's
I,
just some medical thing that it just didn't make it possible. Would this change things?
Not for me.
I, I can't say, I really can't. I honestly, it probably would, I would probably end up not being able to be with, I don't know. I mean, I can't say for sure because I'm not in that.
Yeah, this is sounding like the dick question.
It would definitely be a hindrance on the marriage
Yes,
because,
Kim.
you know,
Yeah. So
but
it's important to you.
well, yes, it's important. I mean, why wouldn't it be important? It should
Well, I
be.
know, but things happen. And what about this eternal love? I mean, Sky seems like at 34, she may have already thrown in the towel.
I mean,
I wouldn't
you,
say that. But
you
Well, no, but I'm just, it's interesting to get the females part about it.
well, it's kind of like this. It's like, I mean, you're supposed to be there for better or worse, right?
Death to you
So,
part.
so the thing is I'm all for being there for, the, of course we've been together for so long, so of course you're going to run into the worst. There's going to be the worst is going
Yeah.
to come on.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't say for sure,
Yeah.
if,
Yeah.
but I can see it being definitely
Yeah.
I see it being an issue. Like, I definitely could see that turning into.
But do you believe that it gets better year after year, or there's a point where it just kind of breaks even and then heads downhill?
It's up. Tom, life is up and down, right? So what is
Right.
marriage is the same thing.
it
I mean, it's.
depends on the relationship too.
Right.
I mean, what's your longest relationship, Tom?
Well,
Don't count
the-
that. I've heard the marriage that you're in that you haven't been with her for a while. Don't count that if you haven't been with her.
well, that was it even before I left. That was the longest one.
How long was that though before you left?
12 years.
That wasn't
So,
bad.
so would you say during the 12 years it was up and it was you probably had, your good
The
and your
relationship or the sex part?
Probably
well,
both.
I mean, sex is part of the relationship.
No, I'm separating them though for the sake of discussion.
Well, okay, so both. So
Okay. So the relationship part, yeah, I got tired of that, but the sex part was really good the whole way through.
So you don't think that like
No, I don't. I don't think that's coming down the pike again.
Hmm.
Oh, how I miss it.
I mean, I have a hard time. If the sex life was good, then how was the relationship really that bad? Like, I mean,
That's a good
you
question.
see
I
what
don't
mean?
know. I
Like,
don't know.
It sounds like
It wasn't that. It wasn't, and it wasn't that bad.
sounds like
Wasn't.
more of a friends with benefits
That's what it
situation.
was. That's what we were friends, for quite a while before we dated.
Huh.
Still loved dating. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think if because sex is like very intimate, it's a very like,
Hmm.
connection between two people. Like, so if that's going well, like I have a hard time seeing like the horrendous problem in the relationship to begin with, because with
Well,
women, the thing with women is they don't want to have sex with somebody in a relationship if it's going bad. So if they're in emotional trauma from the relationship, they probably don't want to have sex with you.
I think they do. I don't think it's uncommon to hear from people that had a relationship that would not be considered good, but the sex was good. And I think when you're young, I think sex can keep you together.
Oh, I believe that. Sure.
But when you're old, it's like, what's left?
Money.
Right. That's exactly right. And there's an argument that that's as honest as a relationship will ever get. An
Well,
older man with a younger woman. She knows what she's getting and he knows what he's getting. And it
Well,
doesn't ever get that clear and honest again.
Well, the thing is, too, Tom, is a lot of people, what keeps them together, too, is if they have children together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, you never had children either. So, like, a lot in the dynamic of a relationship is what you two build together. And usually it's children, but some people build businesses together. Like I've
Yeah.
seen,
Right. Right.
I've seen husband and wife businesses before, and practices and everything. But, like, that's usually what keeps your product of what you two built together usually is what keeps you, you know,
Yeah.
together and going. That and
Yeah.
a good,
How,
obviously,
how, how would you explain away then friends with benefits? What's that? I know what it is for the guy, but I'm curious on how women would pigeonhole this in their psyche.
so the thing is what I don't understand the whole friends with benefits thing, right? So you're going to be friends with somebody, right? And you're also going to have sex with them, but you guys aren't together. Like that kind of just sounds like a relationship. Like, oh, we're friends. He's my friend. Like we talk to each other and stuff like that. And we also have sex. Like, dude, you're in a fucking relationship. Like, whether you want to admit it or not, like that's a relationship. Like, oh yeah, well, we talk about, whatever, and then you guys have sex too. It's like, well, that's a weird way to put it, friends with benefits. It just kind of sounds like you're in a relationship with somebody. I mean, you can label stuff all you want, but if I've
Yeah.
talked to people, like, I haven't dated a lot in my adult life. So, I mean, I can't really say for myself, but like, I've talked with, I've had friends who've done it and everything. And it's just like, so you guys talk and have sex and sometimes eat dinner together. Well, that kind of, I don't know, it just kind of sounds like you might be in a relationship, but like they try to make it so that it doesn't, they're not. So then I'm like, so are you guys just sleeping with other people then too? Or like what's going on? But that's the thing, like people always complicate things. And
So
that's why
you think sex needs to be linked to a caring relationship of some sort?
I think, well, for me at least, like I, it's, I don't know. Like
I mean, were you always in a relationship when you got a good dickin' back in the day?
there was,
I can
yeah,
tell what this is going to be. I know. Go ahead.
yeah, like most of the time I was in like some
Okay.
sort of relationship with the other person. I
In
mean,
in the times that you weren't, the non most of time times, did that by default make that a bad idea?
um, so I wouldn't say it made it a bad idea, but like things sometimes issues arose because when you're in a relationship, when you're doing stuff like that and whatever, someone always feels like they got the raw end of the deal. And that happened to me every single time. Whether it was and it most of the time, Tom, it wasn't me that felt that way. It was the guy. Like that they got used or they felt a certain way. So I mean, you're sitting there in a man's perspective thinking it's always the women, but I've had a lot of men who are like, and I felt bad about that. Like I kind of had to talk to him and be like, look, I thought this is what, you know what I mean? So getting involved in stuff like that just makes things more complicated than life has to be. I mean, for the amount of quote unquote pleasure or whatever that you go into, like just trying to get, it
Hmm.
really doesn't balance. It never balance. There's never a good balancing act with that. So yeah, maybe you had fun for a night or whatever, but like it really doesn't soothe anything or this because you just
Yeah.
it really doesn't. Like in the long term and everything, like it just complicates your life more and sometimes you might get headaches out of it
Yeah. Well,
and
but sometimes your hormones take over, and it's easy to say this now in hindsight. But if you just had it happen once, then it seems with that thought process, it would have never happened again, but it did.
but it did.
So I say it's hormones, and
Well,
that
no,
every
just like
tryst doesn't have to turn
just like
into an engagement ring and a
well just like
party hat.
just like I told you, like I think at some point in time, like we're here to reproduce. So that's why you want to have sex with somebody else usually is because that's what you're
No, come on. You're
no,
telling me the times you had sex when you were single, you were thinking about
I'm
reproducing. You were
I'm
doing everything but reproducing.
I'm saying I'm
Rubbers,
saying
birth control pills,
no
IUDs,
I'm
pulling
s-
out.
no, what I'm saying is like how like when you're at your sexual peak or your hormone levels or whatever, you know how we're talking about that, right?
Yeah.
And how so you're like very sexually active at one point. The the reason for that is to have children. Now we all do things to prevent that, obviously, you know, or
Mhm.
else we would all have like 20 billion kids. And
I never did it once to have children.
not consciously. So not
No,
consciously you did it,
no,
but
I
your
didn't.
body
But I
your
mean, goddamn. I mean, hell, all I can go with, what I was thinking.
well, right. But what I'm saying is so you your conscious mind was making a decision, but your body was like, dude, I want to freaking have sex with a bunch of people. And that stems from reproducing. That doesn't stem from just like, oh, you want to feel good to reproduce. And like, that's where that comes from. But like, not saying that people have kids
Sky, do
every
you
time.
agree with that? It's always linked to reproducing deep down. Sky has hung herself. You hear me, Michelle?
I hear you.
Boyfriend's probably choking around at the UFC armbar because her volume looks good.
Maybe she stepped away for a second.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, I think what it boils down to is basically just like the whole fact of, the reason why we have these hormones and the reason why people are just like, oh, I just want to have, this and that. Well, your body is set up to have children, right? So like when you're in those years of like, I want to have sex all the time, this and that is basically to have kids and reproduce. But like
Yeah,
we
but
don't
what
do
about the
that.
women out getting banged at this very moment that had hysterectomies? Now what's it for? It's for flat out old fashioned fucking, isn't it?
You're so like
What's it for after a woman had a hysterectomy?
it's
Just
probably
killing
like
time,
for love.
reminiscing.
For love, it's a way that you connect with another person. Like it's a way to feel, loved, wanted, needed. Like it makes a person feel good. Like, I mean, like if so Tom,
Yeah.
sit here and be honest.
Okay.
So if you had like these women, right, and they were just like, you know, you're so sexy or like coming on to you and wanting to have sex with you, it makes you feel good, right?
I wish.
Just in general. Well, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like if they were
We're going
so
way back now.
right. Well, it releases these hormones and it releases, we're talking like scientific terms, but
Yeah.
and not putting the science aside from all of that,
Yeah.
it makes you feel wanted, needed, loved, whatever.
I never thought of any of that shit.
Tom, if
No,
you
I'm not
never
kidding you.
if you never got hit on or
No,
whatever,
man.
like you
Got my
wouldn't.
hopes up.
Well, I'm just saying, like it just makes people like just in general, and it's with any relationship really, with or without sex. Like people want to feel like they're loved and needed and having a purpose in life, and if you're helping somebody out, like let's say when you help somebody out, right? Because you like
Hmm.
to help people out, right?
Hmm.
That's your purpose and you have the need to feel needed. You like that feeling, well, when it comes to like sex relationships and everything, people like to feel needed for something, or else then you fall into like this depression state, you
Why,
know.
do- why do guys go to horror houses?
I honestly can't answer that question because I don't know many men who admittedly open to,
There's the
who talk
catchphrase.
to me,
Yeah.
who talk to me about, and a lot of the guys, like I worked with a lot of guys, like admitted a lot of stuff to me, but like, um, the guys that I knew that went to, like, I didn't know guys that went to horror houses, but I knew guys that went to strip clubs, and
Yeah.
I asked them, I'm like, well, why do you go, just because I was just wondering. And they would tell me they like to help the girls out. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, that sounded a little off, but
There's the occasional white knights.
Right. But I think you can look at like a attractive female in a non-sexual way.
Absolutely.
I mean, when I went to topless bars back in the old day when it was like, green hair and nose rings and tramp stamps. I mean, it's not like I was sitting there drinking a beer with a heart on. I was just admiring like good bodies.
I mean, it's kind of like if you're looking at it in that perspective, it's kind of like people would say like weird stuff to me too, like all the time, because I would be like, "Oh, she's really attractive," or "Oh, like he, this and that." Like it's almost like you're always going to be attracted to beauty, right? So
Right.
people find beauty like in nature. People find beauty in other people find beauty in cars, So like what you're saying is you just would go there sometimes just because it wasn't even about like you were just like in awe that these girls were so
I mean, I
beautiful.
wasn't going there like I was going to the Louvre or the museum, but there's something there. It has to be something in between. You can appreciate it like not in a sexual way.
Sure, like art, just like anything
Yeah.
else. Like you can appreciate, like, yeah, like there was a couple times where, like, yeah, like at my job and stuff, I see attractive people, and I'm like,
Mhm.
wow, but I'm not like, wow, like I want to like bring them to the back room or anything, you know what
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean? But
Yeah.
like you see them and you're like, this person's really attractive, like and you make that note, but like that goes with everybody. I'm sure everybody sees that on a daily basis. Like you'll see somebody attractive and you'll be like,
What if you caught hubby stroking off to this month's Hustler? Would it bother you?
if I caught him, it would bother me.
Okay. And
If
what
I
part of that bothers you?
just because if he was like trying to hide it from me or whatever, like it would be like weird if he was like it would bother me in a sense that like am I not having enough sex? We would have to have it would be a discussion. Like I wouldn't be like this raging pissed off person, but like I
Yeah.
would kind of be like, is everything okay? Like am I not doing like enough for you? Like
Hmm.
what's going just a discuss, not like it's not like I would be like, oh my god, freaking what is this?
No, but
But like
it'd be a constructive discussion,
right. Yeah,
right? You
because
wouldn't
like I
catch
would
a
have
frying pan over the forehead.
no, not for that.
Okay.
It's not like he was, you know, it's not like I would just wonder, me being his wife, obviously, I would just be like, hey, everything okay? Am I doing, was there not enough communication? Like, you know,
Right.
I would just want to know what the cause, or especially if he was hiding it. I think that would be,
I'll tell you what the cause. Somebody different. He could be totally love everything about you and still do that. And
right.
that's what I
Well,
think what women don't understand sometimes.
well, like, as long as we would have that conversation where it wouldn't be like, you know, I would kind of feel like, "Oh, am I not doing what I'm supposed to be doing either?" Do you know what I mean? And like he's
Yeah.
turning to like this or that. So I would just want to talk to him about it. I'd be like, "Hey, how do like,
Yeah.
but you should be open in marriages and you should be able to talk to your husband or wife about anything. Like there shouldn't be nothing that you'd be like, "Oh, I can't, you know,
Yeah.
bring this up to it shouldn't be like that." See, that's where a lot of marriages fail because the communication just isn't there. Like they just can't communicate with or one person doesn't want to like compromise on something or
Right.
whatever. But like I feel like if you're in a marriage or you should be able to fully, you know,
Yeah.
talk about any problems with each other without getting completely irate. I think this is what happens in relationships. Somebody gets pissed off, right? So this is how relationships go right down the tube. Someone flips out, then someone feels disrespected, and then the communication gets shut off because you're so pissed off and you're just in this rage. And then the other person's pissed off because you got pissed off. So now they're pissed off at you. And now they're in this rage, and the communication just shuts down. And then once you shut down the communication, respectful communication is when all sorts of craziness happens.
But how about the comment Rita made, and that is that he shouldn't feel like he has to hide it. I mean, how would you be about that? You just come home, it's like, oh, here, honey, just came in the mail. There's a Hustler, enjoy.
I mean, like,
I mean,
if
he's
you
damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, isn't he?
no, like, if I see, this is what, not damned, but like, if I were to like walk in the bedroom, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say I was doing something or whatever, and I was walking, and like, he was like trying to hide something, like, then I would probably get more upset than if I caught him and I was just like, but just like kind of like let him be and then talk about it like after, the fact. But if he was like trying to like, I just don't like that. I don't like sneak, like, I just don't like, and if he even told me, like, oh, once in a while I'd be like, okay, fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
But
Yeah.
like, if I felt like he was like deceiving, or that would piss me off more than anything,
Mhm.
And I know people do that, like people tell like, oh, little white lies and whatever, but if I catch too much, like, that I think infuriates me the most than like you actually doing something that's probably bad in the relationship. Is if,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Chris says that lesbian couples are the best communicators. Why would you say that? Especially after what Michelle just got done saying. In what way? I mean, they bust out a big French tickler. What's going on? I mean, I'm wondering really what makes him think they're better at it. What's better? I mean, you just caught your husband with a hustler. You talked to him about it, and it was open, and you resolved it. And
yeah.
that sounds like pretty good communication to me. I just can't imagine what would be better.
I think that's what most relationship problems stem down to is communication, or they don't know how to resolve.
Yeah.
A,
Okay, so communication. He says, honey, I love you. I give you a big hug. He hands you a dozen roses and your favorite chocolates. He says, but we're communicating here, and could you get fucking lost for about 45 minutes while I jack off to this hustler?
I don't think I would have a problem with that. And I mean,
Okay,
I
good.
my-
No, good.
my
Okay,
fantasies
great.
and everything.
This sounds like lesbians talking.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't. The thing is everybody has their their but and I think that even goes for lesbians too. Like, they get in fights too, and it's because it's a communication thing, and that's most relationships. That's why marriages usually fail. It's not because one person's a bad person and the other person's a saint or whatever else. It's because you guys just stopped talking to each other, and it happened in my marriage for a couple of years, and it was horrible. Like,
Oh,
where you get this animosity built up, and then your
right.
communication
Yeah.
shuts down, and that's where these fights and rage fights, and you just get sick of it. I think as long as you're open, honest, and the person that you're with is supposed to be your best friend. I mean, would you treat your best friend like you do should it be any different like than the person that you're supposed to respect and love and everything else? Like, I don't feel like
Yeah. Now, Rita says looking at the hustler together.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if there would be discussion, there would be like, and it would be for many reasons. It wouldn't just be because of that particular action. It would just be a
Yeah.
discussion. Nothing like no screaming or whatever, but like, and resolve it. And
Yeah,
whatever.
I wouldn't be interested in watching porn with like my wife or girlfriend.
Well, I mean, that's
Skyball, you there?
I'm here. Sorry, I had to get up.
Michelle's just giving us good tips on how to communicate. And Chris said that I guess he knows some lesbians, and he thought that their communication may have been at a higher level. Does this make sense to you?
It might. I don't personally know. Not
Oh, okay. All right.
not,
Maybe.
not been a thing I've been involved with, but
Yeah, right.
maybe.
I think I think any relationship you're in, whether it be like a professional relationship, work relationship, friend relationships, that's where the problems arise is when communication isn't there, when, you know, between two people. You know, that's with anything.
Yeah.
And I'll say one other thing. Having kids is another thing that helps or doesn't help. And then if somebody gets injured, if you've ever read the statistics on a woman getting like cancer or something like that,
Yeah, I know.
the man is more likely to just walk away and leave.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So,
terrible.
Yeah, I agree. It's not wonderful.
I
at
don't think
all.
I'd leave, but I'd definitely be banging somebody on the side.
Well, as long as you're going to be open about that, then
Yeah, that's good communication.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I know a couple and that his wife had cancer or whatever, and like he just couldn't deal with that anymore, and like
Yeah.
basically like left her. She ended up like dying like a month after he left her because he just couldn't like he was having an affair on. So not only was he having an affair on her, but like, you know,
Yeah.
he ended up dying like a month after he. I'm like, dude, you couldn't just like be
That's
that guy.
horrific.
Like, just stick it out. Like, are you kidding me? So you left this woman who, by the way, they were together for like 10 years. So you left this woman who took care of you, and she did too. Like, I saw everything that she did for this guy, and he was just she got cancer, and freaking, you know, it was all about him apparently at that time. I was like, wow, okay.
They say that a lot of times with men,
Yeah.
especially they say like the more children a woman has, the less likely the man is going to contribute to.
Yeah, that may be true. Yeah.
Now it's getting a little bit better these days because I think people are being raised a little bit better, but when you look over it, sometimes it's just kind of sad. It's like it should be sort of 50-50 because everybody has to contribute somehow.
Yeah.
And it's not like it was back in the day where somebody could just stay home. Although more people are staying home these days because they literally can't afford childcare because it's so goddamn expensive.
Yeah.
I think I always wondered like why, you know, like people, I always thought it was a good idea for one parent to be like, that was their job, was to raise the kid, you know, that was their job, to be a homemaker, whatever. And like, you know, now it's like all over the place. Like two people are work or they have to work.
Yeah.
And then you're paying for a sitter, right? So you got to pay for childcare, which is outrageous. So really, like one person working, half of their paycheck's probably just going to pay somebody to watch their own kids.
If not more than that, depending on where they live. A lot of people are now the woman staying back at home, but it's screwing up her career. And then the man can go off and work, but they're just having to do everything around the home, but they're just not making as much money as they did back in the day. It's much
Yeah,
harder.
the women are working full time and raising the kids.
There's
Right.
that. Yeah, that
Well,
too.
my thing is my mother, she was a stay-at-home mom until like I was like 10. And then she went back to work, but like she said that she really enjoyed in the fact that she was able to stay, you know, at home with my sister and I, and you know, and we were different than when both parents just were so busy with, you know, working, and then they were always so stressed, you know, because they had to work and then they had to, you know, take care of the house obviously and everything, and we got kind of our needs as kids, you know, got put, you know, to the wayside.
Hey, listen to the lyrics in Kenny Rogers' Ruby. That's a sad song. Play Ruby on YouTube sometime.
Oh, geez, Ruby. Okay.
Have you listened to the lyrics to that?
No, am I gonna?
Have you ever listened to it, Skybo?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, and, you know, Kenny
Oh.
Rogers' Ruby. It's a sad song. I won't spoil it for you.
Oh, geez. But
A great song. That one country singer from Florida wrote it, I think, for him. Merle Haggard or one of those guys. Who was from Florida? One of those guys. Chet Atkins, one of those guys. It's an excellent song. Just sums it up perfectly.
sums what up?
Oh, so it's Kenny Rogers, Ruby, don't take down or don't
Yeah.
take love to town.
Yeah.
I found it.
So damn sad. It's ridiculous. It is. I get sad here, and I turn it if I hear it. It makes me sad thinking about it. And it's just a song. Maybe I'm gay.
For Kenny Rogers, maybe
No,
that's,
for getting upset like that.
I'm just saying, maybe for Kenny Rogers, because you might have made a good amount of money marrying him.
He's dead now.
I know, but should have married him when you were a little bit younger. Could have given you some extra cash.
You know, if all the things like Michelle is saying is true, it's interesting that, you know, that she finally told the truth, Dolly Parton. Those were implants.
Oh yeah,
And she just really sold that as country, you know, morals and Christianity. And it turned out to be a big bunch of bullshit.
I like her. I've been to Jolly World.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I have
How is it?
family. Oh, it's a great place. I have family that they have what do you call it? The year-round passes, and they go out there regularly. My
Is
aunt-
that in Gatlinburg or Nashville?
It's outside of Knoxville,
Oh, okay.
if I remember right. It's
Okay.
been so long since I've been there, but my aunt and uncle have passes out there to go take their grandkids.
I read an article one time that said she wears long sleeves all the time because of tattoos.
I've heard that before too. That might be correct. I'm not
Hey, and
sure.
speaking of that, before I forget, not to change the subject, but I don't know if Sinead O'Connor killed herself or died of cancer. Do you guys know?
Based on everything that was posted prior, I'm thinking suicide.
Really?
Yes, because she was her youngest son, I think he was like 17. He killed himself in January of 2022, and she was having issues with that and posting about it online. And there were a few posts about it prior to her death in July. So it's really sounds like suicide, considering they're not being quite open about it right now.
But you know, she seemed like the person that'd be, you know, be fine with telling the world that's what it was.
She would, but maybe not her family.
Okay.
She had multiple suicide attempts and all sorts. She wasn't. I like her personally, but she wasn't. She had a lot of mental health issues, and there were a lot of problems that happened in the years prior to her death.
Now, I was surprised at Naomi Judd putting one between her eyes.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. That one was. I didn't expect that one.
Yeah.
Well, you never know what's going on.
No.
It doesn't matter how much money you have. You never know
Nope.
what's going on.
I think that one daughter she sang with drove her nuts. You know, she fought like hell in court to keep that conversation she had with the emergency crew and the police that showed up afterwards, and you can't help but wonder why.
Yeah, I shouldn't have been laughing at that, but I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I know that like Sinead was she had a lot of like mental illness.
She's dead. Sinead's dead. That was last week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But not everybody with mental illness kills themselves, so maybe she didn't.
It's possible. She was what, I think 56. So anything could have happened, but it just based on her background, it screams either mental illness or I guess it's possible could have been an overdose. But even then, even if it was an overdose, that could have possibly been suicide and she didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
I've had family members go out that way. So
I had a girl I dated go out that way.
yep, I've fortunately too many people I've known go out that way.
Yeah.
Well, I know a nurse she's a nurse and she's worked in the psych ward for like 30 years. and she's almost going to retire, but she says that she has ran into she goes, the people who are the worst off are usually people that you wouldn't even assume. She's like that have the most like drug problems and everything else and like suicide, a lot of
Yeah.
people just have, and she goes, and it doesn't discriminate against economic class, against race. She's like, I've seen it all.
It kind of does, though, because there's more poor people that kill themselves than rich.
I would probably agree with that. Though there was another one that died yesterday, and I never watched the show, and I can't think of his name because it's funky. It's a weird name. He was on the show Euphoria, which I never watched. It
I
was on
never watched it
HBO,
either.
but he died. Euphoria was on HBO, but there's it's kind of iffy how they're claiming he died, whether it was suicide because his dad died the prior week, or it was possible suicide or possible drug overdose because he had been a bad drug addict, which his talent manager had released all over the internet about it. Oh, his name was Angus. Angus something. Angus Cloud. It was Angus
okay.
something. I
Okay.
think. I can't remember his name. I never really paid attention to it, but I saw what his talent manager said. But he was only 25.
Oh, wow.
I think like what you said as far as if you have money and stuff, but like they still have their breakdowns. I think
Yeah, they
that's
do.
what she was
Yeah.
just saying. Like it doesn't matter who, people
Yeah.
need to stop being so judgmental about that, because she says she's seen like every class come in there. Maybe they didn't actually kill themselves, but like they have the same, everybody's really the same, to be honest with you. Like it's just because somebody has more money doesn't mean that they're not acceptable to like having their life, you know, life
Heck,
stresses.
look at Bam Margera from Jackass and how he's doing. I'm surprised he's still alive. If you ever follow
Yeah,
him,
Artie, the guy on Howard Stern.
well, he's actually, I followed him too. He's actually done much better. He seems to be doing okay now. It took him going to prison or jail, whatever it
Yeah.
was.
Did Howard Stern fuck him over or not?
I don't think he did, actually. I think Howard tried to help him for a while. And I don't
Okay.
personally like Howard all that much.
Yeah, me
'cause
either.
I did follow that show for a while, so
Yeah. He's a great interviewer when he's not fucking around.
yes, I agree with that. But I don't, with Artie screwed himself over and did a lot of fucked up shit. So
But I think it's just addiction. I mean,
it is because
I don't think what he did was, different than sucking a lot of 1,000 dicks for $10 a pop.
well, it's just lucky that Artie got paid a lot of money through Howard Stern and being able to do stand up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of others. He's doing okay now from what I can tell.
Yeah, I know there's an improvement. Yeah. Yep.
I think he might actually be off probation or parole or whatever he was on, but
Okay.
but he was doing like a podcast and then he stopped it for a while because it became too overwhelming for him, and he's
Yeah.
actually trying to be sober. But if you look at his face from snorting up glass that I guess had coke or heroin or something in
Yeah.
it, his face is a mess.
Yeah.
But he seems to be doing better, and I'm happy for him because I followed that when that happened, and I always thought he was just gonna die.
Yeah.
So he's lucky he has enough money to be okay and manage and do what he needs to do.
Right.
And I think he takes care of his mom too, or something like that. So he's doing okay,
Oh,
supposedly.
good for him. Good. Well, best of luck to him.
I agree, because that's a hard thing to pass on from. He even had I remember one of the stupid doctors that does like, what is it called? Like plastic surgery, like one of those plastic surgery TV shows or whatever. He
Yeah.
said it would help out him on his nose if he got sober long enough. So that could be a good redemption story, because everybody likes a good redemption story.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So he still is doing stand up then?
I don't think he's doing anything right now. Last
okay.
I saw, he's just trying to like stay out of the spotlight and stay sober. I think for him, when he was in the spotlight, he needed
Yeah.
drugs. So he's trying to stay away from anything where I mean, he was in stand up. So stand up is drugs, alcohol,
Yeah.
whatever. So I think he's trying to do his best to like make sure he can stay sober and be around that type of atmosphere.
Who was that guy that was on America's Funniest Video? Was it Bob Sajak?
Bob Saget.
Saget, yeah. That was weird too.
Yeah, that one I don't understand either. There's been some. I swear I saw something on YouTube about like how he died. I still don't get that one.
No, hitting his head or some bullshit.
Yeah, that
And
one.
then going back to bed.
And then they weren't going to release the autopsy or anything about that, and they're keeping everything really quiet.
Yeah.
It was strange. I think something weirder went on there, but maybe he pissed somebody off. Who knows?
No, he seemed like he was sick for a while though. I think it might have been something else. Like I think maybe he was,
Yeah, but you look at cause of death, it didn't mention any of that.
Yeah, it seems odd.
Yeah, it seemed odd. I thought so too. But look at like Chris Farley. I think that was an accidental overdose though.
Yes.
I was living there when that happened.
Well, look at it like this. So Madonna, right? So Madonna was just hospitalized.
Supposedly people think she OD'd.
Yep.
Right. They administered Narcan.
Oh, they did.
And they
Yes.
yeah, that was the first thing that they did because she was found unresponsive, and the people that showed up, I don't know if it was her family, friends, or whoever, before, medical attention got there, they gave
Yeah.
her Narcan first. So I think a lot of these celebrities, sometimes people don't get the correct medical treatments and
Yeah.
stuff, so they turn to like opiates or, whatever.
Do you ever remember seeing there were some videos that Madonna posted like on her Instagram or wherever
Yeah.
of all the pill bottles in the background? There were a
No.
ton. It was a crap ton. And I was thinking like you have a bunch of kids. She has a bunch of kids. Some
Yeah.
of them are really young, and I'm thinking they could reach and grab all of those. Like, why don't you put those away in a proper space? There were a ton. So I think she's based on how she's acting, she's obviously on
Well,
God knows what.
Look at
Well-
Prince. Did you ever think Prince was going to OD?
Right before he died, yes, because I followed that.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
You mean other than the emergency landing in the jet in Davenport, Iowa? And then they brought him back with Narcan, and then he went home and died later. But before that, too, you felt that way?
I wouldn't have necessarily thought it. I did see like there was a spot that was really odd prior. What was he riding, like a bicycle or something?
Yeah, riding a
before?
bicycle, and he told a girl, "Please don't take my picture."
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one I remember. And when I saw that, it just made me think of like Michael Jackson, made me kind of disappointed, but he was a Jehovah's Witness, and of course he wasn't going to want to do like a hip transplant like he probably needed. So he was just trying to get all the drugs he needed to get, which wasn't good. But when he couldn't get them, then he went and to whoever he worked with to grab
Right.
them. But I always find that weird that the final police report said nothing. They couldn't prove anything. But I have no doubt they came from somebody he worked with. He died via fentanyl, but he was wanting hydrocodone. So
Right, it was fake
yes, it was-
hydrocodone pills.
yes.
Yep.
Well,
It's-
I think that like even if you go into like Jim Carrey, he had a young girlfriend who
Yeah, died.
But if you look into it, they were like on lots of like pills and whatever, like so. Like
He was too.
yeah, him too. He was on pills too, and a lot of it was like he was asking her for his pill, this and that. So there was a lot of like all these celebrities that die or have whatever. They were
How about
on.
Tom Petty? That was fake Vicodin too.
Yeah, it was. It was, or I don't actually. Let me try to think. I can't remember that one completely, but he did get fentanyl that killed him. But it could have
Yeah.
been fake Vicodin with fentanyl.
Yeah.
I do know with Jim Carrey that one was completely screwed up too. So
Yeah, it was. Like it was just very weird. And then like he was like the pallbearer at a
Yeah.
you
yep.
know, and it was just kind of like a weird situation overall, but you know, it happens. Like a lot of people sometimes just can't handle pressures in life and everything. And
Yeah.
um,
Well, nowadays you can't even get like
Laura.
painkillers for most
No, it's
anything.
true. Even if you need them.
yeah,
Yeah. So I feel like we're going into a really bad extreme. Like, let people with chronic pain have, you know, their hydrocodone or whatever, but
Yeah.
well, I
not.
think that's where marijuana came into play.
And
As
It
that's a
far
is.
as
good thing too. Yeah. I wish more states would make that legal, but they don't make it
Yeah, but
federally legal.
even in some of the states where it's not legal, they're not busting you for it if you don't have a bunch either.
That's true, depending on the state, but
Yeah.
that's true.
Right.
But then you have to find out where you want to go, and if you're like an older person that has chronic pain, you may not want to do that.
Right. No, exactly right. And people get busted in national parks all over the place.
Yep.
Yep.
oh, and thanks for that song. I just read the lyrics and I started choking up.
And that's yeah, isn't that
Yeah,
sad?
that's sad. Oh, thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. And the song is good. It's a good song. You like listening to it. It's not like, what the hell are they talking about? You know by listening. You know a lot of lyrics and songs trying to figure out what the hell are they talking about. Not with that one, you're not. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a sad song. I know.
But
This
I
is
know.
this
I
is why I'm mostly a person that wants to have drugs decriminalized or mostly
Yeah, but
legalized.
if you look at Klaus
Depending.
DeHaan, it hasn't. You talk to Klaus DeHaan, a guy that's on here all the time, that's over in Denmark. That's been a fucking disaster.
I would say it has to come from like pharmacies and stuff like that, and you need to talk. And I don't know. I don't think there's ever a perfect
I
way to
hope so,
fix
Mason.
any of this.
Yeah. I mean, I understand decriminalizing them and keeping people getting murdered and robbed and over it. But you look at those Scandinavian countries, and that has not been the panacea they thought it was going to be. It's just like gambling in certain places. It's wrecked these towns. It hasn't made them better.
well,
They
the
don't talk
thing,
about divorce, drugs, prostitution, bankruptcy. They talk about these bullshit jobs that don't pay enough to live on unless you're in upper management.
well, the thing
It's
is,
another vice you've legalized that has made
right,
society worse.
right. So the thing is, right, is this is the whole like catch 22 with it all is you have vices around you all the time, right? So you go to the grocery store, oh, there's beer, right? That's a potential vice. Does that mean because there's beer at a grocery store that like you're going to become an alcoholic? So I
You
mean,
could.
oh, you sure could, but that's the whole thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Like, you know, that's one thing that like people need to check in themselves, you know, like should we just ban everything that could potentially harm you? Like then all we would have is fresh produce at the grocery store and you know there wouldn't be any type of different options available, you know? I mean,
I
if
think
you
a lot of it should just be heavily taxed
No,
and
it
go
is.
towards, well, not not
well,
Cigarettes.
well think
yeah,
about it like
cigarettes
this.
are,
Well,
but
think
everything
about
else,
Alcohol is in Michigan.
it is
It's
pretty
heavily
much
taxed.
everywhere.
Yeah. But I mean,
But it,
it's just like, you know what else? Gas. If you got rid of the tax on cigarettes, beer, and gas, you wouldn't be bitching about how much it cost.
true, but when you're coming to like drugs and alcohol, like I don't mind it being heavily taxed and them helping it towards like rehabs or centers and stuff like that or places. Like I feel like if it comes to like drugs and alcohol, go to like a pharmacy and you can everybody can pharmacists, people can talk to you and go over everything. You have everything there, and then all those extra taxes go to rehabilitation or something like that, because right now it's not going anywhere really.
Yeah.
So
Do you think prostitution should be legalized?
yes, and kind of no, but mostly yes, because I've seen some areas in Europe where they're seeing women trafficked over there. But I think that's a problem because they know that it's legal in that, like the countries where it's not legal, they can
Yeah.
traffic women there. So
Yeah,
I
but
feel
I mean,
like
as far as I know, I don't know of any place that they've had a problem getting prostitutes. I think this trafficking, there are probably examples of it, but it's a lot of political bullshit.
some
You know,
of
they
it is.
tried that shit when they busted that fucking owner of the New England Patriots for getting jacked off down in Jupiter, Florida.
Remember him? Yes.
Yeah, they tried nailing that place with trafficking, and all the girls said under oath there was no trafficking. We knew what it was. They told us about it. We flew over here. We made good money. Too bad it had to end. And trafficking just kind of went away in the media.
Well,
I'm kind
the-
of lucky for them because it sounds like when they check their IDs or their passports or whatever, they
Yeah.
were legal.
Yeah, they were.
well,
But
So that's fine.
I mean, is this a big problem with women against their own volition getting trafficked?
It does, yeah. that
Where?
happens.
Where? Maybe like in fucking Brazil or some shit.
so
But I've never known anywhere in the United States where they had a problem getting prostitutes.
So, so the thing is I think that prostitution should be legalized because I'm going to tell you this because
I don't know this trafficking bullshit.
these women who prostitute themselves
Yeah.
put them at such a higher risk. They just nailed the guy in Long
Oh,
Island,
yeah.
the Long Island murders of those
Yeah,
girls.
good night, Stephanie.
I agree with that.
And if it was legalized, so like let's say it was like legalized, they got a license, like whatever.
But I don't say blame that on prostitution. There's women getting murdered all over the fucking world that don't have a thing to do with it.
Well, no, what she's saying is they could like turn them into the police because it's legalized.
Yeah, but I don't think there's an issue with anybody getting turned into the police. Oh, you mean with regard to what?
With the prostitutes, because they're doing stuff that's illegal. So
Yeah.
if they go into the police, then they can arrest them for that.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if that has much to do with them getting murdered, though.
I mean,
What nowadays there's more of a footprint on prostitution than there's ever been. Cell phones, laptops. It's even an extra charge using a computer to commit a crime. They can track your ass better now than they ever could, even if you're working out of the Super 8.
They don't want to, though. But what I will say is when it comes to prostitution in the United States, from everything that I've read or heard, is a lot of the women are brought over, and usually they're Asian women. So it could be like Southeast Asian, Indian, whatever. They're brought over into the States saying they're going to have some sort of job, and they steal their passports from them and tell them they have to do sex work for a living. That's the biggest.
Yeah, not the ones I knew of didn't. I knew a guy
Well-
that got busted, and his wife got busted with 5 of them. Those
That
girls
can-
had passports and were happy to be here.
Well, that can happen, but that's like the biggest part when you look at.
Yeah, but where?
prostitution.
I mean, I struggle to find documented
Houston's a
cases
big
of
one.
legitimate trafficking where people get busted and they really were. And
Houston's a big one. I'm out in Texas. There's actually there used to be a website that I used to look because I wondered about it, about people that you could go to massage parlors and get what do you call it?
jacked off.
Yes. And then it would show you when people would be picked up. I remember seeing that one time, and it was almost always Asian women that likely didn't have, like, their passports were taken away. It was horrid. It's
Well,
a thing.
the thing is, right, is so women from like different countries, you know, especially like, you know, China and stuff like that, they so in certain countries, women are treated like less than, right, to begin with, right? Certain cultures and whatever just view women not as, you know, whatever. And um so they were probably just told like, okay, so, you know, either your family's in debt or whatever.
A lot of them weren't.
No, that's not wrong. I absolutely agree with that.
A
I've
lot
heard
of
that
them
before.
weren't.
I'm sure if these I'm sure if these women and their families were some kind of like wealthy, I'm sure it would have been the same situation. I'm sure they would have been like, "Oh yeah, honey," it would have more been like a
No,
student
but I knew
exchange.
some, and they were here because they wanted to be.
Right, because probably their life where they were was horrendous
Maybe
that
so, but they weren't over here in any fucking trafficking. I
They
used to
didn't
take
know
them for airplane rides.
they didn't know they were probably being brought in for trafficking
Yeah,
until they got there.
no, yeah, they were here and they weren't in for trafficking, and they went back when they felt like it after making 200 fucking grand under the table.
right, but that's because they were in trouble. So this is how it works. So like they could be in trouble in their countries whether they were in debt or whatever, and like that was their only option really, or they felt that way because certain countries just it's not like America, like where you have more options, right? So like let's say
No,
you
it's
live
not. But you know, there's people over here now cleaning fucking houses, doing the same shit instead of working in a massage parlor. I mean, is that trafficking?
It can be to some
You know,
degree.
it can be. I'm just saying. I know of
it's
examples
not
when it
trafficking.
wasn't. They made great money
It's
and they
not
went
tra
back.
it's not trafficking if everything is if no one's getting tracked and no one's getting forced. See, this is the
Right.
difference
It's not.
between
No, right. It's not
someone
trafficking. That's
coming
my whole
over
point.
here that there's a difference, but some
There is a
people
difference.
there's a major difference. So
No,
if
there is.
some
But it's also try telling the Jupiter police that who had the whole omelet all over their face under the ruse of thinking they were prosecuting these people and putting these hidden microphones under the ruse of human trafficking was fucking nonsense. Zero evidence. All those charges were dismissed, except for the poor suckers that couldn't afford an expensive attorney that pled guilty before it got that far in the judicial system.
well, that's the thing too, is you have to like, and a lot of people, like your average person, doesn't know their rights and um
They come and went as they pleased.
right. So, I mean, as long as it's not that case of a scenario where like you're being like like literally forced against your will to do certain things like that, then that's
Yeah, but I
fine.
mean, look at the examples in, let's say, Paul Rump, Nevada. Can't claim that's trafficking. They all drove from fucking Ohio and Florida and wherever the fuck else they lived and got
That's
jobs there as active prostitutes. It happens. It
well
isn't
that's
everybody's handcuffed, their fucking passports torn up, and they're
well,
given 50 lashes.
that's completely different because
It is different,
there
but
they check out your passports, they make you get STD test, all that type of stuff.
right.
That's way different than just some random Asian woman, not to be
No,
mean, that comes over
no, that is different, but I'm talking about
parlor.
ones that were illegal prostitution places by Asian women that were here on their own will.
If
How many of those are in Pahrump in Nevada?
None.
Well,
But they were here on their own volition. They traveled freely and will go back and visit for 2 weeks and then come back.
right, but it's against the law to in most states
No, it
be
is. Yeah, no shit.
to do that. So I
Yeah.
mean, like, so you're coming over here, you're breaking the law to
Oh, big fucking deal.
cash
You must
in.
not have watched my interviews on Michigan Avenue.
Well, no, the thing is with,
Is
and
that
this is,
fucking trafficking?
well, this is the thing with a lot of those women that you do interviews
I
with and
know it's
everything.
different. That's my whole point. There's lots of deals like this that are not trafficking. That's
I-
what
I'm
they
not
tried to
saying-
nail everybody average the back page guys with. Sex trafficking. I mean, whatever happened to a guy just getting a blowjob on an ad on Craigslist? It's over. It's fucking trafficking.
I mean, I don't find it any different than like nowadays, like with the younger kids, they have like their apps. Like there's all sorts of like weird apps now, I guess. Like dating apps, like basically like hookup apps and whatever, but if you're basically the only problem is if you're basically getting manipulated and like let's say, there are predators out there who basically prey on, like
There's plenty of guys that just want a fucking blowjob that are willing to pay for it.
That's
And the
different.
only thing illegal about it is that it's not legal.
That's different than having
Nobody's a
somebody
predator.
that's different
Nobody's
than
been handcuffed. Their passport hasn't been torn up.
that's different than somebody that's like a pimp praying
Pimps
out on
are
somebody
old
else.
school. When cell phones came out, there's hardly any pimps. That's something in a 1960s movie driving a Lincoln Continental.
They're still around.
Are
especially-
very few. Statistically, it's almost zip. Women don't need pimps anymore.
It doesn't mean they don't exist.
No, it
They're
doesn't, but
there.
it's nothing in the whole scheme of sex for sale. Ah,
well, I mean, I'm not gonna like add too much to this discussion because you obviously have more expertise and general knowledge, like with, you do.
let
Like,
me wipe this smile off my face first. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I can't say a lot, but like if there are, and I believe that there are people and malicious men,
Yeah, I think so too.
but I'm not saying that that's the case for everything,
No, it's not. There's plenty of, my dad told me about prostitutes in Windsor when he first went to work for Ford Motor Company in 1955 or whatever. Guys would go over in their lunch hours and get blowjobs. No big deal. It was illegal. Nobody gave a fuck. But, now look. It's the oldest profession in the world. Now it's trafficking. Even though it was
But if it
illegal
is
for the last 1,000
trafficking-
fucking years. No,
If it-
sometimes it is. But I don't think it's the way it's represented in the media.
I mean, like, then this kind of like stems from all of this kind of stems from passages like in the Bible and stuff that happened years and years. This isn't
Oh,
nothing
right.
new.
Jesus hung around with prostitutes.
No, Jesus' mother was a prostitute.
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was.
I
Look it
never
up.
read that.
But so anyways, this whole conversation that we're having right now is actually stemmed from that's been going on since way before us and it still
No,
happens
bullshit.
today.
Pimps are in 1960 movies.
That
No, but-
happened way prior to that.
No, like what I'm saying is like
No, but I'm talking about now.
well, just like think about it like this. So when America was
Get
first
fucking lost, Natasha, if you don't like it.
so when America was first formed, right?
Go write some emails through your stalker email, Proton Mail. Every fucking scammer and stalker in the world has one.
Um, I so when America was first, before America was really made up, and England was basically still ruling a lot. People were brought over, as slaves, as for whatever reason.
Yeah.
To America. And, obviously the African Americans really, because that was a major thing for a very long
Strong
time.
Thurman's relatives. They got a highway now named after him in North Carolina.
Right. But all of that was basically, it wasn't like this,
I
like,
didn't ban her, but she's gonna get banned. She keeps this bullshit up every night.
do you want me to, I don't think I can ban her. Wait. I
No,
don't
I'm not
think
gonna
I-
ban her, but
Okay.
she's got some fucking axe to grind with everything. Wouldn't matter what it is. But go ahead.
So I mean, like even like biblical times, like um fathers would sell their daughters to
Right.
men.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you really think about it, it's really, I mean, I don't know. Like when everyone's like, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and then I think about it, because obviously I've read the Bible and whatever, and it's like it's not the first thing you would probably want your daughter to do, obviously
Yeah.
for reasons, but it's like if that is something that she is okay with and she's happy doing, then let her do that. But I what I have a hard time wrapping my head around is if that's who you are and like that's what you really want to do for a career, then why are most of them like on so many drugs? Like that's where this is where it gets, the gray area of all of this is,
Yeah, but
I
there's
mean,
tons of people on drugs that don't do that.
true, true. You're you're 100% correct, but it's
So
like
so how do you blame it on drugs then?
I think some of it's just a
I think they
typical
just
type of mental illness.
yeah, like I think they're just doing it just to get more drugs. They're not doing it because,
In which
oh,
instance?
I'm paying my bills, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the
I don't
people.
mind, but she's going to need to shut up. She's going on here talking this shit about these fucking COVID stuff. And she made a comment the other day it was poison, which it's not. And I'm just getting fucking sick of her. Plus, she's
Oh,
got one of these proton fucking emails that's owned by every fucking stalker that ever lived in the world. She's coming on my goddamn chat and telling me that she's tired of my know-it-all attitude. She reads 2 fucking articles from Reader's Digest about RNA, and now she's a fucking expert on the COVID vaccine. Yeah,
see?
it's my fucking channel, and I'm not going to listen to her bullshit. She
Who
can go
you're
start one her own.
who you're talking about?
Well, I think
This
they got rid
fucking
of her.
bitch from Canada that's always on here that fucking
Oh,
hates everything.
I mean, like, there's obviously, the problem with, like prostitution, human, whatever. This is what the problem is. And and I think Stephanie said it quite well, is if a girl, it's not like when you're at work and a guy grabs you or whatever, you go to human resources and the guy gets fired because you can't do that, right?
Right.
So these girls know that they're doing illegal stuff and they're 50 times more, not even 10 times. S- So for a woman to report that just in a general work environment is difficult, because you never know about retaliation and whatever. So I can't even imagine a prostitute who knows that what they're doing is illegal and they have a problem arise because it happens, um, that they don't feel like they can turn to anybody. And that leaves like a sense of like hopelessness and a sense, because like if my boss treated me poorly or like was really, went to like an extreme or whatever, like I could always go to like a personnel rep, I could call a labor board, I could go to, I could get represented and whatever. But like with, if you're a prostitute, it's kind of like, well, you know, the guy hit you
No, that's
or,
kind of true. Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. Though that was actually that was an issue with the girls that worked the Michigan Avenue Stroll. That this isn't like high-end escorts or high-end prostitution. This is weirdos, guys with no money that are like into beating them, choking them, that kind of stuff. So it was
yeah,
like sex-related, kind of, but a lot of big-time Class A abuse. But they couldn't
right.
call the cops because a lot of them had warrants.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is the whole problem with like, the whole lifestyle
They
of,
didn't ban her.
you know,
I
it's
was
it,
gonna say one thing is a big thing is like if they're assaulted, they can't say
No,
anything,
it's
and
true.
and
No,
some of these men are horrific and will do god awful things,
Yeah.
and they can't report them. I
No.
couldn't imagine being in that position.
No, go back and listen to a couple interviews I did with a girl named Lacey. That's exactly what she said.
Like, it's almost like this, right? So if you're at a job and let's say they're forcing you to work all of these hours and threaten you, like, oh, so if you don't work, this many days in a row, we're going to fire you, right? Well, as an American, that you're protected to be like, no, that's illegal. Like, I can take you to court for all that and justice will prevail. Well, if you're a prostitute, it's like,
It's true.
you're kind of just,
Same,
out there
same shit
nude.
goes with illegal workers.
You're on your own. That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Can't call anybody because you're afraid you're going to get deported.
You better
Right.
pray you can have like a concealed carry or
So,
something like that.
Yeah, no,
I,
it's true.
I
Yeah.
mean, in a sense, it's like, I understand if you're like a servant or have like a serving like attitude, but there's a difference between like servitude and just like borderline slavery. There is a
Mhm.
difference,
What's
you
even
know.
worse is some of those dudes will, even though most prostitutes want to have like condoms and stuff like that, they'll break through the condoms and do all sorts of awful shit to you as well. So
Yep,
you always have to
true.
keep out on that.
Yep.
Or think about that.
Well, that is funny you should say that. There were some of those girls down there that I knew that were HIV positive that knew it, that would charge more and get more for not making guys wear rubbers.
Ugh.
I know.
What's even worse about that is there's a federal law, and I only know this because of one woman that has a YouTube channel, and there's a federal law that allows you to get that whatever the drugs you need for that. I forgot what it's called.
For what?
A federal law
I know,
to
but
help
for the drug for what?
for HIV.
Yeah, they're protease inhibitors, they call them. It's a cocktail.
Yeah, but
It's a series of pills.
there's a federal law that will cover that.
Right.
Actually,
That's right. Medicaid pays for it.
well,
Well,
Medicaid pays for it, but there's also like a literal federal law, not just Medicaid. But I guess if Medicaid went away everywhere, but there's an actual federal law. I can't recall what it is.
Well, Medicaid's everywhere,
Well, I know that's everywhere, but I
and it
can't
is
even
federal.
recall. Well, I know it's federal as
But
well.
I'm just wondering if that's why they pay for it.
It's probably why Medicaid pays for it. Yes, it's a whole thing
Okay.
they did years ago. I've talked to you before on the chat, not like right here.
Oh, okay.
But what is her name? Jennifer in California.
Yeah, Jennifer. Yep.
She's talked about it. It's a literal
The-
federal law.
The teacher's aide.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You're correct. You might figure out who I am.
Nah, I don't think so because I didn't. I knew about that. I watched a few, and then we talked about it the other night. But I think that's about the only time I've crossed paths with you.
Okay. But yeah, it's
I never commented there or anything.
well,
It's
I know it's
it's a-
against. I
Oh,
know it's
sorry.
against. Sorry, here. I just want to say that I know if you know that you're HIV positive and you don't say anything to somebody and you have sex with them, and that could be charged. That could be a charge against you.
I know you can get sued, but I don't think that's a concern of theirs.
It depends on the
True.
state. California's changed their laws, but it depends on the state.
Because I know, a lot of these professional athletes have been sued successfully for having herpes and knowing it and not saying anything. Rodman's one of them.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
I didn't know about that.
So is Michael Vick.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't feel
If
bad
you-
about Michael Vick. So,
No, if you've got the dog, you're an animal lover.
yes.
I think that was a lot of bullshit too. I think he had guys from the hood that were friends. Let me tell you why I think it's bullshit. Because I had pit bulls. I was really into them. They tried to make me get rid of them. I was in court for 5 years old. I'm not an expert like fucking Natasha would be, but I know a lot about it because I was in a lot of trouble over nothing over them, right? And if those dogs that they claimed were his were in a fighting ring with his homies, about 6 months later, they showed a photo on the front of People magazine where all the dogs that were taken out of this dog fighting ring, and it showed about 15 pit bulls on a couch with a lady. Bullshit. Not fighting dogs. I don't doubt that there had some connection with fighting dogs, but that motherfucker got railroaded, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, it happens all the time, Tom. Like,
You really gotta fucking. There is
well,
no game fighting pit bull ever in his life, even if you drug him, is going to be on a couch with 14 other ones. And they claim those were the dogs that were fighting that they confiscated from his compound. Bullshit.
well,
And they adopted him out.
Oh,
really,
God.
that would
Yeah,
have never
I just
happened.
and I'm not saying that it's all bullshit, but I'm saying some of it definitely was. Look, you got fucking people, animal abusing all over the goddamn thing. And if you know anything about pit bulls, they're that way because of that's how they've been bred.
Yeah.
You hear these stories of these chihuahuas used for it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. I'm not saying it never happened, and I'm not saying dog fighting's a good idea. I wouldn't do it. But I realize the history of it. The same people that want to hang Michael Vick by his balls will go down and watch a bullfight in Spain. Or how
Well,
about a rodeo? Or how about a slaughterhouse? Or how about the chickens that go into Colonel Sanders? They railroaded that motherfucker.
well, that's
I've
how
had. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go.
that's how it usually ends up being. Is like someone gets a target put on them, and then it's just like,
Oh my God.
let's
You know,
make
here
up.
when I was in Florida, they were nailing people for these cockfights. Okay, I guess they put razors on their feet or some shit. Yeah, it's bad. If I saw it, I wouldn't like it. I'd probably call the police. But I mean, what about Colonel Sanders? Chicken nuggets. You think they're freaking being pampered? I mean, it's just disproportionate to the amount of trouble they get in. If they went and chopped his fucking head off and stewed him, they wouldn't be in any trouble at all.
I'd agree with that many pit bulls. Damn it.
Yeah, that story stunk, man. I've seen these stories where were like really bad, terrible fucking pit bull running deal bullshit, but not that Michael Vick story. And he wasn't directly connected to. He owned the house. He was playing for the Falcons. He got a couple hood rats that he was supporting. Before you know it, the whole thing comes unglued. But what they did to that motherfucker over that stupid bullshit that he wasn't directly connected with, and the evidence was like, one hood ratting on another to get his ass out of trouble.
Yeah, that's
more
true.
of be careful about who you hang around. But
What would the
even
motive be? What would the motive be? Ask Michael Jackson if he was still alive.
Well, like my family, we always had like Rottweilers and stuff like that, and they never
No, I know.
did anything. I don't hate pit bulls, but
No.
I totally get like having a whole bunch. You know what they're raised to be for,
But-
so you have to understand
But
and how
here's
to
the
deal
right.
with them.
yeah. I mean, there's differences in pit bulls. There's game pit bulls. I've had them both ways. The Staffordshire Terrier version, he licks everybody to death. That fucker's scared of his own shadow, but he looks just like a pit bull. A pit bull that's raised to fight, be game. You could not break that shit out of that motherfucker. I've had, and you think it's cool when you're a young male. Now, it has nothing to do with biting people. The pit bulls biting people have nothing to do with fighting dogs. As a matter of fact, a lot of fighting dogs get stolen. Why? Because they're not people aggressive. They're animal aggressive, and it's a big liability. I've had 8-week-old pit bulls trying to bust through a window to see a full-grown German Shepherd getting walked out in front of the house. It's a big liability. But pit bulls are the way they are because of the way they've been bred for 500 years. It isn't like and this fighting to the death is just another media story gone awry. Yeah, you're going to find examples of people that don't know what they're doing in Florida and Detroit and stuff, but by and large, it isn't like that at all. I still think it's published, the American Pit Bull Gazette. I don't mind people getting nailed for something that's like, egregiously illegal, but this pit bull stuff is just, the media got a hold of it. There's studies out there that say that 50% of the stories in newspapers that say so-and-so got attacked by a pit bull wasn't even a fucking pit bull. It was a big muscular dog with a square head, but it wasn't a pit bull. But who wants to take away all the,
Well, I know when I worked at an animal shelter when I volunteered, they would have so unfortunately they had a temperament. It was a temperament test that they would do on the
Yeah.
dogs.
yeah, jump.
And
I had to do that when I went to court. Yeah. Jump out of behind the curtain, that kind of shit.
yeah, and if so if you were a pit bull, but it was different. So like pit bulls
Right.
got scored differently than any other breed.
They
So
do.
like if it was totally different. So like if a pit bull, let's say a Chihuahua, or, Labrador Retriever, whatever. Let's say they did something that a pit bull did, like they still might get spared, where the pit bull would have to be put down because they wouldn't be able to
No.
adopt
For years, until about 15, 20 years ago, nobody adopted them out because they didn't want to get sued no matter what temperament test they passed.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Now you go to like rich neighborhoods, go down to like nice neighborhoods in Michigan, everybody's walking a fucking pit bull.
I was gonna
Crazy.
say,
I mean, it's nice to see, but I'm telling you, a game pit bull, one that's animal aggressive, that's been bred for fighting, is a fucking liability. Because I don't care what you do. If you have a 20-foot fence, a hurricane comes through, a tornado, a tree falls over, these dogs get out some way. And they will kill your neighbor's dog and your neighbor's cat. They're not going to bite and eat up the children and shit them out with a tennis shoe hanging out of their ass like the media would like to have you believe. But they are going to be animal aggressive, and it's who wants that?
they're not going to be like a Chihuahua. Just
No.
saying.
The thing
Like,
is, well,
I've had Chihuahuas.
here's the thing.
They don't do much.
Here's the thing too, though.
Right,
Tom.
Rita? Yeah.
So I've been around German Shepherd canine dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're trained to attack on certain commands.
Right.
They were specifically trained to be, like working dogs and, whatever. And the thing is, you can even you can train. It's all on how the dog's trained. So like, it's not like these dogs went
Well,
around.
sort of.
Yeah, I would say that's a little different. Dogs are bred for certain reasons.
You if you take a game pit bull, one that's done, let's say for sake of argument, 20 generations of fighting dogs, you're not going to train that out of that motherfucker. Not the animal aggressor part. He's going to protect you and your family, and he's not going to eat the neighbor kids, but he's going to eat their cats and their dogs if he gets an opportunity.
Well, I adopted a dog, and he was a black lab, and they told me at the shelter, they're like, he's fine, like it's all good, until I went to take him for a walk, and he like viciously went to go
Yeah.
totally
Animal
did a
aggressive. Yeah.
3-6, like I almost broke my hand because
No. Yep.
That's the problem with adopting a dog from a shelter. As far as I feel bad about that, because I feel like we should adopt more than go to breeders, but you don't know their backgrounds. You have no idea what they're coming from and how they can react. It's just, you got to be careful, unfortunately.
You know what organization in Michigan had like a disproportionate amount of dog bites than any other breed for about 25 years?
No idea.
Yeah, the Michigan State Police dogs. Biting kids at fairs, snapping them when they were taking them
You know
in for
what?
the cop car to the thing.
They were probably the leftover dogs that they couldn't train.
No, they were active duty.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah. No, the Michigan State, it was such a problem that the Michigan State Police finally quit taking dogs to any like meet and greets, fairs, parades, homecomings
Did you
because
see
of biting people.
there was a police report the other day about Oh, I can't remember what state. Was it Florida, Georgia? I feel like it was in the South. I can't remember. But they had a whole bunch of, I think, were German shepherds that were being taken into supposedly being trained to be, canines. And of
Yeah.
course, they all don't work to be canines for that type of thing.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
breeder
sure.
that brought them over, they're like, however they were bringing them over, their like section where they had them all in the back of the truck killed most of them because it was way overheated. And
Wow.
then some people, and they even said that it had a little bit of water in there for them, but it was like the size of a water spot
Yeah.
for like parrots.
Yep.
And then a bunch of them died, and then the police were sitting there saying, "Oh, don't say anything," and
Oh, yeah.
trying to
Yep.
wipe it all away. And then somebody bought one of the ones that was damn near dying for $7,500 to help save the other ones, but that was due to the person that was the breeder that was a piece of shit that wasn't making sure they were taken care of. It was horrific.
Yeah, hey, you know what else bites the shit out of people? Look this up too. Where you go to these places and pay $800 so your kids can swim with a dolphin. Really, they bite dicks off, give people 80 stitches, all sorts of shit.
Dolphins are mean. I've heard
Fuck
about
yeah,
that.
you look at these petting places where you go in and pay up the ass to get in the water. They
I'm
fuck people up left and right all year long.
I'm originally from Florida, but I never did that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like 80 stitches, take a
Ugh.
finger off. Yeah.
No thanks.
No, but see, a lot of this is like how it's marketed, how it's in the, you know what the media does with everything, especially with airplane crashes. They say jets are prop planes, props are jets. They say it had 2 engines when it had 1. They say the engine was sputtering and it stalled. That's not what they're talking about in their stall. They're talking about an aerodynamic condition that caused the airplane to crash, not because the fucking engine stalled. It's just the media, man. You know what they do with stuff.
Isn't most of the airplane crashes like bigger planes anyway? Or actually, usually, isn't it
Pilot
like,
error.
yeah, isn't it
Yeah.
like even like Cessnas and stuff, like
Yeah.
littler ones? If I
Yeah,
remember
no,
right?
statistically, you're not going to get any safer than a commercial airliner worldwide.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. You know what the most dangerous mode of transportation is in the world by statistics and injuries?
Cars
Escalators.
or escalators. Oh,
Yeah.
damn! I've been stuck in one before.
Yeah. But escalators, that's the one. That's not elevator.
Oh, I know, but I've been stuck on one before.
No, I've been stuck in elevators twice.
I've been stuck on. My grandfather has a elevator in his house, and it's had lots of issues. So I don't recommend it. If you ever have
Elevators are super expensive. Even when you have one in a house, you know, those are like regulated.
yeah, they're very expensive. His house
No,
is
but
very
I mean,
expensive.
the maintenance is like crazy, and you got to like have a license, even if it's in a house.
Yeah, he does have that. It's because my dad's crippled, so that's why he did it.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy expensive. I mean, these guys get like some crazy dollar amount to come out and maintain them.
Yeah, he's told me multiple times how many times that damn thing is broken down.
Yeah.
But he can afford it. He's okay. He used to I think I've told you this before, but he flew airplanes like Cessnas and stuff like that. He owned them. So,
Well, that's cool. I mean, statistically, airplanes are super safe.
well, he's okay. But he's gotten old enough that we don't allow him
And-
to fly in
and-
airplanes.
Yeah, and you look at statistics, skydiving. It's, oh, I would never do that. It's dangerous. It's not that dangerous. You know what is dangerous, though? Riding motorcycles. And I can
That's-
prove it to you.
That's what my dad does and still does. And he's crippled.
Oh, my God.
He's
No,
your
they're-
age.
Especially nowadays. It was dangerous. I drove an ambulance for a year, and that cured me. It's like, I'm never getting on one of these things again. No way.
My dad was hit on a bicycle going on it was a what do you call it? It was a race. So there was insurance and all that stuff going on, but he got hit by a car.
Oh, wow.
So that screwed him over. But it still didn't stop him from riding motorcycles. He's still awesome.
Well, I mean, if you're a follower of the Lord like Michelle, it's when your time's up, right, Michelle?
He's not.
I'm just saying, like,
When your time's up, if you're a good Christian, I mean, what are you going to do about it? Could be on a motorcycle, whatever. So you might as well ride motorcycles. I look at it as risk analysis.
That's how you should look about it.
Yeah. But these religious wackos think when their time's up, there's nothing they're going to do about it. Okay.
I
That's
mean,
not how my dad looks at it,
well,
but he's still a nut.
think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. So accidents happen all the time, right? Like
Mhm.
car accidents, whatever, like stuff can happen to you. It doesn't
Right.
matter. I've seen a lot
No,
of
but
people.
but you look at motorcycles in general.
You're right. No, you're right. It's
I
very
mean, if you're
risky.
just looking, it's how your insurance is calculated. It's how your credit score is. It's odds. It's how Las Vegas operates. They're bad odds. No
I
fucking
agree.
seatbelt. Some of these states, you don't even have to wear a helmet anymore. Old ladies driving. Go down to Florida all day long. They're turning in front of you, banging in
No.
rear-ending collisions.
Okay, so here's the thing with that, because my parents were avid motorcycle riders.
You're lucky they're still alive.
So no, here's the thing, Tom. So
How old are your
actually,
parents in comparison to mine? I'm wondering.
mine are in the like late 60s, early 70s.
Okay, similar
So
age.
so they came from, and my grandfather was a motorcycle rider and everything else. And what they always tell me, and they're very like safe, conscious people, like they're all about, doing things safely or
Right,
whatever.
Chris? Yeah.
But the thing is you can also look up that wearing a helmet, if you're in a motorcycle accident,
Right.
isn't going to save your life.
Yeah, it can. Yes, it can.
It
You're better
can,
off with one than without.
But
but the
also make sure you're wearing like good like coverage elsewhere. Like
Yeah, but you're right. There are examples like in a lot of accidents, it doesn't matter if you're wearing one or you're not. But overall, you're better off with one than not.
definitely.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, it's just like wearing a seatbelt. Like, you
You're
could
way better off with the motherfucker on.
I've gotten more injured with the seatbelt on than
I'm
with.
not saying that can't happen, but by and large, the data's there. You look at people not wearing seatbelts, half the time they're ejected, which wouldn't have happened with the
I mean,
seatbelt on, or they
think
go
about
through the windshield.
It
think about
depends
it
on
like
how fast you're going through.
Yeah, it does. I mean, if you're going off the road at 120, it probably won't matter. You're saying that, so what are you saying? You shouldn't wear them?
oh, well, what I'm saying is, um, I'm not saying like yes or no or any of that, but like you can't. People sometimes focus to almost to where it's a fear, right? So like, and
You're,
a prime example is kind of like COVID, right? So like
oh,
they
here we go
induced
again.
they
Let's
induced
call in our resident expert from fucking Canada that read 2 articles on
n-
RNA, and she'll straighten us all out on it.
no, I'm just using this as like like I'm just like, so the
Are
media
you
and everything.
talking about seatbelts?
No, I'm talking about like safety precautions in general. Like, so like if everybody was like so paranoid of dying, like nobody would do
It's not
anything.
about dying. It's about getting less injured.
Mm, okay.
You don't think that's
I
so?
mean,
What's the bottom
okay.
line here that you're getting at? You should
I don't
just not wear one. I mean, don't wear a fucking life preserver.
I don't think you're hearing her right, Tom.
No, I must not be. What am I missing here?
I'm just saying like people like shouldn't be like so afraid of I'm not saying like using like proper safety precautions isn't the way to go, but I think in a sense, like if you get into like an accident, which, like motorcycle accident
Mhm,
or
mhm.
whatnot, like I don't think if you wore that helmet, it's most of the people who died that I've known from, my parents and their motorcycle gangs and everything, and a lot of them died from motorcycle
Yeah, but you're
accidents.
not. Yeah, if you took 100 people with a helmet in the same crash, 100 people had the helmet on, and 100 people did the same fucking everything. You're not saying that the helmet would have helped the 100 more than the people that weren't
I
wearing one
I
at all.
can't say either way. I really can't
No, but
because
just guess.
I mean, I'm sure it helps. Like I'm sure like it could
I'm not
help
saying it's going
you.
to keep you from getting fucking killed.
Right.
I can say something interesting here. My dad was almost killed because he was in a cycling event. Mind you, he wasn't on a motorcycle, he was on a bicycle, but he had a helmet on and was wearing like all the flashing stuff because he was doing a time trial event.
Hmm.
Um, it was around 5:30 in the morning, and he had flashing lights on. He had a van hit him, and mind you, I'll remember he was wearing a helmet. Van hit him at 60 miles an hour. He survived.
Wow.
And he was lucky because it was a time trial event. The person behind him, because I guess people that are in cycling, they're usually people that are doctors and stuff like that. A doctor came right behind him and was able to call and get like care flight and stuff like that out, like the airplane and stuff like that. So it literally saved his life because he was completely unconscious. Luckily, the dude that pulled up behind him he did pull up behind him. He was a piece of shit. I'll say that right now. Because he was sitting there cussing at my father and saying you shouldn't have been in the way, blah, blah, blah. But my dad survived because he was wearing his helmet. That
Yeah.
was
Oh,
it.
How about
I
this,
definitely
Michelle? Do you think kids should be in car seats?
I always put my son in a car seat.
You have to. It's a law. But do you think they should be?
I mean, yeah, if like the proper, because well, this is definitely why, because cars and airbags aren't set for people who are under a certain like
Yeah, but
height.
they're in the back seat.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is like they're in the back seat, but like even the airbags that come in the back seats and on the sides and everything.
I don't know many cars with airbags in the back seats.
Yes,
On
they
the
do.
sides? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
come out
they
from
do.
all over the place now. Even from the roof.
I mean, I
But
know there are cars like Teslas and shit, but I don't know
no,
any.
that's recent. Both me and her were similar ages, but like, yeah, back in the day, it wasn't that big of a deal. But now it's pretty much they have side airbags in the back and the front,
Yeah,
and
I know they have that. Right, they do.
most of them do now.
I
New
think it's
cars?
just yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
just fast. When I had my accident, like the airbags came from everywhere. I was basically like in this you're basically like pinned to your car
yeah.
almost. Yeah, like literally like
So what if it wasn't for airbags? Do you think kids should wear car seats? They didn't have airbags.
I mean, I tell you what, Tom, like I back when I was a kid and stuff, like we didn't have a lot of these regulations and everybody still like managed fine. So like I think sometimes a lot of these extensive like regulations for things is a
You think
little
car seats are extensive regulations?
Well, no, I'll
I I
sorry
think
to interrupt, but
No, go
like
ahead.
they have like boosters and stuff that are
Right.
different than they had years ago, which will help with even older cars and things like that. So I think that's appropriate.
You think wearing your fucking seatbelt during turbulence in an airliner when they tell you put it on is a good idea?
oh yeah, it
Abs
is because
yeah.
I've had it happen to me before, and if I wasn't wearing and actually a couple
Yeah,
of people in the plane weren't
Anita.
wearing it and they got injured because it was that bad.
Do you think wearing a life preserver out in the boat's a good idea?
I
Fuck
was
yes.
I was raised I was raised that that's just what you did. Like I was severely
But do you
beaten
think
as
it's a
a
good
kid.
idea?
I think it's a good idea because but the thing
Do you think it should be mandatory?
no, and I'm going to tell you why.
Oh God.
It's it's circumstantial, right? So I was just forced to wear one because that's just what you did, right? But the thing is if you have there's situations that can any situation can arrive, but do you see when you see people on boats, do you see them wearing a life preserver all the time? No,
No,
you
they have to
don't.
be. No, they don't have to have it on. They have to have it present.
Right.
In Michigan, if you're paddling around a kayak, you have to have it on.
Well,
I've seen it.
well, like when I was a kid and we used to go out on a boat but like we used to water ski and go tubing. So of course if you're gonna water ski and tube, it's appropriate obviously because you can injure yourself there's a chance of injury for sure and you don't want to drown and whatever, but the thing is also someone's driving the boat, so I would hope that they wouldn't let me drown anyways if I did injure myself while I was water skiing. But like I was just told this is just what you do.
You have to have a
That
spotter any place I know.
right, right. No, exactly. So like I never understood the whole I just wore it because that's just what you did, you know. That's just what you were taught because of all these safety.
Yeah, in case you got knocked out, so you didn't
Yeah,
go into the
Right,
water and nobody could
right.
find you.
that sounds like a good idea to
Yeah,
have.
I think it's a good idea too. Do you think it's
I
a good idea, Michelle?
I mean, I just did it because
No, I
that's
didn't ask you if you did it. You said that. Do you think it's a good idea?
I mean, I guess it's a good idea, but like the chances of you drowning because someone's watching you, knows exactly where you are, to not come back and they're gonna have to swing right back around, like
I
on a
No,
I
speed.
no, people go into the water. You never see them again.
I grew up in Florida. I'm a
Poor
few years
thing.
younger than you. Fine. So
Poor thing.
I agree. I'm elsewhere now. But but I always like my dad always we
Good night,
had like
brother.
sea-doos and stuff like that. But I always had that out there just in case. My dad might have not been the smartest person in the world, but it was a big deal to have that. And I don't necessarily agree with that. You always got to make sure you're good, especially out in like lakes and oceans and stuff like that, especially in the lakes when you're looking at like alligators and crap like
But the
that.
thing is
Like
too is like, okay, so you have a life preserver on your boat, right? But like let's say your boat gets, your boat flips, you get into an accident, whatever, someone ends up in the water. It's not like they were wearing the life preserver, so it's like at the same time if they get knocked out or whatever and drown, it's the same
No,
thing
the
as if
people with the
if
fucking brains have them on.
I mean, if you
right.
get knocked out, then oh well, I guess.
But
I
Yeah, if
you
mean,
you
if
get
you're
never
knocked
knocked
out, if
out,
you've got the right, if you've got the class one, your head still stays above water,
yeah.
oh
even
well, no,
unconscious. The orange ones,
I know that, yeah,
that tilt your
it
head back.
does. Oh yeah, they're annoying. Yeah, I know because
I,
I used
I
to
don't
wear them.
like them. I personally agree. I can swim really well, and I
Not
swam a
unconscious, you
ton.
can't.
No,
No, I agree. But I was a
but
swimmer growing up and stuff like
but
that, and
they
part of
were
that.
they were so annoying. I know exactly the life preservers that you're talking about because
Yeah,
my parents forced me to
They're
wear
class
them,
one.
yeah, they're
and
annoying, but
they
I
were uncomfortable and it was crazy. But they only forced me to wear those when I was under 12 and when I was water skiing or tubing.
well, that's when I wore them too. So that I understand. So I'm not arguing with you there. I'd still probably wear them, especially where I live. I wouldn't even get into lakes where I live because I'm in Texas and I don't want to deal with uh, those weird, yucky things that can get up your nose and kill you. Whatever it is,
Right,
it's
yeah.
disgusting. So
Yeah.
I refuse to go out there.
I mean, I've known people who've just like dropped dead from aneurysms before, and it's like,
Yeah, but that's
oh,
got nothing to do with wearing a
Yeah.
fucking life
that's
preserver in a
true.
boat.
Okay, fine.
To
I
be
mean,
fair,
yeah,
when you're
so you're talking this Christian lingo again. When it's your time, it's your time.
when you're old enough, especially at her age, she's older than me, and yeah, at that point you could rip it off and swim away. So she's probably okay.
No, but I mean, somebody didn't draw straws to start mandating people wear this stuff. It's on statistics and death and injuries.
Yeah, I would personally wear
This-
it, but
Yeah,
at
this
least-
isn't some conspiracy to inconvenience people and make them hotter in a summer day.
Yeah, I would personally wear it, but if things got worse and it was terrible, then my ass would rip it off and swim away.
Yeah,
Oh, they
but
suck.
mainly
They
it's
suck so
being
bad.
unconscious, and still living.
Well, the thing is too is like if you think about it, like with the whole like like COVID scare thing that they tried, scaring everybody, and then everybody's like, "Oh, I gotta wash my hands now, like frequently," and I
Yeah, that
can't
was
go
at the
around.
beginning. That was at the beginning.
Oh yeah, it was at the beginning for at least a good year.
Yeah, well, they were unfamiliar with it. It was a new disease.
I'm so bothered that people had to like actually wash their fucking hands and think about it. That's disgusting to me. But
So you thought it was a good idea to wash your hands?
hell yes. I've worked in pharmacy. You gotta wash your hands. That's disgusting. Always gotta wash your hands when you go to the bathroom, anything, like
I
whenever
mean,
you
I
do
have to
anything.
tell you, I'll be honest. Like, I
Oh, here
don't
we
care
go.
what you
Brace
think of,
yourselves.
I don't care what you guys think of me, but
No,
like,
we know this already.
literally, like the only time I would ever really wash my hands is if I use the bathroom. But then, like when COVID came around, it was like, oh, I guess I should wash it before I eat something or
There is an
something.
argument about overwashing your hands and killing good germs.
That is true.
No, I believe like too much of like something like like washing your hands all the time and this
Hey,
I
Natalie.
don't know. I
They
don't know.
taught
I grew up where like my cousins would say like God made dirt so dirt don't hurt and like just try not to like obsess over things and then like COVID came out and there's always like food safety so like you always you see people eat raw
Yeah, but
meat all the time.
it's
that's
actually
certain kinds under certain conditions. But E.
yeah,
coli is like a real concern.
yes, and it's also good for some. I mean, like little kids. You have a kid. It's
Yeah,
good
they
for
have a
them.
low immune system.
You need to eat some dirt. Sorry, but that's the best way to say it.
Well, they say that about, if you look at those street vendors like on YouTube videos, it's all filthy, dirty, people running around, babies on their back, And there's a guy I talked to that's a waiter in an Indian restaurant I go to in Augusta, and he said his theory is, and I'm not saying this is accurate, that they have strong immune systems because they're not, they're in that environment.
They say what's good is like if you have a little kid or something, like you have a baby, they grow up or multiple kids, they grow up and are around like dog, cats, stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's good because it helps them get all the extra germs in, which are it's kind of gross, but at the same time it helps them and
Yeah, well, you'll
helps
you'll
their
you'll
immune system.
appreciate this. People, there's still, you go around quizzing people, you'll be surprised how many people will tell you that letting their dog lick their cut heals the wound faster.
Well, think about no. So Tom, think about it like this, right?
Crazy.
And I'm not saying millions of people didn't die and whatnot, and
Yeah.
that's why there's all this medicine out nowadays, for people to live longer. But
People
think
live
about it like this. Think about it like this.
people live
All
longer than they ever have, and it's because of
right.
medication.
100%, 100%, Tom. But think about it like this. Back in the day, and I'm not saying, back in the day people were living to be, 89 years old, but like back in the day, so like people used to live to be like in their 30s and 40s, right? That was
Right.
like the average time of death.
Yeah, right.
That was pre-vaccines.
I'm gonna
That
cut in. It was actually really more like 60s and 70s. The only reason why a lot of people were shorter is it's because a lot of people died when they were children. Most people actually did live longer.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
Okay,
No, they didn't.
sorry.
we
Yes,
recently.
if you look it up, most people did actually
Yeah,
live
look it up.
longer.
Where?
Well, I can
The
check.
median age for life expectancy for men and women is higher than it's ever been.
It is
I'm
now, certainly, but
well, I'm just saying, like back in the day, and I'm not saying that there wasn't viruses, diseases, stuff that just plagued everything, but like we didn't always have like these vaccines that we give our babies now.
Yeah,
So
they
like
did. Polio.
s- well, not like far, you know what I mean? Like
She's talking
pre,
about years ago.
I'm talking like not my
Yeah, and people
generation,
fucking
not
died from it.
right. And people did. But the thing is a lot of people didn't. So how, so like even with like viruses and everything, what I never understood, you know, disease, virus, whatever, is how some people like made it through, like families, obviously, you know, tons of people made it through, like all of these times without this. And now we're like pumping, we're constantly like, we're putting kids on like these medications
Hey,
for everything.
median age is increased.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course
Yeah.
it did. Of
Baby
course.
deaths are less than they've ever been.
Well,
That's fucking
now,
why.
certainly.
Because the medications.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I think, but I think that there's a point to be made here as far as
And what is it?
too much
What is too
medication.
much if everybody's living longer, healthier, and there are less infant mortality?
But I think sometimes some
Give me an
kid is
example.
Some of it may be about what is in the
so
what
here's
do
an
you
example.
call it? The medications that are in like the uh beef and chicken and stuff that are
Oh, the
People
being
are still
fed.
antibiotics.
living longer than ever.
Well, I will agree with that, but there's a lot of like
I mean,
weird
you
shit that
can't
is fed
argue with
these
the
days.
data that it's increased. So how is it
Well,
better
I'm
than
not
worse?
I'm not disagreeing that it's just
No, right. But I'm trying to figure out where
No,
Michelle's coming
okay.
up with this.
So, all right. So having you know, having a child and having friends who have kids and everything,
Yeah.
it amazes me to like no extent, like how fast, you know, like doctors and everything else are so quick to diagnose these like ADHD and you know weird things. I'm not talking about like strep throat or freaking you know.
So you don't think ADHD is real?
Oh, I I do. I'm not saying I don't think that it's real.
Then why wouldn't they diagnose somebody with it?
I'm saying that maybe there's another underlying cause instead of
Yeah, maybe there is, but I
ADHD.
mean, it's still a diagnosis based on how they present.
Right, but if you're so quick to just
It's not quick.
never do, a lot of times it is. All a
Yeah,
parent
they're
has to
trying to
do,
help them. These fucking kids that like get to this extent where you're seeing physicians, they're getting booted out of everywhere. They don't want them at daycare. They're not sitting in their fucking seat and disrupting the kids that are trying to learn. What's wrong with that? What are you supposed to do? Give them a glass of fucking herbal tea?
I'm saying I'm different
find
here,
other
but
find other
Like what?
resources.
It isn't like you just can't. I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't maybe wrong sometimes, but in general,
when it comes to ADHD, the way they diagnose it is way different than they used to in the past. So you see
Yeah.
a lot more kids being diagnosed these days. So I guess it's just dependent. And
Yeah, I
I
mean,
absolutely believe it's a thing. I don't have any issues with that, but I think there's definitely something different that we understand and we can like
Right.
but you don't think the
diagnose.
medication prescribed to kids is willy-nilly and they're drawing straws or playing a poker game and just handing this shit out willy-nilly, do you? You know how long it
I
takes
think
to
they're
bring a drug to market?
I think they're trying to help, but I think the help isn't really solving anything and is screwing up because when it's okay. So when a child is still growing and developing, right? It's
Mhm.
different than when you're an adult, right? Because when you're an adult, you know, it's I think it's causing like more issues for the child later on
Yeah,
Yeah, but you don't.
than helping.
Yeah, how about let's just talking about the kids that it's helped for a while.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'm
You think it, so? You're kind of alluding to that maybe hurting more kids
I
than helping
personally
more kids.
I personally know 3. That's all I know personally. Their personal struggles, I know them. you know, when they were kids. I know their parents, I know everything, and when they became adults. And let me tell you, like, nothing really good came about giving their kid ADHD
Okay.
medications when they were
What do you
kids.
think would have happened if they didn't give him anything? I mean, there's some way they got to the doctor.
Could they have?
You-
I'll ask this. Could they have done something like Strattera, which wasn't
Some,
amphetamine?
right, like
I mean, their
something
parents
different.
took them there. They were
I
kids.
think
Why?
I think when you're I think when well, you know what, to be honest with you, Tom, with my son, when he was, younger and whatnot, like I fought certain things for him and I was like, don't you think that's a little extensive? You can advocate for someone that you love if you feel like that's the right thing to do. And there were times when I didn't follow the doctor's orders for my child, and my child ended up being a-okay, because sometimes they do over some doctors. I'm not saying this is every situation, every
Yeah, but
doctor.
why, if they were okay, why did they go to the doctor to begin with?
Because you take them to the doc when they're kids, you got to take them to the
Yeah, but
doctor
I
every
mean, they weren't
year.
just like, I mean, it was typical kid vaccinations or medications, wasn't it? Wasn't anything experimental.
Right. No,
Okay,
no,
so I mean,
no, but like when they're doing diagnosis with certain things just because of like, oh, my son's a little antsy, or oh, my kid is, just like with allergies, like I'm not sure if you realize this, but a lot of, kids end up with allergies and then the parents are afraid, obviously for obvious reasons, because I've seen people go to anaphylactic shock before.
right.
But like then you get paranoid with your kid getting anywhere around these things when really it's all about building up your immunity, and your body is constantly changing as a child.
Yeah, but
And
presumably these kids went to pediatricians, didn't they?
yeah,
Okay, so you're not trusting their judgment.
no, I don't, and you don't
And
have
why'd you
to.
take them there to begin with?
Because you take them there every year for physicals and they ask you these things. They ask you the child physicals are like, it's like an hour-long ordeal. It's not like, you take them, they got to get these shots to go to school. They have to, you have to take them once a year, else they can't go to school. And
So
like,
your
I'm a,
son's autistic, right?
yes.
Are you blaming any of the medications for this?
Um, so I do feel like I really didn't like how some of it was handled with his autism and some of the medications.
But do you think any of the medications were directly attributed to him being autistic?
I feel that this is what happened in my situation um with my son, because I was with him, all the time.
Yeah.
He he was fine, and he was a normal developing child up until about like a couple rounds of like vaccine, because you gotta get lots of vaccines when you're, a baby
To go
child.
to school, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, you have to
Right.
get like, that's just what you do. And polio, no one wants that. No one wants, these horrific, you know issues. But it was weird because he went from being a normal baby to all of a sudden like, just like, it was just weird. It was just like
Like at
extremely
what age?
like 3.
I've heard similar ages of that happening.
Yeah, it was very odd. It was like he was a normal, thriving, like developing, like, j- catching on to things, and then it was just like all of a sudden it was like halted. It literally went from
Now, how
I
about
had
this?
And
And I'm
there's
not,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say there's not something wrong with having your kid show up as being autistic or anything. I've
No,
actually
I agree.
worked with kids that were autistic.
Oh no, I
So
mean like he's very he's it's not like he's not like disabled like he's very extremely intelligent
just the high end, basically. I guess.
yeah, he's high functioning.
So he can work a job?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's capable. But the problem with him is his he has a lot of like his mannerisms and his inability sometimes like he like shuts down. So like when there's too much stress, like you know how people when you're at work and you get stressed and whatever, you kind of just be like, but then you get through it. Where
Absolutely.
like he literally shuts down, which is so like it halts him in a number of ways because if you come across any issues, and I thought it was maybe like discipline, maybe I needed, especially when he was a kid, like, no, you got to do things you don't want to do, that's just how things are. But he would just completely like just
Can I ask a question? And don't make. I'm not even being mean by asking this. What vaccines did he have?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
well, I don't have them like listed at the like I mean I could
Or, like-
No, but
grab
over the years, though, you've
Yeah.
had a hunch on what you thought may have been the
you know
culprit.
what? You know what? And this is a newer vaccine that he got that just came out that like I didn't get or anybody else, but it was the chickenpox vaccine because they require that now for kids. That I never got that.
Neither
as a
did
kid.
I. We're both
I
too
got it.
old. How did you get it? You're way too old.
No, I
Yeah.
got chickenpox vaccines.
Huh?
Yeah,
When did you
get
get
the
chickenpox?
shingles vaccine? That's a little different.
I got it after I got it, shingles.
They
But I
gave
got
you
it because I took a biologic Humira.
Huh. Okay, that's different. I always thought you'd never get that. Like you wouldn't get the chickenpox vaccine after you get the shingles. Because
No,
I
I
guess-
had the chickenpox vaccine way before the shingles. I only got the shingles like 8 years ago or so.
I've never had it, and I'm 34, and I think she just said
Why?
she's 39 because it didn't exist until after
Yeah.
us. It didn't exist until like 92, I think, or 93.
Maybe that's when I got it.
I don't know why
30
they,
years ago. 30 years ago.
I don't know why they would have given it to you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
Did you have chickenpox as a kid?
Yeah, they wouldn't have given it to you if you had the chickenpox.
I'm not as 100% sure if I had it or not.
Yeah, I don't think you had it. That you would have had the shingles definitely, but chickenpox.
No, the shingles were created from Humira biologic as an adult.
Well, shingles is due to having chickenpox.
Chickenpox as a kid.
No, but there's people that have never had chickenpox and people that have had chickenpox and have both had shingles.
Well, that's a possibility, but
It is.
They always told me that you can't get shingles.
yeah,
Like you had to have had chickenpox already before you get
Yes.
shingles.
No,
Yes.
I'll find out, but I'm sure I had chickenpox.
that doesn't sound right.
If I mean, older people, I think if you sampled them, a lot of them had chickenpox and a lot of them have had shingles. And if they didn't have shingles or they did, particularly if they did, why do they want them to take the shingles vaccination if they had chickenpox?
The reason why you want to have the shingles vaccine when you have chickenpox is so you don't have shingles. That's the point. It's a herpes virus.
Yeah,
it'll
it's a
pop up.
Yeah. And the reason why they give the vaccine to kids is because the older you are when you get chickenpox, the worse it actually is for you.
Absolutely. I've known
I
some.
know I had chickenpox as a kid.
Well, then you.
It's red spots on your face.
It's
It's
red
like,
spot. It could be
yeah,
all
it's like a
over.
it's like a rash all
Yeah,
over your
I
body.
had chicken pox.
They may have lied to you, but if you had the shingles vaccine, then you should be covered because if you had chicken pox, then they
But
give
I
you
didn't
the
get the
shingles vaccine.
shingle vaccine until like 2 years ago.
Well, you're at the
But
right
this,
age because that happens
yeah,
around like 65 or so.
yeah.
But I got shingles because of a medication. I probably
That
wouldn't have got it.
Well,
that
that because
absolutely
it got
happens.
reactivated because you had chicken pox as a kid. That's why you
Yep,
got
that
shingles, and then the
happens.
shot just, you know.
That happened to
Wh-
my grandfather. He had he actually took the COVID vaccine and got shingles as a result of it.
Really?
I
Yes,
believe it.
and nearly killed him. But that was a year or so ago. He's fine now, but he's over 20 years older than you.
But see, this is what I'm saying with new, like when they come out with some of these, vaccines and everything. And I'm not saying, Tom, by any means that vaccines are a bad thing because, you don't see people with polio anymore. Like I'm not saying that. Um, but I'm saying that if you are to be that blind to not see that some of these things can actually cause injury
They
and
can, but I think it's overall, most people are better off taking them than not.
oh yeah, like I'm not saying
Right. I'm not
for
saying it's
sure, for
possible
sure,
to have a negative effect.
but when it comes to like my child, I was very, like upset at first with
But
everything
do you
because
have any direct evidence of any of the vaccines your child got being linked to autism?
I have no evidence. That's the thing. I don't.
Okay.
I don't have any proof because when you take your kid in there and they tell you this is what your child needs and to
But how
go
about all the
through,
people that got it that didn't have that happen?
There's
right.
nothing wrong with that.
No, there isn't. But I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why, in the whole scheme of things, if there's no scientific evidence to point to autism as a result of a vaccination, and there's all sorts of people that got the vaccination that don't have it, other than like,
Well, well, I
shot
have
in a
to
beer talk.
well, I have to tell you this much is a lot more people are getting autism now, are getting more diagnosed now. This is a new thing, right? So even back when um I was a child, like they didn't have like these diagnoses. Nobody got diagnosed with ADD, no one got diagnosed with ADHD. They didn't have these medications for these
They were just a kid that didn't sit in their seat.
right.
That was
And
disruptive.
every like everything was, I lived, I struggled, but like I lived, I went through school and whatever. And sometimes I think that less is more, and sometimes people over medicate, and that could cause more issues because not only is it a stigma thing, but then it's like, as a child, oh, I got to go and take this medication. Like, I'm on medication, and like, I got to go do this. I got to go to the nurse's office, or I got to, and then it's like you grow up with like there's something wrong with me, you know what I mean, type of mentality, where I think sometimes it's not always necessary and there's other routes that you can take. Don't always go with the first thing somebody throws at you, especially when it's someone that you love and care for, that's
What would have
not
been the other route
for what.
for not taking what you thought could have perhaps caused this? I mean, you already said there were some that you didn't get for him, right?
Right.
Which other ones do you wish you wouldn't have got?
I mean, I just think that um that was the major one, where the major point when like everything started, he started acting different. Things were just, like especially like with eye contact too, like even as a kid it was just like he would just like was he was there, but he wasn't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was like, what just happened to my child? You know, like I had this thriving, and the only thing I could possibly think of is everything that they pump in. Like that's the only thing, because it's not like I changed his, you know, it's not like
But
it
aren't there
came from the
kids that,
food.
that are autistic that didn't have any of these somewhere?
What's that?
I mean, there got to be kids somewhere that are, I mean, that's another thing too. I'm not quite sure what autism it consists of.
Well, honestly, Tom,
I'm not sure
when,
where it starts and where it ends.
well, when my son was diagnosed, and this was the early 2000s, when he was diagnosed, I had to send him to like research. So it was still like they still really didn't know what they were really dealing with, I guess.
Michelle, but just, keep that thought. I don't mean to interrupt, but Rita says, like, could he be on the spectrum? That's another thing I'm really not sure
Right.
what that
No,
is.
well, okay, so here's the spectrum, right? So he's on the spectrum, right? And he's on the functioning side of the spectrum. So it like there's autistic kids who literally can't think for themselves. They literally like go into kind of like these like seizure almost like movements on a
Right.
constant basis. Like
But
you have to be strict with a routine. Like anything throws them off. Like some really like intense autistic kids, like they if they see something blue, like they go into like this huge tantrum. Like just stuff
yeah.
that's just like
But I mean, so where does this start? I guess I'm asking, like, is this something you can read about this spectrum? I mean, where does it begin and where does it end?
I mean, to be honest with you,
I can't
like,
figure this out for the life of me. I mean, when I'm in like the drugstore and
right.
they'll have that special yearly Life magazine or whatever the hell it is thing on autism, I buy it and it's $20 as much as a book. And I read it and I still don't know a fucking thing about it.
Well,
I know there's high functioning and low functioning, but I just can't quite understand the spectrum. And when you talk about Down syndrome, high functioning,
right.
there's those make sense, those categories. But this autism, I can't just. Does anybody know of a definitive scale of where it begins and where it ends?
So this is
Can
what
I
I this is what
interrupt to be
yeah.
mean? Would something like cognitive behavioral therapy help?
Right. So what I tried to do is go on is he got the we put him in therapy for years, and like they would tell you things like, oh, he has to be on a strict routine to help him out. And but what was crazy, because like autism spectrum, right? So like
Right.
once you're diagnosed with something like autism,
Yeah.
what they did to him was, and I didn't agree with this, but I really couldn't, didn't have a lot of money at the time, and I couldn't, you know, figure out other options. But what they do to them is you're basically in a class, you're in a class today in school, they put them with the special, like education kids, and like
Yeah.
he would come home just like so upset because he'd be like, I don't understand why everybody's acting this way, you
If
know.
this helps you, I understand completely because I used to work with special ed kids when I was in high school, and I would work with kids that were like really um, smarter versus worse or like higher. My brain's going dead, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, and it was hard to work with that and see like the differences. And this was just me in high school. So I'm sure he was working with people like me when I was in high school back in the day, and I'm only a few years younger than you. So
Michelle, does he get Social Security disability?
No, he's not. No, because he's not technically like, because they always said that he was high functioning, that he was going to be independent, like um all throughout his school career. I mean, he graduated high school.
Yeah.
He's off doing, college stuff now.
Yeah. See, because you know my friends in West Branch, the doctor guy and their son Anthony.
Yeah.
See, he got a certificate, not a diploma.
Okay.
And they consider him high functioning. So that's why I'm asking. It's interesting to me. Now you tell me this. I didn't even know that. Like, I thought that once you got categorized, no matter where you were on the autistic spectrum, then you presented whatever it was you used to get Social Security disability, that this is the way it was. And now he gets it and your son doesn't. And I didn't think up until this conversation that it worked that way. I didn't know if anybody that I knew that was
got him Social Security. I never did because that was never like a
right. So he
no one
could
ever
he
said
could
anything.
yeah, he could function without it.
It
Yeah,
must be
like
due to the state.
And Anthony cannot.
okay.
So could
he-
your son you think could have like a full-time job?
Yeah, I think he could. He went to school full time and he went to classes and he did his homework, like
See, that's just it's interesting to me. Like, so I mean, there's people that don't have autism that can't do that. So what's the major?
I was gonna say, how many years did your son go to high school for? Did he go up till 21?
no, he went to high school till he was 18.
Huh. Okay.
I mean,
He would-
it doesn't to me. I mean, if you'd have told me this without us talking, and you presented this scenario, I'd say, no, he's not autistic.
He is.
I mean, those are
but
major milestones. I didn't
they're-
think you could be on the spectrum anywhere, be diagnosed that way, and do all these things.
He's like I said, his is more like Asperger's disease, like
They say they
trying
quit
to-
using that term now.
Yeah, so
They
like
do.
everything's kind of just like on the spectrum. So like his is like you wouldn't know that there was something like it's not that black and white, right? So like you would start to be like, "Oh, well, that's kind of odd. Like when he talks to you, he doesn't look you in the eye. Like he shuts down completely like if he's under like too much like stress, like he completely like shuts off, And that was hard for me as a parent because at first I thought he was just being, a kid that didn't want to do something he didn't want to do. So of course, you're like, no, like you do it anyways.
Does he drive?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. No, he doesn't drive yet. But
No, I know there's high and low spectrum. I get that, but I didn't know of an example till now of a high spectrum that does all that doesn't get Social Security disability. Because I'm assuming
no, I never
that
got.
along the way that,
I mean,
the
maybe
parents figured
no.
out through one-on-one contact that, you've got to present data on, Social Security is needed to get. I don't care if you got autism, you don't. And he doesn't get it. And he's this high functioning. I'm just surprised that it's ratcheted up that high while still being diagnosed.
Maybe I could have, like, and I just didn't know that I could.
It's
apply.
retroactive, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll look in. I guess if it's entire, I don't like. I have a weird, and I shouldn't, but like, I just have a weird thing asking like government money, like for government
That's what it's
help.
for.
I know, but just let me have it. And so,
Everybody else is getting it. Every dope addict's husband that OD'd
yeah,
paying
like,
their 6 kids.
well, I had an issue with trying to get assistance when I was pregnant with him, and after that, I was asking for the bare minimum of exactly just what I needed, and the feeling and the whole vibe, everything like was just shitty. And I couldn't wait to rip up the paper like after I didn't need it anymore and just burn it. That's how pissed off I was. So, I mean, if I had to, I guess, but like,
Oh, interesting. Huh.
yeah,
So is autism why he doesn't drive?
no, 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 no.
All right.
Mm-mm.
And I'm not saying, you know, driving's the pinnacle of success. I'm just wondering
No,
about this because
no,
honestly,
honestly,
anybody
to
in
be honest with
any
you, Tom,
way it was
I'm not,
described to me, no, I don't know of anybody diagnosed with uh, being on the spectrum that drives.
so here's the thing, this is how I really feel about, like driving and, as a parent and everything. And
Yeah, I mean, there's people that don't have it that don't drive. I get that too, but
I don't
I don't
feel
know of
like
anybody that's diagnosed with autism that drives, and that's what I'm wondering about.
if
Why? I mean,
if he if he honestly came to me and was like really gung ho and was like, I really want to get my license and I really wanted, then I would be like, okay, let's do this. And I would provide every type of help that he would need to, be successful at that.
yeah,
But if he's not, I'm not pushing that
yeah,
because
okay, I get it. Yeah,
that's not cool because that's a very like a prime example is, you know, I knew one daughter was like, as soon as I'm 16, I want my license. I don't care what's getting in my
no, that's
way.
how I was.
And then her sister was like, fuck that. I have no
No,
interest
yeah,
in you
yeah,
do
I
you
know
know it
people that
didn't
never drive. Yeah, right. I'm not like I said. I don't think that's the staple of success.
right. Right. No, you're absolutely right. I
But I mean,
don't
when I was a kid, and that's a bad example too. You better give us our driver's license or like get a bodyguard at 16. So we're gonna go crazy. I mean, this was a big damn deal, and you were a big pussy in my school if you weren't driving at 16, and that didn't matter either. We wanted to drive bad.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like um there's certain things and driving is definitely something that I'm not
Yeah, no, I get it.
pushing.
Yeah, I get
You
it. Yeah,
know, if
yeah,
he were to come to me and was like, I want to drive, and then we would have that conversation of
yeah. Right. No,
responsibility,
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I don't blame you.
but if he's even a little bit leery or
Yeah,
like insecure, like I wouldn't push that.
but I could have swore that I read an article that Asperger's kind of dropped now. It's not used.
Well, I mean, if anything, that's what he has because like you would, like you would get to know, like he's very, very smart. My son is
Yeah, that's how
extremely,
Anthony is, but he can't drive, and I'm sure he never will drive.
yeah, like he has all of his like he's very functional, like very like his hand-eye coordination's fine, um, and all of that. It's more of his like social cues and
Yeah,
like he's very socially awkward. Like even when he was first
that's how
diagnosed.
Anthony is. He's been in trouble before for hugging girls.
Yeah,
But let me tell you this, and I'm not making a joke of this. I'm not. It's very serious. But he showed me, his parents showed me, because they ask opinions. Not that I know a thing about it, and they went through the yearbook on the girls that had complained about him hugging them.
hmm
None of them were fat or ugly. And
Well,
jokingly, I said to the
maybe
parents,
he
he needs.
just wanted to hug a girl. I don't know.
Well, what a coincidence, though. I said, Anthony, you need to start hugging some fat ones and some ugly ones, and you won't get in any trouble at all. But
That's Tom.
here he's. I know this sounds terrible, but he's autistic, and he's hugging all the hot chicks.
I don't
So I
think
guess
that's
that I'm
autistic. I
assuming
think that
that
might
part of
just
the
be
brain is working fine
yeah. Well, that's the
because
thing.
he could have hugged the fat ones and he didn't.
Right. Well, I think that's like my son had one relationship in high school with a girl, and it didn't really end up working out, which is fine because I mean, what do you expect when they're teenagers and everything. I didn't really even like the fact of the whole thing, but you know, it is what it is. And he's just like, my son isn't a talker unless if he's very passionate about something. So like he'll literally like he wouldn't be able to like just have regular conversations with people. Like he wouldn't engage in it.
Mhm.
It wouldn't be a thing, you know, like with his eyes, you know, even with his eyes, it's like, you know, that's how I knew that there was something off because when I would talk to him, even as a child, he wouldn't look at me. You know, he was
Mhm.
always looking away and like doing
I
everything
mean,
that was like,
I mean, I get that. I mean, to me, that seems like I don't know anything about this, but I wouldn't like hang my hat on somebody not looking. There are people that don't do that, that don't have that.
right.
Who does? Oh, I know a state trooper here that I run into. You know, everybody like kisses Marty's ass because he's rich and nice guy, and you know that's what got me down here. And how did that relate to that? He's a friend. Marty's a friend to everybody, and the guy sees me, and he comes in the state trooper car all the time, and I mentioned it, you know, about a month ago. I said, "You ever notice that buddy of yours, that state trooper? He never looks you in the eye. Here he is, a state trooper. So I don't know that that's like terrible. He
right.
doesn't though.
Well, it's not the worst thing, but it's something that I had to get used to because like when
Yeah,
I was kids, it was a sign of disrespect. Like if you didn't pay attention to your parents when your parents said something,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like if you were that was a sign. So like I had to change my whole parent like my whole thought process on how to parent a child because my child was a little different, you know, like you know, if your kids do something bad or they do something like, you know, what
Right.
did I get told? Tough it out. You know, that's life. You got to do stuff that you don't want to do. You just do it anyways. You know, don't stop being, you know, whatever, you know, and you teach your kids like this is just what you have to do to be a responsible adult, blah, 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 blah. Well, I couldn't do that with my child because my child would literally just literally and I'm not saying go on the floor and like kicking screaming I don't want you know this and that would just literally like shut down for hours not do anything just kind of like sit there but
But
then
I
you
mean,
could but then you could talk to him he can strike up a conversation with you about freaking he's he absorbs information
yeah, that's how Anthony is.
like you wouldn't believe I
But
think
how old is he now?
he's 19.
But how about like normal male behavior? I mean, would you feel the sense of joy if you caught him beating off to a Playboy book, or that's just not in the cards?
I mean, I'm sure it's happened. Like, I mean, I think that's just natural. Like, you know,
So that part's
he
typical.
likes he likes girls, but the thing is like I said, like he was in a relationship with a girl in high school, and it
But what
didn't.
was that? Just like backgammon one time?
It was like, oh, she'd come over. Oh, they'd hang out. I mean, like I don't know, like because I wasn't with him all the time, but like it wasn't anything where he was like, "Oh, you know, mom, I really like." It was like a kids. They were kids. I mean, like it was like an
Like how
awkward
old?
15.
Oh, okay.
It was like an awkward kid relationship.
Yeah.
Like, I
Okay.
mean,
Right.
what do you
Right.
expect? You know,
Right.
like, but like he, I don't know. Like my son's extremely smart. He's definitely smarter than I am as far as like maybe like
But does
IQ.
this trend, like Anthony's really smart, but I'm not, I mean, and I want the best for him. He's a good guy, but I don't really get how that translates into this clusterfuck we're all into. Jobs and bullshit. I just don't see him working a full-time job anywhere. Does this seem like a problem with your son or not?
I mean, he hasn't gone that route yet, and it might be difficult for him if
Yeah.
he's not in the right environment. So, like, I
Yeah, that's
feel
the thing. See, that's the struggle with Anthony. What's the right environment?
So,
I don't think there is one. I hope there is. I mean, seriously, I think Anthony, I'm not joking about this. If Las Vegas wanted him to go on his computer and like handicap games over who was batting what and what injury they had and do they have a drinking problem, he'd be great. It's that there are not a lot of openings for that. It's
Right.
fitting him in a, yeah. Anthony used to know every real estate company from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan all the way down to the Ohio border at every exit and what their name was.
Well, he's looking.
Impressive, cool. I couldn't do it, but I don't think that gets you a job anywhere.
Well, his route is more going to, he's actually going to, with his father, he's going to start his own business with
Yeah,
real estate,
statistic. That's right. You're right.
with real estate and everything.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, because his father's more like his apprentice with it all, because his father, that's what he did. I think that he can be extremely successful at it.
But
But the thing is,
how about the
you have to,
client contact?
right? So like he wouldn't be like this. He's definitely not out to be a sales rep. So he's not. He's not going to be a real estate agent. But he can definitely be in the real estate business and handle
Wow,
it
JMO.
like that.
See what JMO said here? Look,
Like that.
look, I put it on the screen.
Oh, JMO. No, you are exactly correct. Like,
Tulane's in, is that Los Angeles she's talking about?
yeah.
That's where Tulane's at, huh? Huh.
But that's what I'm saying. If you're in the right, the thing is with like kids on the autism like spectrum and everything,
Yeah.
if he definitely like he would always blow my mind with how smart he was, even as
Oh,
a, like a young
Louisiana. Oh, okay.
yeah, like even as a young kid, like it would just I'm like, wow, I don't think you got your intelligence from me. Not saying that I'm stupid, but
You got my vote.
haha, Tom.
Yeah.
But like
I'm
I'm not
kidding,
saying
I'm
that I'm
kidding.
like dumb
I'm
as
kidding.
bricks, but like
No,
my
I know.
intelligence probably like average, where I think his IQ is more like 150,
Yeah, probably, yeah, right. But it interests me, just like the autistic spectrum on, yeah, I mean, if you had a 210 IQ and nobody'd hire you, what good did it do you? Hey,
Right,
Jable, how you doing?
well, the thing is
That's right,
with
Louisiana. Yeah.
highly intelligent people,
Is that-
this is what the
Is that
problem
what is that what the abbreviation for Louisiana is? It's not LA, is it?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Is that the postal thing for LA, you guys? Jabo, you ought to know this. I didn't think I was that stupid. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, LA. I thought Los Angeles. Fuck.
Yeah, like his
I won't be asking about good grades any longer tonight. I didn't. It's funny because I saw Tulane. I know about it, but it's one college. It's missed me my whole life. I didn't have the faintest fucking idea where it was at. Okay, sorry. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Michelle.
oh no, it's fair fine. No, but like
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
the autism thing is just like new, and they didn't really know what they were really talking about for a while when he was getting through his diagnoses and everything, and it was just one of
Do
those.
you agree with the autistic diagnosis?
So, I mean, I didn't have much of a choice really, but like
Well, you could think it's bullshit, and he's
I
been
think
labeled, and you don't think
I
it's
think some
fair.
of it I think some of it kind of is, to be honest with you, because you say my son's autistic, and then I see another autistic kid, and it's
Yeah,
two totally different, it's like apples and oranges over here, like
yeah. Idiot savant. Yeah. It's funny. I know a guy. I don't want to say his race because you'll fucking get on me about that. But this guy is dumb as a fucking box of rocks. But he can fix anything on a car, and I just can't quite figure this out. Because he had very limited training, and I just wonder if that's what idiot savant references. Just this intuition mechanically that, I mean, that motherfucker will have, there'll be like parts spread out. You could offer me $10 million and I'd have a whole fucking box full when I was done putting it back together. I'm just really bad at that. Like I've said before, I know people that were super smart that couldn't graduate from the University of Michigan because they couldn't pass a semester of basic language. I know really brilliant people that couldn't get into medical school because they struggled with organic chemistry.
Well, what my problem always was in school, all throughout my schoolings, was I would get really bad test anxiety.
Yeah.
Like literally, I couldn't think correctly. And then I would try really hard. Like I would do literally, it would take me like twice as long to take a test than like a normal person probably. Like my mind would just go in like 50 million directions. Like, but my learning, see, everyone has a different way that they learn. Like, okay, what I learned going to college is some people learn better visually, some people learn better verbally, and some people are kinetic learners, right? And unfortunately for me, mine's more like kinetic learning, because like I could literally read something 5-6 times and not really understand or remember like half of what I read, which was very frustrating. So like when I would have to go to college and throughout school, like I would literally have to practice what I learned with somebody, like almost kind of like role playing, like,
Yeah.
oh, look, this is what I learned and this is me, doing it, or, for it to stick in my head. Like I couldn't, if you were to sit there in front of a board and just like talk, like lecture halls in college,
Yeah.
I failed those classes miserably because like it was the worst. I don't learn that way. So everybody has where they learn the best and how they learn the best. And that's what also you got to learn with your child or, whoever. Everyone's different in that aspect. Like you see people with recorders because they got to record lectures and then listen to it back. Like that does nothing for me at all. Not even a little bit. And like some people have to write down notes and that helps them. Or,
You're luckier than I was. Every college class I ever have, I left that thing. They showed movies, film strips, those fucking things where you like put it on a thing and it projects it on the thing. I tried recorders, notes. I still didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
Right.
It's amazing I graduated from college.
Well, maybe you're more of a kinetic learner like me, where it's like hands-on. Like you gotta.
Yeah, but you can't do that fucking hands-on shit when you're in college.
Oh, I know.
No, I think I'm not a kinetic learner because I had the same thing happen in my pilot's license. I like that interested me, and you'd think I can't even say that stuff that interested me I did any better, and I'm just like a crappy student.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I don't give a fuck now, though. I mean, that's one advantage I can hang my hat on getting older. When you're 20 and thinking this way, you're thinking, fuck, man, another fucking 40 years of this bullshit. Well, now it's like behind me, so I don't give a fuck. I just do my own thing, fuck around with bees, read about them, fuck them.
I mean, like, I would even go to say that, like, maybe your learning style is probably just more like.
I don't know what it is, to tell you the truth.
Well, you read
really,
a lot.
I don't, huh?
You read a lot.
Yeah, but it isn't like something I would like get by reading in a college thing. Like, I read what I want to read and quit reading what I don't. And I skip around and. There's a book written on how to read a book, and I was kind of like that anyway. You go through it, you skim through it, you read the front, you read the back, you look at the headings of the chapter. I'm kind of like that. I don't even read all the fucking chapters sometimes, which you get fucking, lambasted for when you don't in an academic setting. Like my attorney, when I was down in Florida, his wife's a doctor. He's an attorney. He got into a good law school, and he thinks that I'm smarter than he is. He said that a couple times. It's like, and I think he based that on conversations we had that dealt with my divorce. Well, I don't think that at all. And even if I am, it doesn't have a practical use in the real world. You know, I quizzed him a lot about the LSAT, how he prepared, people that he knew that flunked, that kind of thing. And it was interesting. You know, it's just, fuck, I don't know. I know what I am, though. Lucky. And I think minus luck, man, I'd be fucking homeless myself. Seriously. Really. Honestly. I think if I hadn't had some lucky fucking breaks doing bullshit, I would have been really struggled in life. And I just had a couple doors open for me and it worked. But it's by no means discipline, intelligence, academics, shit luck, musical chairs of life. But, you know, like Cloud Dancer in the academic setting, you know, there's no chance for, like, let's say I am like you, Michelle, and that's how we learn. Yeah, well, who the fuck? Yeah, we're not going to have, you know, PhDs to hang on our wall to show that, because that's the opposite of how we learn, and that's the only avenue you have for this academic credibility.
Well, the thing is, what I found when I was in college, because obviously not all the classes and everything obviously aren't, you know, you don't demonstrate what you learn, like, whatever, right away.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you learn different, like, tips on, like, what works for you. So, like, I would have, like, a friend or a family member come over, and I would demonstrate what I learned over and over and over again to them. And by me demonstrating it to somebody else helped me, you know, get a better understanding. Like, oh, this is how this all works together. You know what I
You know what
mean?
works for me? Believe it or not, I still have them. I just bought 2 decks up the other day. Flashcards.
There you go.
No, yeah, I still get the 4x5 or whatever fucking side they are, and if I can't find them already made, I make them myself. And I just go through those motherfuckers. I don't care if there's a stack of 10,000 of them. And when I miss one, I start all over again. That's how I've really been able to, like, cram. I mean, I can tell you guys this now. You know, I thought, you know, I had deadbeat parents. I really liked aviation, but I never had any, like, into it. So I took a few lessons like that, and it's like, fuck, man, all this bullshit. I'm never going to learn all this bullshit. And then I eventually, you know, had enough money where I could buy an airplane. I went out and bought an airplane. I flew for 13 years without a pilot's license. And then it finally got to where I hadn't.
Tom, you just had, like, a whole conversation about safety and doing things by the
Yeah,
book.
no, I did. No, I was safe, though. I mean, I did fine. I wore my seatbelt and all that shit while I was flying. I took fucking so many people flying. 13 years without a pilot's license. But, you know, if you think about it, I look at it now and I look back at some of the shit that I did, and it's like, and you know how I ended up getting my pilot's license is I had an airplane. I flew it all over. Everybody thought I had one. And I was afraid when I went up and visited my sister that they were going to, like, steal my radios. Or for a while, these hillbillies were stealing, like, the light bulbs out of airplanes because they thought they were way brighter. Stupid, you know. So I had my airplane insured, and I got insurance on it. And the guy kept saying to me, it's like, I'm going to need a picture of your pilot's license. And this went on for about 3 years. And finally, I guess they called the FAA or something. And he came up to me and he said, Tom, you don't have a pilot's license, do you? I said, I don't. So he said, well, you know, I can give you a month. You're going to have to get it. Well, this is just like you going back, or anybody on here going back to driver's ed. You know, I mean, you've been driving all these years, but when you come to those kind of questions, when you're just starting, there's a whole bunch of shit I didn't know. So long story short, I went around to places and told them my story. It's like, no way. There's no fucking way that I'm taking you as a student. It's just fucking crazy. You're insane. You ought to be in jail. You know, killing people, this kind of shit. And I finally found a kook that later got convicted of child porn, believe it or not. His name was Randy Traeger. And I told him the story, and he said, well, I'll tell you this. He said, if you can, we'll go out and we'll fly. And if you can do it, I'll sign you off in an hour. You're going to have to take the written. And it's like, okay. I gave him a $500 bonus. he didn't know he was going to get that, but I went out in an hour and we flew about 20 minutes and he said, hey, you're not going to have any problem passing this test, which I didn't really believe. So I studied for about a month. He signed me off because you have to have an instructor endorse you to be eligible for a test. And I went out, took the thing and passed my written and got a pilot's license. It was no big deal at all. So, you know, I know about all this like ways of learning and the crazy shit you'll do to get away from it. And when I took my check ride for my pilot's license, the guy that I took a check ride with, he said, man, you seem like you have a lot more experience. Well, I couldn't log all those hours because I was illegal. Nobody was signing me off. So I had 13 years of experience before I took my check ride, as opposed to the national average at the time of 52 hours. Yeah, and when I took my check ride, the guy said, you really seem like did you ride around with somebody or something for a while? It's like, yeah, you know, I had friends. They'd take me flying. I probably picked up on some of it. But I remember being shocked how easy it was. Well, that's what happens when you've been doing that long. But I was really worried about just being in the game so long as opposed to they say you're the safest pilot the day you get your license, you know, because you're up to snuff on everything. And that's what scared me. So yeah, I had... I struggled with tests and stuff my whole life. Weird.
Yeah, I was always a horrible testing. I mean, like I did pass tests, but like, obviously, but it's the subjects that I always excelled in was like math.
I never excelled in any subject, not one. People say, what was your favorite class? I never had one.
Really?
I fucking hated the whole way. I thought it was bullshit and boring.
Or even, well, what about like tech class where like
No, I hated pipe fitting, working on cars. I didn't want to be a plumber or carpenter. That was totally hosed. I tried a month in a factory. I hated that.
I used to love like home ec for the
Oh, God.
baking
I
stuff.
took that. I took that too.
You know what was hilarious was, I won't forget this either.
She went to Betty by River. Yeah,
is-
she's a good guest. Skyballs, I like her, don't you, Michelle?
I do.
She's like a great person to have on a chat.
Yep.
Yeah, home ec, I took that, you know, bake cookies and shit like that. Another thing I couldn't do is typing. God damn, I thought that made you gay if you were good at it.
I was really good at typing actually. Like
I typed 24 words a minute. I know. You know, no, it's funny. Hey, Herbie quit now. 2 years older than me at my high school was autistic and typed 165 words a minute. I forgot about that. I don't know that he was diagnosed, but you know, he fit the like Anthony mold. 165 words a minute. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Marty, the guy that got me down here, my buddy, you know, he ain't worth a fuck at school either. He makes $1 million a month.
Well, I'm not saying that like have, you know, just because you're book smart doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be like this success, you know, like everybody's different and everything, so.
But really, I mean, either it's self-employed. I mean, there are examples, exceptions. But like really, like now, if I had kids, that was part of the reason why I didn't have kids. A very small part, by the way. But I think I know how the world works. And I'd have been on there like the fucking Jews. It's a part of their culture. And I realize as an adult what academics does for you. And that's the only get out of jail free card as far as equaling the scales. And it's the way to go. It's your only bite at the apple of catching up with the haves. There's good
by
grades.
academics.
Absolutely. Yep. Good schools, good grades, scholarships, and good jobs. And now, like a guy like me, you know, I was a perfect private detective. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do. I was very good at what I did, but a renegade, a good student would have never done that kind of shit. So, but those days are gone. What I made my money at, that piece of pie is so slow now, it's ridiculous. It's small. It's like it's nothing. I couldn't have done it again. If I'd have been like me now at 18, I'd have been so fucked.
I mean, I think a lot of it's going through computers and
Yeah, I never thought I'd have a computer. I got my first computer in 98.
so, well, wait a minute, was it 90? I think it was 95 or
Yeah, and I had that, I moved to Chicago and there were younger guys than me that I knew that I played basketball with and stuff that set it up and all this shit. And I'm just like watching these guys set this up. I mean, I remember a guy clicking on like an avatar. It's like, how'd you know to click on that? It'd be just like clicking on a link now.
I gotta be honest with you. When I got my first computer, I think I was like 12, and I was obsessed. Like, I was one of those kids who like literally waited like 40 minutes to send a message to somebody or, for the page to
Yeah.
refresh.
I had an old secretary that worked for me for a long time before I sold out. And I remember calling her and said, what do you think of me getting a computer? She said, I think you would really like it. It's like, why? She said, well, you could just have access to everything. You can like check weather and planes. And this is pre-YouTube. You can just play music and it's like,
That's the thing
like,
too, is I
wow,
don't know.
no shit, all that.
I don't think kids understand like how easy stuff is anymore because like,
I had dial-up for a long time.
oh yeah, there's but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a millennial, so I still know how it was before technology and what I had to do before we had all of these things, but I'm also was kind of raised on it too.
Yeah,
So
not me. No, it
I
was
had
like really foreign. We had old ancient. I bought my wife a laptop about 89. It was $3,100. Weighed about 40 pounds. It's a big giant fucking thing. Slow dial up.
Yeah, well, I think the computer that my mother bought for us, and this is, back in 95,
Yeah, CompuServe. Yeah.
she paid like $4,000 for it.
Yeah. It's crazy.
And there was nothing on it really. There wasn't a lot
Right.
on it.
And then they got cheap, and now they're crazy expensive again. If you get a fucking computer with like any fucking processing ability, I'm not talking about fucking around emails and watching YouTube. I'm talking about crunching high definition video or, putting together rendering files and videos on YouTube. Fuck, you're going to get a bare bones like Hope It Works for $8,000 now. And almost everything is like laptops. I don't like dragging a fucking laptop around ever. I'd rather have a good desktop. And I don't want that all-in-one bullshit either. There's a place, unless you're doing heavy data crunching. Like I just decided, I've actually stepped back. I was at 4K, almost went to 6K, and I thought, fuck this bullshit. I'm not doing it anymore. A lot of my bullshit now, 1080p, even though I could do 4K. I'm not getting caught into this fucking rabbit hole. Yeah, the dial-up sound, I don't. Fuck that goddamn thing. You try it would take you a fucking 3 hours to watch a 5-minute porno clip. Porn's great on the internet, by the way. And porn is also way worse than it used to be. I don't know if that's because I've gotten older and watched so much of it. And everybody's doing it. And somebody said earlier when we were talking about here, it's like the taboo factor. I don't think that's it for me. I don't think it's as good. I know like you got OnlyFans and all that shit, man. I think now, even at my age, I think I don't want to spend 5 hours looking for this shit. You know, back in the day, it's like when you went to like a theater, I talked to you. You know, you're younger than me. You had to go to like a bad part of town to watch porno movies. It was like all good. There was never a bad one. Some were better than others, but this bullshit out there now fucking sucks. Even you think it'd be great, you know, and the women are way prettier. They were like not so good when I started watching it in the 70s. I mean, some, but not hardly ever. But now it's like, fuck. If you like covered the body and showed me the face, I couldn't tell you if they were in porn or Miss America. I mean, they're pretty. They're not like ugly girls like they used to be.
I think, well, I think with technology and everything else, like people are willing to do more of it on their own terms, where they're not like how it was done before, where you went to these, you know, y- people are just more like freelancing almost, and
Mhm.
it's so easy to do. It's not like it's that complicated.
Yeah. See, you're in that fucked up goddamn. If you were my age, you wouldn't be going through this bullshit you're going through with these bullshit jobs. It wasn't like that then. You'd have a good job. Your generation's fucking screwed.
Well, like even my father, he was telling me, he was like, he never even understood. He's like, how come you're not making more money? He was like,
No, it's because
when I,
your age. Yep.
yeah, no, because he had a job at a major company and was didn't have like a fancy degree, nothing like, and
AOL chat was good. Yeah.
and he made more money than what I make now. And it's like,
Right. No, it's true. In the mid '80s, I was making 250 grand a year.
that's a lot
I
for
know.
the 80s. Yeah, well, I don't know.
If I had to work now, I'd be lucky to make 40. And then you factor in inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's your age, Chris's age. Fuck that. But sometimes I think it's like I'm glad I was on the receiving end of the good old days. But the good old days were if you wanted to work and you were decent, you were honest, you'd do well. It's not like that anymore. And if you decide to go to school, unless you're in something that pays a lot, you got fucking $150,000 worth of fucking student loans, which is just crazy.
Well, that's what I always felt with America was unfair because
It is now. It never used to be.
well, my cousin went to school and she's a PA now, but I always asked her, I'm like, well, why didn't you just go to be a doctor? And
Big difference. Huge difference.
she said, because I can't afford it. She's like, I can't even afford what I had to pay for becoming a PA. She's like,
No, it's a lot. PA is good though. Well, she probably makes 160.
Oh no, she makes good money. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly, but she has a really nice house. No, they
Yeah,
make good.
160, 170. But I'm telling you, it's still not the bang for your buck long ago.
Right. And like what you have to go through to get that too. It's
Oh,
just like,
fuck yeah, man.
it's like they're making it so kids, like, if you're thinking of it logically, right? So you're logically thinking here. You're like, do I want to pay like all of this money to go to school
No, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do
when
it. But see, for me, I mean, I got a degree in criminal justice, was a joke. I hardly ever went to class. But it didn't matter what grades I got because I've always been self-employed. So all I needed was this bullshit 4-year degree in criminal justice, which allowed me to be licensed without working for someone for fucking 3 years for $10 an hour. So I got over that hump. I was so fucking lucky, man. I got hired about a couple months after I graduated from college from General Motors plant protection. It was considered white collar, not blue collar. We were security at GM, but they paid us overtime if we worked it. I started out at $41,000 a year in 1981, full benefits, paid vacation. And in 6 months, I was making more part-time as a PI, and I thought, fuck this. Nowadays, I couldn't get a job for $41,000, and that was in 1981. That shows you how much things have changed. And a fucking pickup truck is 90 grand. A crappy house is $350. Gas is $3.69 a gallon. No student loans. I mean, the world is so different now, the standard of living.
I mean, especially if you have kids too. If you put kids
Oh,
on,
I don't know how people afford kids.
they're expensive. They're not
It's
cheap.
the working poor.
It is. No, it really is.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's a constant. Um, it's a constant battle. and
Constant battle. Absolutely right.
That's why you don't see people having a lot of kids either, because
Hey, Joe. No, I never wanted kids anyway. So that was never like a consideration for me. I didn't want to be in that deep. I didn't, I wasn't raised in that great of an environment. I just said, fuck, it never interested me a bit. I mean, if I had had a fucking, young Tommy born, I'd have probably blown my fucking head off. That didn't interest me a bit. Yeah, I didn't have any interest in that at all. Nothing. I didn't, and even now I'm still that way. I don't care about like holidays and getting together. And even like if I got in a relationship, it was pretty remote at this stage of the game. I don't want to be fucking around going over to some in-laws or their parents on Christmas and bullshit. This is, honest to God, this is embarrassing, really, in a way, but I'm telling you the truth. This is the first, I never had a problem like people wanting to hang around with me or being liked where I was at. But that's different than like intimate, in close, good relationships. This is the first time in my life that I've ever been in a place where I really felt like wanted, like really care for me, that for sure. Like Marty and his wife and his family. I never had that my whole life. Not when I was married, not before, not when I was growing up. It's like I really like these people, like feel like I probably should have felt my whole life. They're like nice to me and they're glad to have me around, and I like doing things for them, and it's like it took all this damn time. You believe that? And I met this guy on eBay. It's crazy.
That's nuts.
Yeah, nuts, man. It's like these people said, just come on down. Don't worry about it. So I did. I didn't have anything else going on. It's kind of the end of the road in West Branch.
Are there still people in the chat?
Yeah. 46.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I never really felt like that way, It's like, wow. They call and like check out where I'm at and stuff like that. But it isn't like bullshit. I never really liked my in-laws. Never really like hanging out with like, girlfriends' parents. I never like hung around two people. I had a lot of friends, but I didn't really hang around people too much. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you just had I think what it is you just had like a trouble like childhood, and then like being an adult, like you never really knew what to do because of what you grew up in. So you kind of had like a bad view of like what family life kind of
Yeah.
is.
Anytime that I would run into like a family, like a family that seemed like good and stuff, it seemed phony to me.
Yeah. Well,
Although, I had that priest buddy of mine that was in Chicago, and I met probably 10 families through him, through different functions and things. And it was just like Ozzie and Harriet, no shit. And I remember telling him all the time, man, this just seems like it's a movie or something. Kids are going, Johnny's going off to Harvard and Sally's going to Stanford, and the dad was a retired FBI agent that was a workers' comp judge now in his retirement. The wife was a nurse and shit. I mean, I met about 10 families like something that you'd think it was a movie. It's crazy. And of all people, I got to Chicago, when I left my wife, that wasn't bad. This was never like arguing or I hate you, nothing. She came up twice after I left. We fucked for a week. Then we took an Alaska cruise, and then it just kind of slowly dwindled after that. Yeah, it was not like bad, fight and argument. I mean, I could have just as easily stayed together as I took off. And here I meet this Catholic priest when I go up to Chicago. I met him in a diner. We got bullshit and talking. Best friends, did all sorts of shit together. It's crazy how life, the twists and turns. When we were really good friends. I mean, hung around all the time, and he ended up getting lung cancer and dying. And the ex-president of McDonald's chartered us a private airplane, a limousine. I took him down to Cleveland Clinic, but by then it was too late. But I thought that was part of the reason I got thinking, man, I need to get out of here. He was dead, and I thought, fuck it. So I left. Wonder why your thing says hi now.
Oh no, that's what I put. I put that. See, look, I can
Okay.
here. I can change
Okay.
it.
Yeah, you never know what's in store for you. I think a couple other twists and turns in my life, that could have ebbed and flowed the other way. It'd have probably been tits up for me.
I mean, I think that things happen in your life and you learn from them, and you go through periods of your life where you suffer a little bit,
Yeah.
whether, it's from depression. It's kind of like a self-reflect, um, self-reflection period, and, you learn certain things and you move
I
on
should
from
be
it.
home free now at this age. Fucking around here.
Well, I mean, that was your retirement age, so you're basically like
But
a
I've been
bit of
kind of
a,
like this, man. I mean, I haven't really worked in quite a while.
I mean, you do what you want now. Like that was your time to, if you,
Yeah, I mean, that's cool, but it's not all cracked up what you think it'd be.
well, that's because you never had a family either, too. So like you would have more to do if you had, you know, kids or whatever, grandkids. That's what most retired people do. They're like, oh, let's take the grandkids to the baseball game and just, your
Yeah,
case is a little different, so now you can focus on hobbies and, you know,
right.
whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, I got
You
lucky.
you could always take like a per diem job too, or like, even if
I don't
you,
really want to, though.
but it might be like something, well, I mean, something that you're interested, obviously, like just do it when you feel like doing it. That's what my
That's
mother
what I
did.
do. I mean, this guy that I know down here that got me to come down here. I'll give you an example. He's looking at buying $1 million worth of petrified wood this week. It sounds crazy, but it's valuable, full trees, out in Arizona next to the petrified fucking forest. He buys this shit and resells it and that kind of thing. So he says, hey, would you think about going out there for me and looking at this shit and inventory in it? Because there's a son in the mix. The dad died and I don't want it stolen. Yeah, fuck yeah, man, I will. 1,720 miles. It's I'll leave tomorrow, man, no problem. So I'm always doing fun shit because of this guy. I can go over to Hilton Head whenever I want, which I don't because I don't really like it. But I'll be out fucking around in Arizona pretty soon, looking at $1 million worth of petrified wood in the petrified forest. Arrange and getting it shipped back here. And it's like that every day.
Well, see, now you can learn some new stuff and hobbies and obsess over wood. I mean, I like dotty pine wood, so if you see any good dotty pine wood over there, let me know.
I got good wood. Not there though. Here. Look up heartwood pine. Look up heartwood pine on the internet.
Okay.
I mean, all my inside of my place is going to be this killer fucking wood. Free. I figured just the living room would have cost me about 50 grand. I'm getting it free. I mean, I've had such shit luck in the last year. It's unbelievable. One goddamn lucky thing after another.
And you don't enjoy it.
I do, but
You're
like,
still tormented. You're still tormented.
yeah, well, I'd like to, like, you know, I'm just kind of like, you know, I'll be good down here. I'm just like not, you know, I'm kind of neutral for quite a while. You know, it's
So-
just, you never know what's coming around the corner.
Oh, Jabo, I'm just reading some comments now. Aw, Rita and Jabo. Bopak, so
Yeah, they've been around a long time. Yeah.
Bopak, you should come on the panel. I love your imagery that you always post.
Yeah, I got lucky. Yeah, come on up, Chris. He's probably down in the basement. You got to work tomorrow?
Yes.
Now, what time will you have to get up tomorrow?
I mean, I'll probably get up normal time, like 8 o'clock, but I don't have to be to work till afternoon, so.
Private detective, Joel, my whole life.
So you did private detective work your whole life?
Yeah, my whole adult life. Yeah, 25 and on, because you had to be 25 to get a license in Michigan.
Now, when you were a private detective, did you do like different avenues, or you just stuck with one and just?
No, yeah, I did everything,
Okay.
but I learned very early on that the money was in insurance work, like charging $1,000 a day and paying the employee like $140.
Wow.
And I did. For a while, I had 22 full-time guys.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's where the money was at. But since then, it's changed. They've had a lot of return to work programs. You know, I mean, my job was to catch people outside of their restrictions or to catch them working someplace else. And probably 25% of the time, I got them in another job, which they were denying they had. But the other time was catching them, like if you had a 5-pound weight restriction, I'd catch them bowling, they're fucked.
Now, have you ever like caught like anything like really like weird or odd? Like, what's your weirdest out of like thing?
No, not really. I mean, I got. You can look it up on Google when you're off here. It's Ravery versus Reed, Ravary. In Michigan, you'd have what was called an open award, and what that would be is some companies are self-insured, some people have insurance policies. Well, the bigger companies, like with multiple locations and in different states, they'd be self-insured. So that meant their workers' comp pool had to be approved by the state. In other words, you had to have enough funding to be able to cover any losses. Well, an open award in Michigan meant lifetime benefits in lifetime workers' comp. It was the kiss of fucking death. I mean, you get somebody in their 30s and they're getting an open award, and fuck, they may not die till they're 70, and you're on the hook for all this. And there was one particular judge, one particular attorney that kept on creating these open awards. So finally I got hired by a company and said, hey, we think there's something going on between this judge and this attorney. Would you investigate? And I followed that motherfucker for a month. And I followed him down to Florida, and I got him hanging out with the attorney from Michigan and partying, fucking around. And I had I think my bill was $15,000, and that was way back in the day. So part of the investigation I did, which was all ethical and was all legal, I thought, well, I had nothing to lose by filing a Freedom of Information Act request to see if he'd ever been disciplined, that kind of thing. Well, I believe it or not, I was friends with one of my college professors, Jewish guy. We hung out a lot, and I had already graduated. And he had a law firm in downtown Ann Arbor. Well, I had an apartment, and I didn't want my PI license coming back to my apartment. So I said to this guy that used to be my professor, hey, would you mind if I used your law firm as my mailing address for my license? He said no. So I did. So I applied for this Freedom of Information Act. Somehow this judge got tipped off that I had was checking into his background, and he got an attorney that I knew to sue me for invasion of privacy.
Wow.
So I was held in contempt of court, and I was supposed to be jailed unless I divulged the name of my source. So I never did. This was all over the media. It was on TV and the newspapers. And I had an insurance policy, which covered me and anybody I did work for. And I got charged with contempt of court, and I was supposed to be jailed like on September 9th for failing to disclose the name of my client. And I had an emergency stay, which meant that my insurance policy hired a famous appeal attorney to represent me, and it was actually beat in the Court of Appeals. I never had to go to jail. It's case law. It's Ravery versus Reed. And that was probably my weirdest case because I got in a lot of trouble. Things were kind of on hold. For a while, certain companies were afraid to hire me because I pissed this judge off, even everything was above board and I did everything right. But I got a lot of media attention because of it. But most of the time, I did murders. I did the Margaret Eby file that was on Forensic Files and Unsolved Mysteries. EBY. She was a professor that was murdered in Flint. I did a couple murders around Detroit, and that's the kind of stuff that garners a lot of attention. But the major money that I made was through insurance companies. I knew early on that, like I told you, I was doing $1,000 a day per employee, paying them $140. I was fucking killing it. And then after 10 years, I thought, man, I'm going to sell. I had one guy that pitched for the Detroit Tigers and another guy that just couldn't get hired at different companies. And I jokingly said to them one day, why don't you guys buy me out? It's like, okay, we will. What do you want for it? I had no fucking idea. And at the time I was grossing about $850 a year, 900,000, something like that, which was like fucking crazy for a guy like me. And I sold it for, I got $175,000 down, and I financed it for 10 years, which was about $8,000 a month. That's how I ended up getting that Florida property. So I moved to Florida. That place is worth about $4 million. So I had a couple breaks, lucky on the detective thing, which isn't available now. Florida property went crazy. So I had two big fucking hits in my lifetime that kind of paved the way of fucking off and not having to work some shit job. I mean, I'm not really a businessman because, businessmen like Mark Cuban and those guys, they take their money and they invest it into something else, where as soon as I got that kind of cash, which isn't really that much, and I had expensive hobbies, Corvettes, airplanes, that kind of shit. As soon as I got that money, I thought, man, I'm not going to have to work. Fuck it. Be sleeping in, staying up late watching TV. Not exactly like a great businessman. But, I mean, I should be worth $30 million with the money that I had early. But I was more interested in not working than, working and investing in a bunch of bullshit. And it worked for me. But if I was a smart Jew, I'm sure I'd be worth a lot more money. But I also would have had to work, which I wasn't really too interested in. I'm basically a lazy fucker. So I pulled it off. So it was two big hits, making great money before I sold, building up some assets. I paid off all our houses. We had a house in Georgia. We had a house in Michigan. Then I had probably $400,000-500,000 before I sold. And then I sold for $1.3 million with 200 down. So it's like, I thought to myself, it's like, I didn't even figure it out on paper. I thought, fuck work. And I did, and I went down and fucked off in Florida, traveled all over Alaska, took 10-year vacations out west, which was expensive, but I also wasn't working. I got lucky. Believe me, I know it too. Could I do it again now, like at your age? Fuck no, man. That PI business is drying up. The place I sold is actually still in business, but they don't make anywhere near the money I did, and that was in the 80s and 90s.
Do you think a lot of that is due to like technology now? And there's other ways.
No, I think what a lot of it has to do is, back in the day, it was a free-for-all. Companies were making money. You didn't have this foreign influence, and they just didn't really pay that much attention to it. Everybody was making so much fucking money that if you were getting ripped off by 50 employees in a big factory, you didn't give a fuck. And then, like the car company got competitive. The whole world was making cars, and everything kind of got clamped down. They had work comp reform. And, a lot of shit was getting farmed out to different companies. And the big three, which is the small two now, was getting put out of business. And I did a lot of work for Ford and GM too. Walmart, Meijer, big grocery chains. And so what they did was when it got reformed, there were just a lot of programs to keep you from going home and fucking off. They'd turn you into a door greeter, or they'd have you answering the phones. Where back in my day, they would just pay you and hire a guy like me to catch you doing something you shouldn't have been doing. Well, now it's like, it's a competitive market now. You can't afford to lose your job. So you can scratch the 25% of the people that I caught working. That's not available anymore. They're lucky to have a job anywhere. And the rest of it, they have too many return to work programs, therapy, other jobs that don't require lifting. So the surveillance pool, which is where the money was, is much smaller piece of pie. Instead of authorizing, let's say in the state of Michigan, $500,000 surveillance cases over a year, for the whole fucking state, it's probably down to around 50. Most PI businesses went out of business. So if you're not doing something like that for constant money for like insurance companies and third-party insurers, you can fucking forget it. I had Yellow Page listings in every major state, in city, in Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Yellow Page listings for doing PI work for like 10 years. And I'll bet you I didn't get 5 cases out of being in 3 full states where I actually got paid to do some work. If you get a husband or a wife that call up, see, in most states went to no fault. So it meant if you caught your husband fucking his secretary, it didn't matter anymore. It was no fault. All that mattered was the dispersion of assets. They didn't care why you were getting divorced. So that killed that. And even when I did it, I probably did maybe in my PI career, probably 50 or 75 marital deals. And the average, here I am charging insurance companies $1,000 a day. If you go to just a working couple and you think your wife's fucking around, and I tell you it's going to cost about $1,000, you're going to look at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? $1,000? They're thinking it's going to cost like $50. And if you don't catch them fucking on a park bench outside, they think you ripped them off. So it was just a bad book of business to begin with, because the people that were hiring you couldn't afford it, and they had this TV mentality of what they thought they needed for proof that didn't really matter. So when no fault came out in most of the states, what ended up happening is you no longer had a legal reason to hire me. If you hired me, it's because you wondered who hubby was fucking, and there was a limit on what you were willing to spend on that. It wasn't going to mean alimony and child support. It was out the fucking window. And when it comes down to just that small a piece of pie on why you'd pay that kind of money, you know how it is. You get jealous. You just can't stand the thought of your spouse fucking around. There's a limit to that. And most people, working class people, are not going to pay what I was getting paid from corporations to do work. So I found it was just a very unsavory group of customers. They were never happy. They didn't want to pay anything. They bitched about everything you did. And honestly, I learned through doing that that when people are having affairs, I would tell everybody, I wanted to do a good job for them. Set it up. Say you're going on a weekend out of town. I want this motherfucker to think that you're not going to be coming home. I'd set it up as good as I could. I'd encourage them to be 500 miles away. That way, if this guy's fucking around, he would be. But even when spouses are having affairs, my experience in doing a lot of surveillance, it doesn't happen like you're dating. I mean, you may be having an affair with your secretary, but you may be fucking her once or twice a month. So the likelihood of me getting lucky enough to catch you when you're doing that, and then I would have people get mad at me. I'd get video of a husband fucking his secretary going into a hotel. I'd get video of them both going in there. They'd be in there 3 hours. They'd have wine, beer, whatever the fuck I got them before that party store. They'd come out and the people would be mad that I didn't get an hour of them fucking. Which is just invasion of privacy. You can't do it. It's like, hey, lady, it's not my business, but, your husband just went in there for 3 hours with this girl you identified as the secretary. What do you think they're in there playing fucking backgammon? So it was like I learned early on as a PI that this fucking marital bullshit, once no fault was established, was no way to make a living. My whole career as a PI, I was fucking killing it, and I was behind constantly. I had more work than I could fucking handle. And it was just like, I remember telling my wife one time, it's like, can you believe we're making this kind of fucking money? She traveled. That's another fucking thing in this divorce. I don't really mind it. I was fine. She traveled all over Europe, got her master's degree, had nice cars. We flew all over in our own airplanes, traveled, fucked around, took great vacations. None of that shit is credited, which I'm fine with. But that cunt fucking lawyer she hired tried to, when it was me, I need to come up with receipts like we were single back then. When it was her, it was marital assets. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look, we didn't have a bad relationship at all. I almost called her the other day, but I didn't. I'm glad that I didn't. Because if this fucking divorce bullshit goes down and I think it's something that I don't deserve, I'll write her a goddamn check for the motherfucker. I'll give you an example. Like there's a retirement account and there's some other fucking shit, a 401k. I think I'm going to get fucked. I think I'm going to get fucked if I had to guess out of about $1 million, but I'm still fine financially. And they give me half this bullshit as part of this equation and this clusterfuck divorce. I will write her a fucking check after the divorce that was granted to me for what I think I don't deserve. Really, man, I don't want any goddamn bad karma. I could have came up with these phony receipts that Marty was charging me $1,500 a month to live here. I didn't do any of that shit. I'm 100% believer in karma. I'm not doing any fucked up lying behind the scenes bullshit. Not. So when I get a big dick shoved up my ass, at least I know it wasn't because of some fucked up behavior I had. I really think this way.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I'm not doing any illegal, ethical bullshit.
well,
I joke with these women all the time. Your husband too, man. I tell if you came down and visited me, this is the safest fucking place you could be. Seriously, man. I'm not like that. I mean, I joke about it and shit, but I wouldn't do it even if it was a possibility. No fucking way. Absolutely right. If you came down here in a string bikini with $1 million, it wouldn't change a thing. I just live that way, and it's not religious. I wouldn't even say it was moral, but the last nut house I was in, I had a long time to think about things, and I couldn't help but think that some of my past transgressions got me there. And I promised myself that from now on, I'm not doing any kind of bullshit like this.
oh, so you're
Yeah, I'm not.
from
No, I'm not. No,
bad
I'm not.
behavior.
I'm not doing it. Nope. I would not do it. And I don't think it's any moral higher plane or any of that. I'm not. Even in this divorce, I told the judge. I finally thought I'll give you an example. Like this condo I have, no big deal in Michigan. It's paid for. They say it was worth 150. I got it appraised because I'm selling it to a young couple. It was 130. I think it was a low appraisal, but forget that. So they're talking there. We're in court. The fucking judge is just rude, not nice. And the attorney's making a big deal that I got a low appraisal. I searched for someone that was going to undervalue it. And I just piped up and said, hey, okay, let's count it as 150. I'll count it as 150, even though it appraised for 130. The judge looks at me like I'm going to come over there and get spanked. She said, no one asked you a question.
Wow.
Like, yeah, nobody asked a question, but let's go with 150. I want to get this shit behind me. Stuff like that. I mean, I do some fucked up shit, but none of it's I don't do anything like that, man. No way. I don't. That's why these fucking stalker cocksuckers on YouTube and stuff, you're never going to find any smoking gun with me. I mean, of all these pricks that have fucked with me, don't you think if there was something out there, they'd have found it by now? There's nothing. There isn't any bullshit hanky-panky with anything. Nothing. There's no smoking gun.
Well, it probably makes you feel better at the end of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want, I'm just not like that, not like trying to get ahead of that. I wasn't always like this. I've done some bad things in my life that I regret, but I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah, I'm not doing that. And I don't think like you do things like you should do them for like to tell everybody about. I mean, I gave a ton of money away that I made on YouTube, but I didn't account for it because it was my money. When it was somebody else's money, I made a video of it because they'd say, hey, I send you $100. Where is it? That kind of thing. No, I just choose to live that way. I mean, it could mean nothing, but at least I know when I get it broke off in me, it wasn't because of or dick cancer or something. It wasn't because of I'm 100% believer in karma. I really am.
Well, I mean, you keep doing good for people and
yeah, and I don't think anything. I mean, believe me, I also don't think that doing good for people gets you anywhere. I mean, believe me, when I do something good or charitable or kind, I'm extra careful crossing the fucking street. Because believe me, if there was ever a time to get crushed flat by a fucking semi-truck, it's then. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like you do good things and, or you do something nice and all of a sudden you're calling the media and telling them to come out there and take a picture of you handing a retard a popsicle. I'm not doing it. And I don't think it gets you anywhere. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. I know what I do. I guess I could say I could sum it up with, it's a clear conscience. Good night, Chris. Clear conscience I have. And it's not really a moral platform. And I'll probably get dick cancer over this. Believe me, I'm paranoid about it a little bit. I don't think that, doing the right thing is necessarily going to get you anything. That's the way I'm going to go with it.
I mean, I think if it gives you peace and sanity and
sanity, that's always been pretty elusive.
And if you can feel like, I think you're made with instincts, right? So I think when you know what you're doing is good, then do it.
Yeah, but I think too, people talk about suicide and suicide ideation stuff. It isn't one size fits all. I mean, there's people that do it because of health problems, financial problems, sexual weird shit. They molested some kid. There's a whole gamut of things. But when it's talked about, there's all sorts of reasons why, people do that. And I've had that happen a couple of times. And I think the reason for it wasn't necessarily any of those things, but I just thought to myself, well, hey, look, I don't really want a relationship. I've had a good life. I'm older and I know what the future holds for me. It isn't going to be like when I was younger. And I didn't want to really put up with it. It just, and I'm not convinced there's anything necessarily wrong with that. I didn't want to, like hold hands and walk down the beach. I didn't want a bigger porn collection. I didn't want to own another airplane. I've done everything that I wanted to do, which isn't like the greatest. And I just saw the future and I thought, I don't want to put up with this fucking bullshit, man. Stuck up here in fucking West Branch, which is a nice place to live. Just like what? Living like 15 years, like paddling around this fucking kayak and watching porn. I knew what was going on, and that was the reason why I considered that a couple of times. It wasn't because of like I said, it's an individual choice. And for some weird, odd reason, I never really cared about people like caring for me. I could give a fuck. People like say, well, people care for you. That doesn't like, it's in one ear and out the other. It's weird. So, the whole thing, I just thought, man, this life has run its course. I don't want to really do it any longer. Wasn't anything catastrophic. It wasn't health. Wasn't finance. Wasn't because my wife's getting a big schlong for the last 15 years from somebody else. It was none of that. It was just there was nothing fun anymore to look forward to. So at least this has offered, at my age, it offered me new distractions that I'm trying to stretch out until I die a natural death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
I don't think, donate money to the dog shelter, rocking a crack baby to sleep, or I don't think any of that really cancels out anything else, Yeah, you never know. That's true. But you never know. Went from being like 10% to almost zero.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's weird. I know. I get it. And it wasn't like I was walking around thinking to myself, it's like jealous of somebody. I'm thinking, I'm going like, one couple to another thinking, how do you put up with that shit?
I think a lot of it is, they keep each other going,
Yeah, it just seemed like such a like carrot though on a stick. It didn't seem genuine. It always seemed like fake, like I didn't want to do it. Yeah, I guess, it's weird. I don't know how to explain it, I'm fucking amazing I made it this far. It really is, man. I never thought I would ever live this long. Crazy.
Well, you did, and you're still living, so.
Yeah, it's weird. And you think, I don't care how old you get, you'll find this out. When you're my age, you're going to think the same way you do now. It's like all of a sudden you're the same person in your mind. Your just body got old.
True. Yeah.
And it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, like fucking eat early bird dinners or something? In Florida? I mean, it sucks.
To just go take like retirement, like Florida, Fort Myers is a good area to go to.
I'd kill myself in Florida.
Go play shuffleboard.
I mean, and that's I had a bad experience in Florida. That was 5 years of like really bad. Just me, not Florida, but I blame it on Florida. Even when I went down there, man, I drive down there, you get down to that fucking place, and it's like hotter than a motherfucker, humid, faded paint, traffic up the ass, every scam in the world, just traffic up the fucking ass. I can tell you this. I was down there for what, three days?
Mm-hmm.
And, I ran into people. I was down there in my hotel, at a restaurant, wherever the fuck I was at, talking to people out in the parking lot. And every fucking person I talked to, including my attorney, cannot wait to get the fuck out of there. And here property is selling, like my property, $180,000 an acre, you'd have to be out of your fucking mind. And I think that's part of the kind of shit that leads to my craziness. It's like I paid 10 grand an acre for that property. Actually, I thought I paid 10 grand an acre. I actually paid 11 grand an acre. And looking through this divorce bullshit, and they thought I was fucking crazy. And every smart Jew in the world lives down around where I live. So if there would have ever been any potential money, they'd have fucking bought it. Not some old fucking sacrilegious motherfucker like me. And here it turns into be like a gold mine. But it's mainly foreign money, Canadian money, Brazilian. Wellington's tapped out now, so they're coming into Loxahatchee, where my place is at. This was all completely and totally shit luck. So I go down there and I think to myself, I couldn't afford to live there now. It's fucking nuts, man. What people would pay for my place, you've got to be out of your fucking mind. And this is the kind of stuff that gets to me. That, you know, this is insane, man. This place has not worked, this, you crazy fuckers. I haven't run into one person that wants to be here. But they're here because they're in deep in a career, their kids and all this bullshit. This place sucks. I'm just glad that I'm here fucking around. Like, if I would have been much younger, I'm old now, right? If I'd have been much younger, I don't think I could have handled this, because this is a major change in life, man. I'm telling you, come over here, like the people, like you come down here and visit, you guys can come down and visit. You're going to love it. And that's because you got another life somewhere. You're going to come down here and you're going to see your room, and you're going to not do shit, and you're not going to hear a siren, an airplane, a car going by, nothing. You're going to think, man, you are really lucky. Yeah, well, try it for a fucking month, and you'll want to go back home if you're young. If you're old and you don't give a fuck and you're at the end of the road, you're lucky you're not where I was living in Florida. But for a young person like you, Michelle, you go fucking crazy here, Michelle. You will go nuts here. There's nothing to do. It's all nature, bugs, birds. You don't hear anything.
Have you ever thought about getting like animals or chickens or anything?
No, I don't want anything that takes like feeding. No, I don't need anything like that. I want to get up in the morning, and like the most I have to do is put the top back on the toothpaste and plug it in the charging electric brush. I don't want to do fucking jack shit. Like right now. Like I stay up 3 a.m. Who gives a fuck? Whenever I get up, I get up. I go down to the gas station, flirt with the fucking 315-pound black girls. I tell them all the time, when we start dating, I know I'm not your choice. First of all, I'm white. I'm old, but you girls are not going to know what a fucking bill is in about a month. They're all struggling. They're working this bullshit job.
Oh my God.
I get a piece of chicken. I get a coffee. I come back. I fuck around on the internet. I, drive around and fucking tractor. I don't do shit, man. I'm a fanatic when it's balls out or nothing. I got it like down here where it's like everything is like set up perfect. I don't want anybody fucking around with anything. I got it like it's weird. That's how I am with everything. It's balls out or nothing. And like I don't want people fucking around with the grass or the trees or none of that shit. Once I get it to where I got it now, I'll give you an example. Like if you come down here, you're going to say, oh, this place is nice. It's nice. I don't even like doing that shit. But Marty is a very easy guy to be motivated. He says I don't have to do it. So I'm just supposed to come down here and get all this nice shit done and not do anything. He doesn't do anything. But I got it down now where everybody thinks I spend all this time like doing all this shit because it looks so nice. I'll tell you how much time I spend. 2 hours a week. This week, 2.5. I got it down, man. No bullshit. I take care of everything. It's like streamlined, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I drive down the driveway and I see something, I take care of it right then. It takes 5 minutes. I'm always like doing that. and I don't want anybody else fucking with it. So, you know, they think like I'm this great like guy that's made this place look good. Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. The first 6 months here, I didn't do anything. It's like too depressed. They just like fucking hung in there. And here I am. I fucking hate mechanical shit. I know everything now about this heavy equipment. I changed the filters and fuck with it, and all because I'm motivated because of what they did with me. But I work about like 2.5 hours a week, and I don't even need to do that. I think that's the magic words. They said, well, hey, we've done a lot. You're down here. We'd like you to like take care of this place. Like, I don't know about this. But like now it's like, I got this shit down. I don't want like people riding it and stuff, you know. I got a certain way, a weird way of doing things. It's fucking crazy, man. I agree. I can go out here and it's like, this is 200 acres, right? And I can tell you, like, I know right where everything's at. I don't want it like, I don't want one goddamn blade of grass growing in the wrong place. And if it wasn't like that, I would hate it here. But it is like that. And I tell Marty, like when I took off to Michigan, went up there and fucked off, I was depressed the whole time I was up there. It's like, hey, do me a favor, man. He said, what's that? I said, don't do anything while I'm gone. He said, what do you mean? It's like, I don't want you doing anything. I'd rather have it fucked up my way than his way. It's crazy thinking. It's nuts. I got it fucking made down here, man. I don't do shit. It's not hard work. It's not like, it's fucking nuts. Now this new house getting built, I can't explain it to you. I can't, man. It's weird. I got so fucking lucky. That's another thing. I got my ass handed for me in the fucking divorce. Like, well, you got a house in Michigan, don't you? It's like, yeah. It's like, well, why don't you rent it? It's like, because I wasn't sure I was going to like it down here. It's like, why aren't you doing PI work? It's like, well, I don't have a license in Georgia. It's like, well, why don't you go back to Michigan? It's like, why would I go back to Michigan when I'm living down here? I mean, this the whole fucking thing was, do you still beat your wife? Questions. It's like you say, do you still beat your wife? Yes or no? No. Okay. That's good. You've improved. No, I never beat my wife. But you don't get to say that. And then God forbid if you say yes. The whole fucking thing was questions like that. My whole fucking 5 hours there was shit like that. You can't explain anything. The fucking cunt lawyer she has. She says to me, oh, you specialize in interviewing prostitutes. I said, no, I don't. She said, we do interview prostitutes. I said, I do, but I don't specialize in it. It says, as a matter of fact, she said, I didn't ask you to go into a long explanation. Do you interview prostitutes or not? I said, yeah. She said, that's enough. So I never got a chance to tell her on the record that it's less than 0.5% of my videos. Then she sees this house. Well, there's a big portion of that house that's going to be like keep equipment in it. It's not all house, although the windows look like it is because you want it to look uniform. You know, when you're driving by, you don't know what the fuck's in there, right? It looks like a house, but it's not. And I said, yeah, a lot of it's like storage. She said, well, you could change that anytime for living space. So we take a break and I run into this fucking cunt in the hallway. And I said, hey, Margaret. She said, yeah. I said, you got a garage? She says, yeah. I said, you know, you could turn that into 2 bedrooms. Same fucking shit. But it wasn't on the record. Yeah, they make you look fucking, yeah, it's not right. And it's not, well, it's legal though. It's not whether it's right or wrong. It's whether it's legal. Yeah, that's just how the whole goddamn, I don't really care that much, to tell you the truth. I mean, honestly, if I had to guess, I think I'm going to get fucked out of about $1 million. Is it going to affect my lifestyle? It's not. It's not. Would I like to have the $1 million? Fuck yeah, I would. I'm just like anybody else. I'd like to have another $1 million in my bank account. It just fortifies not doing shit. Instead of getting one male or one female mail order bride, I could get twin sisters. You know, it's going to cut into shit that probably wouldn't be good for me anyway. I mean, I happen to like Indy, Atlantic, Florida. You know, I'd probably do something fucking stupid and buy a condo down there. Yeah, I'm getting a divorce, yeah. I'd probably buy a condo down there and like go back and forth. So I'm not too annoyed about this. Doesn't really bother me that much. It's not going to change my lifestyle. Now, here's the interesting thing. You know, another guy has lived there for 15 years. And, you know, I didn't go down there because I've gotten older. And, I mean, look, I don't want to get in any trouble over this shit. If you'd have done this shit when I was 25, I'd worry about trouble afterwards. Tell them to get the fuck out of there. So this fucking judge, she didn't care why I wasn't down there anymore. She said, well, not being down there, it doesn't really matter why you weren't down there. Like, the fuck it didn't. Because I was down there out of not getting in trouble and courtesy. I mean, I've been to Florida down there before, and I had to get a hotel, and I own this property, and I still got to rent a hotel. She said, well, when you weren't down there for 15 years, you weren't doing any maintenance, were you? It's like, no, I wasn't. But, you know, I couldn't tell her. It's like, because someone's fucking my wife. That's why I wasn't down there. Doesn't matter. Legally, all that mattered was that I wasn't down there for 15 years. Didn't matter whether someone was fucking my wife or I was just a lazy bastard that didn't want to go down there and do any work. See, this is how this whole fucking thing went. At the end of the thing that day, my attorney says, let's go back to my office. Like, for fucking what? Go back to your office for what? I said, I've had enough of this goddamn bullshit for days. I said, we can sit in my car, we can sit in your car, but I'm not, talk about fucking what? Yeah, and then on the way, then if you guys were probably on here the other night, so I'm coming home, talking to Rita, as a matter of fact. And, you know, I watch my speed. I mean, I haven't had a ticket in fucking forever. And, you know, I'm fucking, if you look at coming back from West Palm Beach to Crawfordville, Georgia, there's a bunch of ways you can do it. But either way, you're going to be coming up through about 300 miles once you hit the Georgia border, you know, small towns, different highways, 30 turns. But if you don't do that, you're way the fuck out of the way by going to Atlanta, or you're going too far east and you're coming east of Augusta, which is another clusterfuck. So if you give a fuck about the shortest route and the least amount of bullshit, you go the way that I went. So I take that way. And coming up there, I'm talking to Rita, and I see this fucking car turn the parking lights on, and then the blue lights came on. It's a fucking radar fucking cop. And I pull over. I tell Rita, hey, I got to call you back. I'll call you back. So I pull over. I looked down as soon as the lights came on. I was doing 74, and I wasn't sure what the speed limit was. I mean, it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, I saw like 10 cars the whole 300 miles. Heavy set cop, maybe 5 foot, 350 pounds. I turned my interior light on, put my hands out the window, and he says, sir, I got you 74 and a 55. Do you want to see the accuracy of my radar? I guess you get to look at some fucking bullshit, California. I said, hey, no. I said, I don't want to bore you, but I just got my ass handed to me in a divorce case, and you're doing your fucking job, man. You're out here writing tickets to speeders. If your thing said it was 74, I was doing 74. And he said, well, can I see your license? And it's like, yeah, here's my license. Like I said, okay. And this motherfucker was back there for like 15 minutes. I'm already looking up on the internet. Can I take a class? Can I fucking safety thing on the internet? Some shit, nothing. It's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So he comes up to me and he says, you know, I'm had a bad day. It's late. It's like 12 at night, talking to Rita. He comes up to me and he says, here's your license. He said, have a good night, man. You had a bad day today. I said, where's the ticket? He says, you're not getting a ticket. I said, you got to be shitting me, man. I'm not getting a ticket, speeding ticket. 19 over? He said, no. He said, you just told me you had a bad day, didn't you? I said, yeah, fuck yeah, man. I can't believe I'm getting a ticket. I said, man, I can't thank you enough. And then he says to me, 30 miles up the road, there's going to be a guy there, and it's 35. And he is not going to let you go. Sure as fucking shit. 30 miles up the road, there he was. But I had it on cruise control. Yeah, man, believe me, that would have made a really bad day much worse. Yeah, that was so nice of him, man, to let me go on that. Yeah, he's a cool cop. Yep. I got luckier now. What, did Michelle's things fall off? No, she's still on her. Yeah, I got so goddamn lucky. I mean, I could have taken it, but I haven't had a ticket in a long time. I watch my speed. I do. Yeah, I got caught a break. I really did. Yeah. I also told him during that I didn't want to be one of these guys on YouTube. You know, I have the right to drive down these roads. Why aren't you solving murders? Just give me the ticket, man. I was speeding. Now, why I didn't get the ticket, I'm not sure. Was it being honest? I don't know. Was it not having a warrant or a good driving record? I don't know, but I know I didn't get the ticket. But man, that would have really put the cherry on top. Fucker let me go. Nice guy. Real. You wouldn't think a guy that was this overweight would like be a sheriff. He had a kick-ass looking cop car too. Like really cool lights and nice paint job. No, that's how I-20 is near me here. I-20 goes through Crawfordville. Fuck, man. It's a racetrack. I've had people in the right lane behind me doing 80, flashing their lights. I was going too slow in the right-hand lane. I know a state trooper here, and I know a couple sheriffs, and that's where their money's at here. Pulling over, you know, they smell marijuana. You know, marijuana is illegal here. So they roll down the window, you smell marijuana, gives you a right to search your car, probable cause. You can go down to the courthouse here. I do it once in a while, not as much as I used to because I quit eating at the one restaurant. And it's, you know, 30,000 cash, 2 Glocks, 9 millimeters, 8 pounds of marijuana all the time. Constantly. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah, I don't know if it was honesty or not, man. I'm just glad I didn't get a ticket. I mean, I don't know if it was. I just didn't want to be fucking around. Oh, it's crazy down here. If you guys look at I-20, it goes through Atlanta. I think it starts like in Oklahoma and it ends in North Carolina or something. It's a racetrack constantly. Just people going. This state trooper I know, he's always writing people for like 115 in a 70. I mean, he said any day he goes out there, he doesn't sit longer than 10 minutes. You would think when you're transporting drugs and a whole trunk full of fucking dope, you would not be speeding. He pulls them over for speeding. That's how the traffic stop's initiated. Yeah, that's how it is here. This county isn't too bad, but the next county, Greene County, which is like Union Point, Greensboro, much more money, a lot more cop cars. They got every trick in the book. I noticed the other day they just bought a white, not an Escalade, that other big Chevy thing it is, Tahoe, I guess it is. A white Tahoe. You know what they do? They pull over on the side of the road and act like they got a flat tire. That's how they're getting speeders now. They got every fucking trick in the book. Yeah. Yeah, but that's where the bread and butter is for Taliaferro County, where I live. You would pronounce it Taliaferro, but it's actually pronounced Taliaferro. It's some French bullshit. The county cops here, I'm not quite sure on. They're mostly black guys. They're not exactly friendly when I see them. I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, good night, Rita. Have a good night. No, I think it's the Tahoe. Big white Tahoe. You know, they got a lot of money, that kind of thing. Crazy. It's interesting down here, man. It's like the time stopped in 19. Look it up, you guys. I mean, you guys will come down here and visit. I tell everybody, it's the same thing I tell everybody. You come down here, you're on your own. There's a room. There's nobody locks anything down here. Come and go as you want. I mean, maybe we can go out to dinner or something, but I don't want to be a tour guide. Just fuck around, read books. I got extra insulation put in the walls. So you have like complete and total privacy. Come and go as you want. And just, it's the most quietest, nicest place you'll ever be. I got these good windows where you've got like huge views and nothing around. Just sit, jack off, masturbate, read your favorite book, write poetry. I don't give a fuck what you do. You just come down here and relax. My hopes is that people that I know that I've met through YouTube, they can just come down here and have a good time and stay as long as they want. You got a separate entrance to the kitchen and not do fucking shit and just see how it is to like absolutely have nothing to do. You're not going to be going to a theme park. You're not going to be going shopping. It's going to force you to do what you think you'd like to do. But this is weird, but you're going to struggle with it. You're going to get down here and you're going to sleep in and you're going to have a couple days and then you're going to start getting bored. And you're going to be right back in that clusterfuck again. You're going to want to go to Atlanta. You want to go, oh, thank you, Cloud Dancer. You're going to want to go to Augusta. You're going to miss that hustle and bustle that you claim you tried to get away from. It happened to me. Yeah, no, it'll be fun, man. I'm glad to have people down here. If there's books you read or letters you want to write or poetry or a journal, now's the time. It'll be in a great climate-controlled environment. I'm not going to be coming over there wanting to hang out with you and just not do shit. Yeah, JDS, you can come down and visit. Please wear that same outfit. Oh, and for the women out here, I didn't get windows put in the bathroom, so you're safe. You're safe. I'm going to have an outside shower too, but that's mainly for me in the summertime. Yeah. Yeah, you may see a video of you taking a shower uploaded to OnlyFans, but I think you'll understand. No ticky, no washy. Yeah, I mean, if you've got money enough to where you don't need to work and you're older, this is great. I think if I was younger, I don't think I could do it. But I mean, it's so like nothing to do, man. It's ridiculous. You won't even need a car. You can take mine. I'll pick you up in Augusta or Atlanta, or you can drive. I don't care which one. Yeah, Augusta, Atlanta, you can drive. Just relax, have fun. You know, relax. But I'm telling you, this is going to be a struggle for you. You think, oh, that sounds nice. I'll come down there. But most people, including me, you're going to, that's like people doing sex, Cloud Dancer. And if you can't afford a ticket down here, I'll buy one for you. Yeah, just like take it easy. It's like you can just like it. You're not used to this where you're from. I wasn't either. You think you're going to be, but you're not. You're going to come down here and you're going to like sleep in. Then you're going to spend a day reading your favorite book, and then you're going to be bored out of your fucking mind. That happens. I've had it happen, but not very much. You know, most of the time, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but you can get an idea of like, you know, what they're going to be like. There's not really too much you're going to do to me, you know. You can kind of figure out how they conduct themselves on a chat, and it's not a slam dunk, I know, but it's pretty good, you know. Excuse me. Yeah, that OnlyFans, it isn't like that great, man. I've looked at it before, but man, I just don't have that. I don't want to spend that kind of time. Like I said, when porn went to the movie theaters that have went out of business as legit movie theaters and turned to porn. That was the highlight in the 70s, the early 80s. I mean, any porno movie they came out with was great. And now it's just a bunch of bullshit. What's weird is even though the people are better looking, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I can't explain it. I don't know why. Yep. So that's it. Come down the winter, holidays. I don't give a fuck. I'll be here. Summer. Summer is hotter than a bitch, man. You know, that's a risk with anything JMO. You never really know. It's hot down here in the summer. But in the winter, it's like fall in Indiana or fall in Kentucky, fall in Michigan. The winter is like nothing. I'm not really a weather guy. Believe it or not, I like blizzards and snowstorms. I really do. And I expect in January, I'll probably go to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and rent like a fucking Airbnb on the lake, or I'll go to Montana where it snows 2 feet. This fucking global warming is really fucking up what I like the most, and that is heavy snows and blizzards. They're just not happening like they used to. I love like ice storms, traffic, expressways. I've been out west shutting down the expressway, and that just does not happen like it used to. So I guess I should be thankful for what I experienced, because it's just not like that anymore. Winters are bullshit everywhere, even in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. You know, when I first moved up, when I used to go to West Branch, like in the 70s, snowmobiles everywhere. And then as this weather increased, they kind of fell off. And then it got, while I was there for the last like 10 or 11 years, people were going to the UP to snowmobile because there was no snow in West Branch. And now it's getting to where they want to go to Canada. And even Canada's not getting that much snow. Yeah, Daisy, those are the good old days. You know how it is. You always look back. They seem like they were better than the future can offer. I hope that's not true. You know? It's crazy. Yeah, those were the good old days. It was really a highlight of my life, Cloud Dancer. Back in doing those Detroit days. And I was suicidal the whole goddamn time. But it was fun. No, I know it. Yeah, I got to be stupid to deny that. And I'm not 100% convinced the cause of it, but definitely. Well, fuck, look at the Opelio crab, which is, you know, the restaurant name is Queen Crab. Fuck, there aren't any. They figure that 2 billion have disappeared. Oh, yeah, I like that. Like Tahoe. I would go there. I might go there, too. I'm going to go wherever the hell it is that you got to, minus like a lot of traveling. 723 inches. Wow, I could really get into that. That's a beautiful place, too. That's where that guy, that Jeremy, ran over himself with his snowplow. Yeah, Detroit, man. It's like a lot of Rust Belt cities. Their best days are behind them. We have an unfair comparison. After the Industrial Revolution and after World War II, when things were like prosperous. They're all like that. Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Toledo. They're all in the shitbag. The business model of cities doesn't work any longer. You know what I mean? You know, which is why I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Good memories, I'll tell you, Detroit. Sure have. Yeah, I do. Yep. Can't believe I stayed up this late. Yeah, just like the whales, yeah. King crab, too. You know, I feel bad for those people. Yeah, St. Louis, too. Yeah, you're right. No, you can't afford it. Even this place, I mean, this town I go in, look up Crawfordville, Georgia. It was busier 100 years ago. Every city I go to, there's hundreds of them, thousands in Georgia. these small cities are dead. Like 80% of them are vacant, abandoned. Nobody did shit. You got a handful of people with money, and everybody else is fucking broke and nobody can afford. You know, that business model is broken. Yeah, it sucks. Like Chicago, I'll probably never go back there. That place is a fucking zoo. I'm going to take some of the, you know, I've never smoked marijuana, believe it or not. Never did cocaine, none of that shit. But I'm going to do some fucking mushrooms when I get a chance. Probably get the fucking death penalty down here. You know, this is kind of the Bible Belt. I'm going to get some of these fucking mushrooms. Write some poetry. Yeah, you wouldn't love it anymore, JMO. That place, look it up. Place a fucking war zone. Smash and grabs. Crazy shit. Yeah, the world is tough. Where do you live, Cloud Dancer? Where are you at? No, the world's fucking crazy. It is. But maybe I'm just talking like an old guy, too. I don't rule that out, you know? Oh, fuck yeah. Look it up, JMO. Look up Magnificent Mile. It's done. It's over. It's toast. The police chief even tells people don't go out after dark. You're living in a $3 million condominium, and they tell you, oh, Lansing. Oh, God, I've been there a million times. You know the bookstores there in Lansing and East Lansing? Curious George and those places? No, I never fucked with drugs, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm old too. Don't feel bad. How old are you, Claude Dancer? How old are you, JDS? $52? Wow. You don't look that old. Oh, you guys are babies. I don't even care about that anymore anyway. You guys are babies. What happened to Michelle? Did she pass out? $52. Yeah, it's crazy out there. I'd agree with you. J-Bo still around? I know Rita cast it off. I think Chris went to Betty Bye. It's crazy. I was going to get my sleep cycle back in order. Well, scrap that for another night. Like I said, I have no discipline. Oh, that's good, Cloud Dancer. Oh, that a girl. That's good. Lansing, that's crazy. I spent a lot of time in East Lansing. Yeah. J-Bo's got an open mind. I never did mushrooms, but I'm going to do some one of these days. And I don't see any downside to it. I think Michelle's sleeping. You guys hear that? Yeah, I don't think mushrooms with the sun would be a big deal. Oh, good for you, Jamie. You're lucky you got a hold of that dragon's milk. Yeah, I've been drinking this. I bought some Johnny Walker Double Black. And is it ever good? Truth serum. No, it's not Daisy. No, I think it's Michelle. Michelle's kind of like in a... I think Michelle is basically a good person. Yeah, she's just a kind of in a weird. It is a sweet snore. You're right. She's not blowing off any fucking frying pans off the top of the stove. No, you're right. She's basically a good person. Yeah, yeah. She got a good heart. She pisses me off up the ass sometimes. Some of her logic's out there, but she's trying hard to, like, do the right thing. Isn't that crazy? I think it's probably kind of cool that she has pissed me the fuck off, though, a few times, though. Yeah, I mean, she's like, her logic sometimes I have a problem with. I shouldn't get mad like that. That's a problem, actually. That's why I tell, like, Chris and Japo and all these people on here that, believe me, I'm not, my own best keeper all the time, and I appreciate people that, keep me in check. I mean, honestly, I don't do anything without running it by moderators. I mean, that's why, glad they're here. Hey, Lakota. That's why I'm glad they're here. I don't like depend on. I think it's subjective and biased. If I want to get rid of somebody, and like Chris said, he doesn't believe in blocking. Okay, then I'll go with that. I mean, if people didn't watch, this would be nothing. Yeah, it's kind of cute, really. Yeah, she's tired. She wanted to sing. She's got to work tomorrow, and she was having fun talking to people. Yeah, like having a sister. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it sounds like kind of like a cat or something, not like a person. You're right. It's a sweet snore. It's not like two train horns blowing pots and pans off the top of the stove. Oh, thank you, Cloud Dancer. I appreciate it. I mean, I am most of the time. I think I am. I got kind of a temper sometimes, and I think I snap at people sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's funny you should say that, JMO, because there are other people that think that he should be able to express himself. And I will say this. I thought that I know there's psyche out there of people that, like, for whatever reason, there's a million of them, like social phobia, or you just want to express your feelings through a puppet or a marionette or a chat, or you can't quite do it face to face, like kind of like along the lines of autism, and that's how you do it. I can't still really, the jury's out. I can't tell if he's just a fucking kook and troublemaker, or I mean, what the fuck is troubled? I'm not sure what that is anymore. I don't want to be a dick to people either. I don't think it's some great right that people are allowed to come on here and talk. So that's why I said I don't want to. I want to check myself and let other people make decisions, not me. I mean, I'll do it if I have to, unless it's something like really egregious, like with that guy in Hamburg, Germany. Just like, you're not doing that here. Oh, thank you, JDS. Yeah, the mask guy, but I'm not really sure. And I don't really care that much. I mean, it's not like interesting to me. I don't know if he's expressing himself in a way he doesn't feel comfortable in his real persona. Fuck, I don't know. I don't give a fuck that much. As long as it's not off the rails. I mean, I don't think that I have to like everything for somebody to be on here. And that's what I, count the moderators for. They can just do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way I look at it. There are people from time to time that I wish would never come back. but you know, that's subjective and biased, and I don't want to be a dick. I would put somebody's feelings and loneliness ahead of my disdain for them. No, I know, J-Bo. Yeah. So you pay attention to that stuff. Then he told me to fuck off and gave the finger at the end. Yeah. You know, I guess there was a time when I was up in Michigan fucking around, doing those videos around the Lake Huron. Yeah, I guess I snore sometimes. I didn't think that I did. And what's her Simple Life said something about it. She said I was defensive about it. It's crazy. You know how it is, like, you know what I mean? It's just, I wouldn't say something like that, even if I saw somebody doing, like, you know, I talk a lot of shit, but I don't, like, want to, like, hurt people's feelings and shit. And even though I fuck with Michelle and, like, pin her down on bullshit, I would never bring up the snoring to her, because I know people are, like, sensitive about that shit. I just wouldn't do it. Good night, Christine. I know it's stupid and like you could joke about it, but I know I never would. I just say, yeah, fuck it. So what? You were snoring. You know, I think it's something attributed to getting old. You know, when you're young and you're 18, 19, 20, nobody's snoring. Yeah, I know, Cloud Dancer, yeah. She's fucking tired, man. She's working this bullshit job she hates. I know things have been a little rough with her and her husband. Yeah, I know. Just let it go. Fuck it. Yeah, the puppy guy. I don't know what. I mean, I don't want to like place a lot of like thought on this. I don't know if he's a weirdo or not, but he hasn't done anything like enough to. You got to do some really crazy off the shelf shit to like get blocked here. You know, vulgar or demeaning, and he really hasn't done that. I mean, I think it's weird. I mean, why do I think it's weird? Because I don't fuck with puppets. But it isn't enough to like. I don't want to like wreck a chat by having this narrow view of a guy that's trying to express himself as maybe that has social anxiety through a puppet. I don't give a fuck. Excuse me. But yeah, that's true, Drifter. But I think that, you know, people trolls will affect a chat in a lot of ways. You got the people that think I'm a big dick and a murderer and a rapist. And then you got the people that think that's not true. They're here to help. And then you got the people that come on that say, can you see me? Do you see me? Does everybody see me? There's a million ways to do it. And that could be included in that. And I'm not really sure yet, you know? Yeah, thank you, Drifter. We'll see how it goes, you know? Yeah, it's a scary place. Angry over nothing. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know what I mean, for all we know, this guy got ass raped in the Boy Scouts, and he's on Social Security disability, and this is his outlet. I mean, that's my reluctance to like fuck them with these people and banning them. I mean, why are you banning them? The thing that makes me ban people, and I try not to, is when it just gets to where they're calling, you know, JMO a cunt and Drifter's a retard, and it just goes on and on and on, and it just gets to where it disrupts normal conversation. But it's like, other than that, I like to err on, you know, these people, you know, I don't know. He could have been like, I don't know. I just don't want to like, you know, be another person that stifled them. Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah, yeah. And of course there'd be, you know, empathy and sympathy in a person that happened to, and God knows how that affects you in your adult life. He's like wants to be a part of things, doesn't want to be a part of things, only wants to listen, gets approved, but yet shows the puppet, and then gives me the finger and tells me to fuck off because we weren't talking to him with presumably what he wanted. I mean, you can't win with these troubled people, which I understand and I'm willing to, you know, work with, you know. And I'm not, I don't want to say, you know, say half off his rocker, but, you know, you could see his face a couple of times and it just seems like a innocent, reckless disregard for concealing your true identity. And I sympathize with that. And I've blocked that motherfucker before. You know? Yeah, I really do. It could be this passive aggressive shit. You're nice to them, they don't like you. You're mean to them, they don't like you. You can never fucking win. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. But that in and of itself doesn't necessarily make him a bad guy. You know? If anything, it's someone that, like, I think I was like that at a point in my life. You know, you've got this false litmus test that you're presenting to people. You're giving them both barrels right out of the chute, and if they survive that, then you're willing to open up to them. I think I did that with more than one therapist. Yeah, I know, Drifter. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, and of course, in a perfect world, you know, this guy would somehow feel comfortable and get better and knock that shit off when we didn't take the bait with his eccentricity. Look at poor Michelle sleeping. She's a trooper. She hung right in there and talked until her body couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, puppet in the hand, yeah. I've got the Johnny Walker Double Black. Yeah, $54 a bottle. I like that real smoky, dark taste. Yeah, I like that really, like, I really, the Isle of Islay in Scotland, they didn't have any. Oh, you think that I'm tired, Cloud Dancer? Yeah, I'm tired, but not like crazy tired. Oh, you think so, Jable? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what I think. I mean, she's not really my type, but I can see how people would think she was pretty. No, Irish and Scottish, but I don't think that's why I like the smoky lick Scotch. I don't think it is. Yeah, half Scottish supposedly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, oh, you do? Okay. I think that Sky Ball or whatever her name was, I think, you know, she was kind of cute. You know how it is, Javo, youth. You know, no dyed hair, that nice skin. Oh, okay, Joel. Do you piss in the sink and dry your hands on the curtains? Oh, how was that, Cloud Dancer? I had a guy tell me that when I was a kid. Yeah, you're not Scottish unless you piss in the sink and dry your hands on the curtains. No, it's terrible, isn't it? Right. Yeah, I'm not that tired, really. My sleep's fucked up, though. I took some of that ZQuil and then I went to bed early and slept like 10 hours. Then I went and got a coffee today. I was tired of the mother. Yeah, healthy and natural. I get it. Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, Jabo, you know this, that she doesn't really even need to be strikingly beautiful to be super attractive. You're thinking like a guy now. I want you to reach down there right now and check. Make sure you haven't grown a pair of nuts. You're talking like an older man like me. Yeah, you know, at this stage of the game, everybody in their 30s looks beautiful. I probably wouldn't have given them the time of day at that age. Yeah, but you do appreciate the like natural hair, the non-trash, sun-damaged face. She seems pretty intelligent. Yeah, my sleep schedule's fucked up. This doctor I have, I don't see him too often, but he's a smart guy. He's like, you know, all he does is read about this bullshit. He said when you get older, that because of hormones, that's what's making you feel tired, your hormones. If you don't get on a regular sleep schedule, well, at least I'll have the luxury of knowing why I feel like shit. Oh, good. Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? I think there's a biological basis. I'm reading this book on females now, which is truly fascinating. This lady writes so well. God, man. Just a gifted writer. You know, about estrogen and testosterone or hormones are not male or female, and that gender is different than sex and blah, blah, blah. You know, let me tell you a story about Ambien, Joel. So I'm doing PI work. I had a guy quit, so we were way behind. I'm in Chicago. I go down, I do like a 2-day surveillance, which is early mornings, which I hate, but you got to do it. You got to be there. You got to make sure these fuckers aren't gone by the time you show up. So I check in this hotel, and there's these fucking Mexicans across the street, across the hall, and they're loud. So I take a couple towels and I put them under like the crack of the door in the hotel to cut down the noise. And I take Ambien and I go to bed. And I get up the next morning early and I check my computer and there's like, it's like wet on top. And the motherfucker won't turn on. So it's like, what the fuck is this? You know, and I'm thinking, the battery leaked. Oh, okay, Teresa. The battery leaked. So I unplugged the motherfucker even though I couldn't start it up and I take it to a Best Buy later in the day. I do my surveillance. They tell me come back at 6. So I do my surveillance and come back to get it. And I go to get my computer and I said, is my computer ready? And the guy said, yeah, hang on. A manager comes out. He said, we weren't able to fix it. It's like, oh, what's wrong with it? He said, well, I'd rather not say. It's like, I'd rather not say. Why not, man? I brought her here to get fixed. He said, well, let me get my supervisor, like this whole store manager. Thinking this is fucking weird. So this guy comes out and he comes up to me. He said, hey, how you doing? It's like, good. It's like, hey, I brought this computer in to get fixed. And he's acting weird and says they can't fix it. Why? He said, we consider it a biological hazard. I said, biological hazard? What the fuck are you talking about? I got up and I turned it on. There's like this liquid all over it. He said, the liquid is urine. It's like, what? He said, it's urine. We're not going to touch it. It's like, oh, fuck, man. So I realized now, if I hadn't put those towels in front of my crack in my hotel room, I'd have honestly told you that somebody came in my room and fucked with my computer. But because those towels were there and they would have been moved otherwise, I knew that nobody did. So what I did on Ambien is I got up in the night, walked over to my computer, opened the lid. It wasn't open because I shut it. It turned it off when you shut it. Pissed all over the keyboards. And then went back to bed. Didn't even fucking know I did it. And that scared the holy hell out of me, man. Seriously, man, I got scared. I'm glad, like, I'm on the fucking first floor. I'd probably, who knows? I could have thought I was like Mary Poppins or something. Like, yeah, that's what he told me. Dived off the fucking thing. Who knows when you're out of it that much? Yeah, it scared the fucking shit out of me. That was a lot for that computer, too. It was a new Sony computer. It was like $3,000, like forever ago. And it fucking trashed it. So I thought, man, I'm never taking another one of these motherfuckers again. And you read Ambien, the crazy ass stories. There's been people that have like done the craziest shit. They've used it in murder defenses. So now fuck Ambien. My sleep schedule was fucked up because of me, not because of anything else. Staying up late like now when I'm trying to get back on it. Like tomorrow I'll get up at 10. If I went to bed at 4, not enough sleep, tired, Yeah, fuck Ambien, man. I never took another one of those goddamn things since. Yeah, exactly right. No, I can sleep fine, but I do fuck up my sleep thing. Like we had a monster chat last Friday. You just never know how these are going to develop. I mean, these chats, I don't promote them. I come on, whoever comes on, great. Like tonight, I thought I was going to be on an hour. You just never really know. Yeah, cooked entire meals. That's true. And if you take, it's not trazodone. What the fuck? Which one is that? Maybe there's a psychiatric medicine. You say it's not trazodone. One of those goddamn things make you eat like a horse. Yeah, you'll be getting up at 3 a.m. cooking a full spaghetti dinner. Yeah, that ain't no shit. Oh, wow, Jay, we'll see. No kidding. That's why I felt so sorry for poor Michael Jackson. I mean, he actually got to that spot in his life where he had to, prescription, where he had to, like, get propofol, which isn't really sleep. It's sedation, which is different. Yeah. No, Ambien. There's horror stories on Ambien. Yeah, I never took another one again. Fuck that. I mean, there was a point where I would say 4 years where this anxiety just kept getting fucking crazy. Yeah, trazodone's a wonder drug, I think. No real side effects either. And I just could not fucking sleep for a whole 4 years. Just turned me into a kook. Yeah, propofol, yeah. Yeah. It's not the same. No, it's not. Xanax is a good drug, actually, for panic attacks and stuff. Stuff it's easy to get addicted to. Benzodiazepines, Klonopin, clorazepam, all those benzines. I felt for him, too. Yeah, I sure did, Joe. Yeah. Poor motherfucker. Yeah, that fucked up family and these people. Boy, that's crazy. J-Bo, I don't know if have you tried trazodone? Oh, fuck yeah, dry mouth. I get a goddamn spatula and unstick my fucking tongue from the... That's the thing. I'll tell you another thing about these psychotropic medications that you got to be careful, but I don't know what the fuck to do about it. And that is the tooth decay. Your saliva has a lot of antibacterial agents in it that keep you from getting cavities. When you've got dry mouth through psychotropic medications, your likelihood of cavities like skyrockets because your mouth isn't wet. Yeah, but I think that's either an addictive personality or not. There's plenty of people that took Xanax. It acts really quick, but it has a quick half-life. It's a perfect drug for panic attacks. Oh, Klonopin, yeah. No, you should get some trazodone. There's no downside. You can get 1,000 pills for $4 at Walmart. You'll sleep like a fucking baby, and you won't have that complications of Ambien. I'm surprised you haven't tried that. Yeah. Oh, have you? What kind of injection treatments you getting, if you don't mind me asking, Cloud Dancer? I think trazone's, yeah, it's a good drug, yeah. I can tell you a story about Klonopin. You know, I've had a couple suicide ideation deals where I've been put in mental hospitals for a couple of weeks at a time, and I took 30 clorazepams at once. And this is my thinking. This is my fault. Yeah, trazodone, you do, but it's nobody's going to give you any shit over it because it's a benign drug. Cheap, very effective. It's a miracle drug. I think it would really help you a lot with much less side effects. Anyway, long story short, you know, I've been put in a couple psychiatric hospitals. I took about 30 clorazepam at once. And I thought that I was just going to like blow my head off in peace. So I swallowed these motherfuckers, and about 15 minutes went by, and I had friends of mine that knew, you know, things weren't looking too good. And they called me and wanted to know if I'd go out to dinner with them. Well, I read a lot about it. I thought at the worst, what would happen is that I would maybe pass out. But this is what happened. I don't want to say I'm embarrassed, because after taking that many, all bets were off and I was along for the ride. So this is what happened. So I down these motherfuckers, and I take this, I chip my tooth actually, putting a shotgun barrel in my mouth. I had to get it fixed later. And then the people called, wanted me to go out to dinner with them. And I hid the gun and I got in my car, and I shouldn't say this, but, you know, I tell the truth. There was a prosecutor that I knew really well where I lived. Overweight, about 400 pounds, 5 foot tall. Not my type. That's terrible. I wish I wasn't that shallow. I'll take the hit for this. And I got thinking about her for some reason. She was good for me. We were good friends. And there was a lighthouse. It was actually where Mary lives, where we go kayaking. And for some reason, you're fucked up on these goddamn drugs. I've never smoked marijuana, never did any drugs. But I've taken 30 fucking, you know, clorazepam. And I didn't know that's what was coming. So anyway, for some reason, I got this thing in my mind that before I went out to dinner with these people, that I would drive up to this lighthouse and get her a t-shirt. And she's like heavy, 5'2", 400 pounds. And I can remember looking through the shirts. I'm not trying to be funny. And I couldn't find a XXX. And I remember going up to the clerk and said, I'm trying to find a XXX. Oh, thank you, Joel. And she found me one and I bought it. Well, by this time, you know, this drug's taken effect. And I went out in the parking lot. I ran into 3 cars in the parking lot, sideswiped 2 more, rear-ended a guy in a stoplight, 6 vehicles. And finally, a sheriff ran me off the road, right where Mary lives, but I didn't know her at the time. And, of course, they made me get out of the thing in my car, and, you know, I fucked up all these cars along the way. Didn't even know I was hitting cars. Can you believe this shit? And I remember doing the sobriety test, and I remember asking the sheriff, how am I doing? He said, you're not doing too well. And I will give myself credit for this. And that is that he asked me if I had been doing drugs or I'd been drinking. They gave me the breathalyzer. Of course, that was 0. I hadn't had anything to drink. And he asked me if I was doing drugs. And I said, Nah, not really. I took some antidepressant pills, which is what those were prescribed for. And he said, "What do you think is going on with you?" And I remember him grabbing my arm to keep me from falling over. And he said, it's sad. It's not funny. He said, "What do you think happened to you?" And I remember having a moment of clarity. I know this sounds just bizarre, but I said, "I think I had a stroke." And he called 911, and an ambulance came up to me. And they picked me up, and they said they did all the things, and I didn't meet the criteria for a stroke. And off to the emergency room we went. And we went in there, and by that time the drugs had even taken a worse effect. And I remember getting into an argument with the admissions clerk about something. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, long story short, I ended up getting put in a psychiatric hospital for 2 weeks. And I'm not saying this is had anything to do with it, but there was a gay guy running it. If you look up Munson Hospital in Traverse City, he still runs it. Great guy. Reminded me of Liberace, like a flaming gay guy. Not that is neither here nor there. He's a really good guy. Wore pink suits and that kind of shit. And him and his gay buddies ran the psychiatric this department up there. And I remember just being so drugged up the whole time I was there that I only remember one day out of a 2-week period. And I remember approaching him one day and saying, "Hey, look, man, I need to get out of here." It's when you're in a psychiatric hospital, it's, there's a protocol. It's socialization. So I wouldn't say in trouble, but I wasn't getting any bonus points by not going to play croquet and fucking jarts and color books, shit like that. So I wasn't scoring too well on getting out of it. And I remember the 2 weeks of being just not getting any better, really drugged up. And I look back on that now because I went into another psychiatric hospital later on, and I look back on that, and it just seemed to me that their philosophy was drug you up as much as you can, bill the fuck out of your insurance company, and then discharge you. And that's exactly what happened. That's what happened. That was my first time. Then my second time, I thought to myself, there is no way in hell I am taking drugs. But that time I, took a gun, same shit, got in an argument with my wife, called the cops. They try to ping my phone. They end up kind of figuring where I'm at, but couldn't find me. And once I knew that you can, when the cops ping your phone, you can tell. It's like call waiting. So I turned it off. I was serious about this shit. I just didn't have enough balls to do it. So it was cold out. And I knew 2 people that killed themselves up in the UP. And I thought, well, maybe if I drive up there, I could do this, have enough balls to do this. And I hit the road. And on the way up there in Gaylord, Michigan, there was a 24-hour McDonald's. And I went in there and got a Happy Meal. I was really hungry. I didn't have a coat, and it was cold at night. And just as I was pulling out of the McDonald's, I got run off the road by a SWAT team. If you look, if you look on my videos and you go and look in the search, you'll see I fought the law and the law won. That's me getting run off the road and by the SWAT team. And that was another 2-week stay in another psychiatric stay, which really benefited me, to tell you the truth. Not that it has anything to do with it, but the doctor that really helped me just got his license taken away last year. Supposedly him and his wife were soliciting threesomes with patients, which I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe that shit. I saw him as an outpatient after he'd left the hospital where I was admitted. Yeah, I don't really know what the deal is. And then it was a year of bullshit and my driving events were considered a medical event, so I got an automatic 6-month suspension. So I was one of these guys that you see in your town riding a bike when he should have been driving, because I had my driver's license suspended for 6 months. And then I had to go to like follow up, and I had to get some other shrinks. Hey, Dave. Some shrinks. Oh, good. You had a good time there then. And I ended up, eventually, getting on a better track, but it was a long story. Yeah, crazy. Oh, 4 o'clock, just getting out of the caves. Congratulations. Good for you. Well, you guys, I think I'm about ready to go to bed, believe it or not. Crazy as it sounds, I'm going to go out and change some of the batteries in my GoPro before I go to bed. This is a great chat, man. We don't have these that often. I think it was, I don't think it was it last Friday or the Friday before? It was a lot of fun. Yeah, but it does have a medicinal purpose, Cloud Dancer, for some people. It's a miracle drug for panic attacks. I mean, I've read a lot about these things. I've never taken this Xanax. On that chimp tour, that face off, that lady, the owner had given it a Xanax. Yeah, so, I mean, not that, giving a chimp a Xanax has anything to do with giving a human one, but, I mean, chimps still have to wear diapers. I mean, they're similar chromosomes, but big differences. Only takes one. In Down syndrome, as an example, I think it's an extra copy of 23. So it doesn't take much. Oh, thank you, Joel. I appreciate it. Come down and visit. I'll give you some. There's Michelle's cat woke up. Michelle,
Yeah,
you were sleeping there, huh?
I passed out.
Lost you for a while.
Yeah, I passed out. Then my cat woke me up.
You going to beddy, buddy?
Yeah, it's late.
All right. You have a good night.
You too, Tom. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem.
So that's exactly what happened. I am doing better. Yeah, I am. But believe me, I know enough that that this isn't a guarantee it's going to keep going this way. I know better. Yeah, Michelle's cat woke her up. Yeah, you're right. Kind of sweet. Yeah. Good night, Cloud Dancer. Grifter, it's great having you on. Thank you. It was fun. This was an exceptional chat. Really, we don't have too many of these. I would say since, I've been on YouTube since 2007, we've probably had 5 of these. That's it. 16 years. Yeah, you're right, JDS. Yeah. So you just never know how they're going to go. It's just one thing leads to another. Different people come on. We talk about different subjects. I think we, covered autism. So I appreciate you guys coming on. Really, if it wasn't for you guys, I'd be talking to myself, which is unfortunately a good possibility. Nighty, J-Bo. JMO, JDS, thank you. Cloud Dancer. Yeah, I'm going to go out and change my batteries in my GoPro. I am obsessed with videoing things. I will admit to that. Yeah, I don't think it's quite to the level of a porn addiction, but it's next to it. Yeah, crazy, man. I'm going to get this shit on video. No matter what, no matter how tired, whatever. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do it too, yeah. Joe, thanks. Great having you on. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. And I don't want to miss anybody out here. Dave, he just got out of the cave. Dave's down in Kentucky. I think he said they went and did a cave thing with lights on. He said most everybody is a night person. Yeah, don't answer. That's right, JMO. It's good advice. Yeah. Yeah, porn. Yeah, I do. I don't want to say I have a problem with porn, but I watch a lot of it. Yeah. Great. Yeah, thanks a lot, you guys. All right, well, good night, you guys. I'm going to sign off so I can go to bed and just start this fucked up sleep cycle all over again. Crazy. Yeah, good. So I hope I'm not missing anybody. Frisky, I think she's long gone. Michelle, she's going Betty bye. Yeah, a lot of people watch, but there are plenty of people that don't comment. Thank you, Drifter. Yeah, thank you guys. This is a lot of fun. Really, this is one's going down the record books. I will never forget this. It's a good one. So good night, you guys, and thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you.